sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Hello and welcome to California for the 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, the third race in the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series and the first stop in the United States. For many, Oceanside is known for being the unofficial official start to the North American pro race calendar. And whilst we've already had 2 exciting races in the series, Oceanside is still a big jump-off point for racing stateside. The need for speed will be crucial as the start list boasts over 100 professional triathletes, including 5 world champions, 10 world titles between them, and 26 world championship podiums. A star-studded women's field headlined by the 2025 Ironman world champion, Norway's Solveig Løvseth, 3 times Ironman 70.3 world champion American Taylor Knibb, and the 2025 Oceanside winner, Canada's Paula Findlay. An equally formidable men's lineup brings together the Norwegian trio of world champs, Casper Stornes, Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfelt, along with American favourite Sam Long, Rudy von Berg and Ben Canute. At stake, not just the Oceanside title, but a share of a $50,000 pro prize purse, 2,500 series points and 3 qualifying slots per gender for the 2026 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships in France. In addition, over 3,000 age groupers competing to earn age group qualifying spots for those world champs. I'm Laura Siddall, excited to bring you today's race and very much surrounded by world champions, not just those racing today, but with me on the commentary team, with 9 world titles between them. As down on the ground in Oceanside, we have 4 times world champion Mirinda Carfrae, and alongside me in the studio, 5 times world champion Craig Alexander. Crowy, how excited are you for today's race? We're just having some technical issues with Crowy's microphone. So we will see now we've got views of that transition in Oceanside. It is incredibly packed down there, as I said, over 100 professional triathletes, 3,000 age groupers. And today's coverage of Oceanside is made possible by Experience Oman, the naming partner of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We thank them for bringing us all the action from Oceania, New Zealand and Geelong already, now to Oceanside and for all season long. As we said, we are about 40 minutes, or just under now 40 minutes from race start down on Oceanside. We have over 60 professional men and over 30 professional women, some of the best in the world. As I said, 5 world champions, 10 world championship titles between them. So let's have a quick look at who is racing today. So as we can see on the pro men's side, Christian Blumenfelt coming off that impressive performance in Geelong just last week. Casper Stornes, our current Ironman world champion. Gustav Iden as well, one of the 3 Norwegians. Actually, there's more Norwegians in there, but he's another world champion. Our American favourites, Rudy von Berg was on the podium here last year. Sam Long, back after missing last year. Also some other favourites, Mark Dubrick from the USA, one of the best swimmers in the sport. And on our women's start list as well, Some impressive names. As I said, headlining on the women's side is the 2025 Ironman World Champion Solveig Løvseth, coming in from that impressive win in Kona. Obviously, Taylor Knibb, she's won here twice before. Paula Findlay as well has won here twice before. Jackie Herring, Danielle Lewis on the podium before. Grace Tech coming in from a fantastic race in Geelong last year. Audrey Mill, one to look for, I think, this year, coming up from that ITU background, competing from France. Impressive scenes down there. And so we have three qualifying spots per gender for the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice. 11 men and 14 men racing today already have theirs spots. But on screen, we can see some of the names who have already secured their start. So Ben Canute racing today, he's already qualified for Nice. Ari Clow, Andre Lopez as well. But on the men's side, there are plenty of names that are going for those three spots. You can see Justin Riali, Henry Rappeau, Casper Stornes, Colin Such. Those athletes racing today have already qualified for Nice. And on the women's side, again, we have 11 women racing today who have already qualified with those three slots up for grabs. Grace Alexander, Kelly Barton, Paula Findlay have already secured their slots. Jackie Herring, Solveig Løvseth, Kirsten Casper, Amelie Kretz, two names to watch out for today. I think the interesting thing looking at the qualification for the 70.3 World Champs is that Taylor Knibb needs to qualify. So that is one of her main goals for today's race, to get that slot for Nice. Impressive scenes down at race start. I think that is Taylor Knibb we are seeing on screen now, looking in the shadows, but I think I recognize her suit there. So coming off racing in the Gold Coast just last weekend, she made the trip, actually came back to Boulder, her home, and had a few days at home, could sleep in her own bed and catch up with her own team back here before heading down to Oceanside for the race today. She's had won here twice before. As I said, she does even years, so 2022 and 2024 she raced, so now back in 2026. Paula Findlay there as well, another 2 times winner of this race. In fact, on the women's side, we've had, I think it's 6 athletes that have won this race, all twice before. Paula Findlay being one of those, Taylor Knibb, and then Rinny actually on the ground, she has won this race twice before as well. So the Ironman Foundation supports our race communities, providing over 60 million in global charitable give-back since 2003. This year, the Ironman Foundation is distributing over 39,000 to local organisations within the Oceanside region, bringing a total historical give-back here to over 545,000. The Ironman Foundation has continued to empower youth in sport, providing swim-ready lessons and bikes for kids in underserved communities. Ironman Foundation is also teaming up with the Challenge Athletes Foundation, who are always out in strength here at Oceanside. And they have, with instruction for youth and disabilities with the greater Oceanside community. Together, we're uplifting and impacting our race communities long after race day. And if you want to learn more and give back to those communities that welcome us at Race Week, check out ironmanfoundation.org. Back on screen, Grace Tech from Australia. She had a fantastic race in Geelong last week and has made the trip over to LA, another town she calls home, which we will talk about more later in the show. But let's check out the weather presented by Roker today. It's 58 degrees Fahrenheit, 14 degrees Celsius. Slight fog this morning with those earlier cooler temps, but no wind. And the water temperature is a balmy 63.5 degrees Fahrenheit, 17.5 degrees Celsius. So slightly warmer than what is traditional or normal here in Oceanside. But you saw there quite a high humidity, 96% humidity. And so let's take a look at our course maps today. So the swim, the 1.2 mile swim, takes place entirely in the Oceanside harbour. The athletes swim in a single loop counterclockwise around the buoys before exiting the water. As said, water temperature 17.5 degrees C, so not quite as cold as last year when athletes had numb hands and feet coming into T1. The Zoot bike course, 56 miles, takes athletes through Camp Pendleton, an active military base, and typically closed to civilians. It's relatively fast, but still challenging with a couple of steep climbs, which can break apart the field after about 30 miles of riding. It's the first, probably real true test to see the impact of the 20-meter draft rule. And then the athletes will head out onto the 2-lap, 13.1 mile Hoka run course. Beginning at Oceanside Harbour, the route leads out down the scenic strand through the coastal neighbourhoods and to the spectacular and iconic Oceanside Pier, just steps from the shoreline. It's a fast and flat course, but there are quite a few turns and pitchy climbs as athletes go from beach level to street level. In fact, I know, talking to Taylor Knibb in the week, she was saying that this course is actually sort of as good as, or should be, a world championship course. It's as tough as they come, particularly on the bike, and she'd love to see this race take place perhaps at the end of the year. And it did take place at the end of the year back in 2021 when it was rescheduled due to COVID. But yeah, Taylor was very much reckoning this is one of the toughest courses out there, and particularly tough being that early season race. On screen there, Jackie Herring, Sam Long. Now we see Canada's Amelie Kretz, apologies Amelie, moving up from the short distance to the middle distance. She had a great race at 70.3 Indian Wells in December, has had a good winter behind her as she steps into the middle distance. As said, all the action down in transition, the pros getting ready to start. We are about just under half an hour away from the male professionals starting at 6:40 local time. The women pros starting 5 minutes later at 6:45 local time. Again, scenes down in transition. Jason West, one of the fastest runners in the sport, ran a 1:07 run split back in 2023. Again, there was Sam Long and Jackie Herring. Sam Long, one of the favourites to challenge the Norwegians. I think he's very excited to be back in Oceanside. He missed it last year, so looking forward to be back. He feels this is a race that he would very much like to win. It's kind of got away from him so far. And I think one thing Sam is looking forward to this year is the fact that the 20-meter draft zone is coming into play. And a fighting chance, so this is our behind-the-scenes pre-race week or race week series presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration, catching up with some of the pros in that race week. And one of those pros we chatted to this week is Casper Stornes, our current Ironman world champion. So let's see what he says about the race coming up today.
Can't win the race in training, can you?
No. But I'm getting dropped. So I just need to face it. I will not do well on Saturday. Pinocchio!
Casper, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's been a bit tricky since January when I had an injury with Achilles. So I've actually just had 6 hard sessions since I've been injured. So yeah, or actually 4 threshold, but this hasn't been the longest. So yeah, we'll see how the shape is over the half marathon. But I think this race is good for just building into it, and then Texas will be good, I hope. So, but yeah, you never know. Maybe a surprise on Saturday. We'll see. So I surprise myself also.
being the reigning world champion, has this changed your off season compared to last year?
Yeah, it's been more busy. So I didn't have like the chill off season where I did everything I wanted. Now it was more sponsor related. Of course, it's a good thing. Like you've been accomplished something that you've been working for a long time, and then you get opportunities. So, but yeah, it's been different, I would say. So, but yeah, life is good in general, so I can't complain.
Any expectations?
I'm happy with a podium. So, but yeah, around top 5 maybe. So, yeah, it's not the world's end if I get a 5th place here. So, yeah, no one remembers this when I win Kona.
Thank you. That was Casper Stornes. As he said, no one remembers this race when he wins Kona, and he certainly did that with a fantastic year last year. Now, as said, I am joined, hopefully now, he is back online, by 5 times world champion Craig Alexander. Also raced in Oceanside 3 times himself, I think coming out, unfortunately, on the wrong side of some sprint finishes. But Crowy, hopefully you're there and your audio is working. How excited are you for today's race?
Good morning to you, Laura, and hello to everyone watching wherever you are around the world. I'm very excited. We've hardly had a chance to catch our breath after the racing in Geelong last week, which was spectacular. And here we are in Southern California for the next stop on the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And the pro fields are big today, 65 men, 31 women, and they're just stacked. They're so deep. I mean, I think collectively of the athletes racing today, we have 10 World Championship titles, 23 World Championship podiums, and a lot of wins, over 150 wins collectively. So I think we're in store for some very, very fast racing again today.
Yeah, that's right. It's very impressive. I actually heard some people call it the World Championships of the Spring today, with there being such a star-studded lineup, as we're just a couple of minutes away from the athlete intros, which we will bring to you. But Crow, who are you looking forward to watching today?
As always, Laura, there's a few really good storylines. I mean, I think for the women, Taylor Knibb, she's the standout favourite, rarely gets beaten at this distance, but is coming off a short turnaround, had a great win last week on the Gold Coast at the T100 event. So I think we're looking for her. Solveig Løvseth is someone who really had a breakthrough last season, I think, in terms of her long course career. Finished second in the Ironman Pro Series and, of course, was the Ironman World Champion, so she's one to look for. And we've got the whole podium from last year returning from this race. So Paula Finley, Jackie Herring and Danielle Lewis. So always looking for the returning podium. I think they know the course well. They've got good feelings here. They've got great experience. And I guess if we're going to turn our attention to the men quickly, Christian Blumenfeld. I mean, we've used all the superlatives. What more can you say? This is his 3rd race in 4 weeks, bouncing around continents, over oceans. He had that incredible race in Geelong, ran a 66.39 as we see Sam Long doing a little Macarena and a little dance here. He looks to be good vibing. He's got good vibes going. Rudy von Berg there as well. So KB's always one to watch. I think he's joined by his Norwegian countrymen. So they've coming off injury, so a couple of doubts there. But I think the big agitator on the men's field is Jonas Schomburg. He's super aggressive, super talented. 6th in Nice last year, 4th in Marbella, and a man who could really shape the front of this race.
Yeah, that's right. There's certainly a lot of athletes wanting to break up that Norwegian trio and the Norwegian dominance. In fact, there's a few other Norwegians racing as well, which I think will play more of a part onto the bike, and so we'll bring them in. But I know there's a couple of athletes shouting around or floundering around about going for that bike course record of Lionel Sanders. So I think we're going to see some some pretty fast movers on the bike as well, but along with this swim, we do have the likes of Jonas Schomburg, who is one of the fastest in the sport, in the swim, and he doesn't like to hang around. We saw him charging through transition at the World Championships in Nice last year, almost before some of the athletes even realised he was already out on the bike. So I think that this swim start is going to be super exciting with some of those athletes to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Mark de Brick. You know, when your nickname is the Shark, I think he's certainly one we need to look out for in the swim. Sam Appleton, a guy who's no stranger to the front end of 70.3 races and a great swimmer. So there's a lot of talent here. And I think, you know, in the women's field, of course, Taylor Knibb, we know her sort of consistency and her standard across all the disciplines. But some other athletes to watch in the swim, Kirsten Casper, who's had a phenomenal short course career, has only done 170.3, but won that in Indian Wells. And a swimmer that's come on our radar this week, Lara Hernandez-Tomei, who comes from a swimming background and is certainly one we're going to be watching in the swim. She has incredible swim pedigree, former collegiate swimmer, incredible 1,500 long course personal best time. So I think she's one we'll be looking for in the swim as well.
Yeah, I think her best time rivals Lucy Charles Barclay's time for that 1,500 metre long course. And here we go down for the pro men's start list.
So wearing bib number 1 for the men, Christian Blumenfeld from Norway, an Ironman world champion, an Ironman 70.3 world champion, and winner in Geelong last week.
Bib number 2, Casper Stornes, the reigning Ironman world champion. An Achilles problem at the start of the year, but a slow start last year didn't halt him winning the world champs at the end of the year.
Bib number 3 from the US, Rudy von Berg, second here last year, 2-time podium finisher at world championship events.
Bib number 4, the other Norwegian, Gustav Iden. He was third here last year, has had a sprained ankle a few months back, but hopefully back to full fitness.
And wearing bib number 5 for the men, the showman, Mr. Sam Long, 370.3 wins last year and just coming off a training camp in Kona. So let's see what kind of form he's bringing in today.
Bib number 6, Jonas Schomburg from Germany. Like we said, we'll likely see him driving the pace during the swim and the bike. Came off a good win at Challenge Sabani Yas recently.
And a man doing the robot, wearing bib number 7 from Australia, our co-commentator from last week, Mr. Sam Appleton.
And bib number 8, Leon Chevalier from France. He actually paced a 1:08 group at the Paris Half Marathon recently.
Wearing bib number 9 for the men from Estonia, Henry Rappo. Henry's a strong runner. He finished 5th at the T100 event in Wollongong last year and won his home 70.3 in Tallinn also last year.
And bib number 10, Jason West from the USA. One of the fastest runners in the sport, ran a 1:07.40 in 2023 and feels he's back to the form of 2023. And we will move on to our top 10 in the women as well, who are going to start 5 minutes behind the men. And wearing bib number 1 is Paula Findlay from Canada. She won this race last year, had the most wins ever in a season with 4, but was disappointed with the 2 DNFs at the end of the year, not quite finishing what she wanted in Marbella.
Wearing bib number 2 for the women, the ever-smiling Taylor Knibb. Of course, Taylor is a 3-time Ironman 70.3 world champion and coming off a great win on the Gold Coast last week.
And bib number 3, Solveig Løvseth from Norway, our current Ironman World Championship in Kona. She was second in the pro season last year, so I'm sure looking to challenge for that again and also retain that world title.
Wearing bib number 4 from the US, Jackie Herring. Jackie finished second here last year behind Paula. Also was a winner at Ironman Cairns on the Ironman Pro Series and is coming off a win at the 70.3 Dallas Little Elm event.
Bib number 5, Danielle Lewis from the USA, kicked off her year with a solid performance at New Zealand, finishing 5th and ran herself into 3rd last year.
Wearing bib number 6, Marta Sanchez from Spain. Marta's coming off an injury, but did have a big 2nd place finish at Ironman South Africa last year and also a 3rd at Ironman Lake Placid.
Bib number 7, Grace Tech, coming off that strong race in Geelong last week, just finishing 30 seconds behind Kat Matthews. Splits her time between Melbourne and LA, so considers both Geelong and Oceanside a home race.
Nice smile there from bib number 8, Vitória Lopes from Brazil. Vitória is one of the best swimmers in the field, and she had a 6th place finish in Dallas just a couple of weeks ago.
Bib number 9, USA's Adele Lykin. She was 7th at 70.3 Dallas Little Elm recently and 9th here last year.
And rounding out our women's top 10, wearing bib number 10 from the USA, Grace Alexander. Grace is also one of the strong swimmers that we can watch for today, and she finished 6th here last year, so top 10 finisher from the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN 70.3 race here last year.
So that was our top 10 introductions for the pro men and the pro women. We are about 14 minutes or just over 14 minutes from the start down here for the 3rd race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. Welcome back to today's coverage of the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Athletic Brewing Oceanside. I'm Laura Siddall here with Craig Alexander, and we are just over 12 minutes away from our pro men starting. On the ground, as I said in the introduction, on the ground in Oceanside today, swapping out her seat in the studio for the racecourse is our 4-time world champion, Mirinda Carfrae, also a 2-times winner of Oceanside. And we're going to head down now to Rinny on the ground, who's with Ironman CEO Scott DeRue.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Sid. I'm down with Ironman CEO Scott DeRue, as you said. We are in Oceanside, and it's a beautiful morning here this morning. Scott, Oceanside's always the much anticipated season opener for North America. And with the Pro Series now being a part of that, just talk a little bit about the excitement here this morning in the harbour.
Well, Rennie, the energy in Oceanside all week has been electric. And with the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, we built the premier professional racing series in the world, and you can feel it here. The energy's electric. We've got a world championship caliber field, both on the men and women's side. These are the best athletes in the world racing for glory this weekend.
And alongside the professional field, we have over 3,000 amateurs here racing. Tell us a little bit about how special it is that they get to race alongside the best in the sport.
Over 3,000 from around the world coming to Oceanside to race on the biggest stage. And one of the things, as you know, that is incredibly special about the sport of triathlon is you have the best professionals with the age groupers from around the world racing same day, same course, that same experience. There aren't other sports where you get that experience, and that's one of the things, one of the many things that makes triathlon very, very special.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of hopes and dreams alive this morning with slots for the 70.3 World Champs in Nice up for grabs. Ironman announced earlier this week a new partnership. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we've got a number of new partnerships that we're super excited about just for this race, 70.3 Oceanside, with Athletic Brewing coming in and really supporting this race. Incredibly special, creating a wonderful experience for our athletes here, but with Precision Fuel and Hydration expanding their partnership across a number of years to support our 70.3 World Championship. What they do for the sport, the athletes, the vibe they bring, it really brings new people into the sport, inspires people. We're incredibly privileged and honored to be partners with Precision Fuel and Hydration.
Absolutely excited to be a partners with those guys. They're a great bunch of men. And the excitement here today is off the charts. What are you most excited about for today's race?
I'm excited to see people's dreams come true. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what Ironman is about. It's about inspiration. It's about community. It's about this sense of being together. And we're going to see some incredible professional racing. They're going to put on one incredible show. But to see those age group athletes come across the finish line after the pros, their dreams coming true, getting to experience this together, that's what fills my soul, my heart, and inspires me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott DeRue, Ironman CEO. We'll send it back to the studio. Sid and Craig, we'll let you guys take it from here.
Thanks, Rinny. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, it was great to hear about that partnership with Precision Fuel and Hydration, expanding over the 70.3 World Championships. And we are now going to look at our Precision Fuel and Hydration current course record times. So on the men's side, you can see 21.27, Andy Potts right back in 2009. I'm sure that is up for breaking soon. Lionel Sanders has the bike course record 2:04.46 from 2015 and 1:07.19, which is Christian Blumenfeld last year. Jackson Laundrie has the overall course record. I have a feeling that might be going today as well, 3:44.59. Crowe, how about those women's fastest times?
Yeah, for the Precision Fuel and Hydration record times on the women's side, we have Taylor Knibb having the swim course record, a touch over 23 minutes. Taylor Knibb and Daniela Reif actually share the bike course record, 2:18. I think Taylor will be wanting to lower that today and get a load of this run record, Sids. A 1:12.59 from Tamara Jewett. That is absolutely unbelievable. And Taylor Knibb again holds the overall course record at 4 hours, 6 minutes and 31 seconds. And with the conditions looking like they are at the moment, I think some of these times are going to get lowered today.
Yeah, I think definitely we're on a fast day of racing, and I'm sure some of those records are going to get broken. On the screen now, you can see some of our coloured swim caps, which are our ones to watch. So, Crowe, maybe take us through the men.
Yeah, so some of the athletes to watch, Jonas Schomburg, we know about his aggressive style of racing. He's wearing a purple cap. Mark the Shark Dubrick wearing yellow. Ben Canute, a two-time champion here at Oceanside, is wearing a violet cap. Voldemar Solok is wearing a green cap. Antonio Benito Lopez, ocean blue cap. Casper Stornes, our reigning Ironman world champion, is in silver. Brennan Smith, a black cap. And some other notables to look for, Rudy von Berg, neon orange cap, Christian Blumenfeld, a yellow cap, and Gustav Eden, who was third here last year, he's in the pearly pink.
That's right, some of those best of the men's swimmers, and on to our women's ones to watch. Hopefully in this morning light, these coloured caps are going to be very helpful for us to spot. So Lara Hernandez-Thomas, we've spoken to her. She's in the green cap. She's a swimmer that we think is on par with the speed of Lucy Charles-Barkley. Vittoria Lopez in the violet cap. Taylor Knibb in yellow, and Kirsten Casper in blue. They we think are going to be our front pack swimmers. Who knows what can happen on the day, but other notables for the pro women: Marta Sanchez from Spain in the red pack. Sif Bendik Madsen, one I think to watch today, coming back from injury in the purple. Paula Findlay, our defending champion, in the pink. And then obviously Solveig Løvseth, our world champion in navy. And other notables: Jackie Herring, always on the podium in green. Grace Alexander, always a very consistent performer. She's in silver. So we're just a few minutes away from our professional men starting at 6:40 local time. Corey, maybe just quickly talk about the conditions today. We've said the conditions look good, maybe fast times, but what about the water temperature? How does that often affect these athletes?
Yeah, Oceanside is one of those races where the water temperature does play some sort of role in shaping the front of this race. We often see splits and time gaps back to athletes we wouldn't expect. And we also often see a bit of a struggle in T1, some of these athletes not being able to get the wetsuit off cleanly and losing time there. So by all reports, the water's a bit warmer today, so I'm not sure we'll see that today. And conditions look absolutely perfect. I mean, there's no texture on top of the water and no wind at all to speak of. So I think this is going to be a blistering swim.
Yeah, and I think, slightly warmer than normal, which I'm sure some of the athletes will be very appreciative of. We are currently waiting. We're going to head down soon for our national anthem. Singing our national anthem today is Samuel Nehemiah. He's a top wheelchair athlete representing the Challenged Athletes Foundation. So we will head down shortly to see him, as on screen we can see all of our pros in the water, getting ready, warming up, starting between the start gate. And we're going to head down now to Samuel Nehemiah and the national anthem.
We are so happy and proud to have Samuel Nehemiah with us. He is a local and a representative of the Challenged Athletes Foundation. He was an Olympian and our national anthemist today. Samuel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight on the ramparts we watch, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets bright glare, the buffs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Samuel Nehemiah. What a moving start to the morning with the national anthem. So just a few minutes now away from our pro men starting. They're all in the water. What's kind of going through an athlete's head at this moment, Croy? Where would you be feeling when you were racing?
Yeah, I think the nerves are starting to subside a little bit, and they're just really focused on the first 2 or 3 minutes of this race. It's been a long build-up for some of them, a short turnaround for others, a busy week, but now it's time to do what they do best. So I think there'll be a little bit of a calm there, and they'll be just waiting and dying for that gun to go off to set them free on this course today.
Yeah, and for some athletes, they've already had a couple of races this year, but for a lot of athletes, it's the first race of the year for them. So kind of a little bit of an unknown into where their form's at and what they can expect, and also where their competitors are. Obviously, we know where some of the athletes are from seeing them race in New Zealand, Geelong and Dallas and other races. But for a lot of them, yeah, a bit of an unknown today.
Yeah, I think there's always a little bit of an unknown. Some of these athletes are building up for Ironman Texas in 3 weeks. Some are coming off an Ironman. And as you mentioned, some are starting their season. So, you know, some will have to shake off a little bit of rust. Some may have to shake off a little bit of fatigue. But that's the great thing about racing. All the speculation and the talk ends now and we get to see what actually unfolds.
That's it, and just a few seconds away now, waiting for the start of Oceanside. You can see the athletes, they are deep water start, so treading water, trying to put themselves in prime position for when that start gun fires, they can get quickly into their swimming stroke and I guess lining up where they hope to be trying to catch the person swimming on feet, or maybe one of the fastest swimmers, Jonas Schomburg, he's perhaps lining up trying to get that clear space to get out ahead of people. I guess that's an interesting one, like sort of trying to pick that where you do line up at the swim start and who you want to swim next to or with or away from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these athletes know each other so well and they know whose feet as we see them. The cannon goes off and here we go. The men are off at the 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and it looks like a long line across here. A lot of these men, great swim. There's a lot of swim depth in this field, so I expect to see this sort of bunched up field that we get, and as we get 200 or 300 metres, it'll start thinning out. We already see a couple of athletes making their way to the front here.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that. You know, we've got such good swimmers in this race, and like it is, where do you line up on that start? And then are you lining up with the people you want to swim to, or are some of those faster swimmers like a Jonas Schomburg, is he trying to line up away from everyone else? And we didn't see that much movement on the start line, but obviously there's a lot of movement now as they've started and head out towards that first turn buoy.
Yeah, it's pretty tactical. I think someone like Schomburg, who wants to get away, he'll try and distance himself from some of the other contenders. But some of the athletes like KB and Casper, who are just looking to be in that front group, there's safety in numbers. So they'll probably line up next to each other. They know each other well. As we see, I think it's Voldemar Solok from Denmark taking the lead here. Yeah, and, you know, the conditions look just so good, Sids. I mean, a race like Kona, for instance, where there's a bit of water moving and maybe some wind chop or swell, there's some tactics in where you line up, but I think today you just want the shortest distance and the shortest line to that first turning can, or tactically you want to align yourself near a swimmer that you know and a set of feet that you want to jump on.
Yeah, and I was interested to see with the swim courses as well, like that distance to that first turn can. And now, I mean, it looks like here with the swim course, they've got quite a long stretch from the start to where they're actually taking a turn, because otherwise it can get quite chaotic with athletes sort of fighting for position. And it looks like, I would think I can certainly see that purple cap in a second being Jonas Schomburg. The leader at the moment. We actually have a couple of athletes that could be in the mix on the swim who aren't necessarily in a cap. So I'll dig into my notes, but I think that's Jonas Schomburg definitely in a second on his feet.
Yeah, and Mark Dubrick leading. He's had a change of cap colour. We thought he was going to be in yellow, but he's in the orange. So that's Mark Dubrick, and he's no stranger to the front of races. Led out at 70.3 Worlds a couple of years ago. So he's got himself on the front of the race, nice and relaxed there, and Jonas Schomburg in A1 position already, just nicely tucked in onto his feet. And of course, Sids, we know, just sitting on the feet like this, you get a little bit of an energy saving, maybe 20 to 25%. The person in the front breaking the water, and you get to sit in that moving water on their feet. So there's a little bit of an energy saving. Very tactical as we see the shot from above, and what a great shot it is. This big arrowhead starting to form. And that's what we tend to see. The fastest swimmers push to the front, break that water, and everyone tries to tuck in behind. So it's quite a length, quite a distance to that first turning buoy. And I think once we get to that turning buoy, we may see a little bit of separation. But it looks like Mark is trying to press the advantage, a great swimmer, and it's in his interests to get away off the front in this swim with a little group. And it looks like exactly what he's trying to do here.
Yeah, that was good spotting. Should be able to recognise his swimming style. It's for being at the front of so many races. He's always one of the first out. I think on average in his races, he's normally first or second out. And you can see these fantastic views overhead, the drone shots of that huge arrowhead. And I think it's going to be interesting today. Like, we have such a big field, and we do have those strong swimmers who will be hoping to get away, but we also have kind of a lot of athletes who will be hoping to sort of jump on feet and fill the gap. And so we might not get a separation. It might just be a long string of athletes because there are so many who have that swim capability.
Yeah, and with a longer run into T1 here, someone like Schomburg is known for absolutely lighting it up through that run into transition. So he's in a great position right now. Interestingly, I think we need to keep an eye on, back in the field, athletes like Rudy von Berg, who's just consistent across all the disciplines, and an athlete like Justin Reale, who had the quickest bike split here last year. And as we switch back to the women who are about to get underway in about 15 seconds, yes, Justin Reale is an interesting athlete we need to watch. He's a guy who's been making his way through the ranks for 18 months now, and he will really get to the front of the race at some point. Well, that will be his plan on the bike anyway.
Yeah, and I am loving these aerial shots on that women's start as our pro women are underway. The 1.2 mile Roka swim to kick off our 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. As we said, it's the third race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And let's just say now that the North American pro race season is well and truly underway. Our pro men and pro women now both in the water. Now, Chloe, like the swim course record for the women, it was from 2022, Taylor Knibb. It was 23 minutes, 21 seconds. Do you think with the likes of Lara Hernandez-Tomé, Kirsten Casper, Vittoria Lopez, do you think, and the conditions today, do we think we might see that record falling?
It's a very good chance, and it depends on the tactics of these women. We see Vittoria Lopez, who's a noted swimmer from short course racing, leads out a lot of swims, gets in a lot of breakaways in WTCS races. She's on the front. An athlete like Lara Hernandez-Tomé, who has the pedigree to swim off the front, she's very new to the pro ranks, so it'll be interesting to see what her tactics are. Does she try to go off the front, or does she just want to sit in the comfort of that front group, safety in numbers? So it looks like Vittoria Lopez has taken up the pacemaking at the front of this race. But certainly in these conditions, these are the kind of conditions that you really need if you want to see some of these records broken.
Yeah, so we can see that purple cap, Vittoria Lopez at the front, yellow cap, Taylor Knibb straight on to her feet. I think that is I'm saying that red cap, potentially Marta Sanchez in there. I can see the purple cap as well, Sif Bendix Madsen. Trying to get onto that feet. Obviously, Vittoria Lopez is one of the fastest swimmers in the sport coming up from the short course, but I know Taylor Knibb will be desperate to swim with the front and on the feet as she is doing, and setting herself up for a good day. And we can...
Yeah, well, Taylor has the swim course...
Sorry, go on, Corey.
Yeah, I was just going to say Taylor is the athlete who holds the swim course record here. And again, just thinking back to some of Taylor's short course races, she's quite regularly got off the front in swim groups with Vittoria and a few other athletes. So they'll be used to each other's race tactics. And yeah, Taylor looks like she's positioned nicely at the start of this race. Lara Hernandez-Tomé, yeah, she's sitting back a bit further back in the group. We also see Marta Sanchez in there, tucked in nicely. So she's an athlete who, again, just a well-rounded athlete, strong across all the disciplines and no stranger to the front group. And what a great shot that is. These conditions today, Sids, look just really nice. There's not a lot of texture or movement in the water. Water looks very calm, and the temperatures are more favourable than we've seen in previous years here in Oceanside.
Yeah, I know normally this race is notorious for having cold water, I think, in previous years. So cold that athletes sort of coming into transition struggling with numb hands and numb feet, which can cause issues trying to get on the bike. But obviously today it is a little bit warmer. It's 63.5 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 17.5 degrees Celsius as we see that fantastic shot back with the men. That now long strung out line. So Jonas Schomburg in that purple cap has moved to the front of the race.
Yeah, and looking at some of the splits we got from the first 450 metres, we had Mark Dubrick leading at that point. Of course, Schomburg's taken over now. Ben Canute, a notable up close to the front, he's 9 seconds back. Jan Stratman, also an athlete, one to watch today, previous podium finisher at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. He's close to the front of the race, 13 seconds back. And if we look further back, Christian Blumenfeld, already 21 seconds back, but with his countryman Gustav Eden, who's 23 seconds back. So we're already seeing some of the favourites distanced a little bit here as we see this overhead shot. And this sort of long snaking line that we see here is indicative of a very fast pace on the front.
Yeah, you can tell when they've strung out individually like that, especially with such a big field, they're certainly driving the pace at the front. And we've got the great addition of some timing that this year gives us splits throughout the water, which is why, Crow, you can give us such great updates on where those athletes are, and seeing that Christian Blumenfeld is already kind of 21 seconds back, albeit with Gustav. Casper Stornes further up the field, about sort of 7 seconds ahead of that, as you can see. And there is a little bit of chop, but not really. I mean, I guess the swimmer is mainly contained in the harbour, but they do come a little bit out of that harbour wall, so you can see a very subtle kind of swell there, which is obviously natural in the ocean, but not so much that it's going to be slowing these athletes down. As we get a nice aerial shot now of our professional women. We can still see Victoria Lopez in the lead, and that yellow cap of Taylor Knibb on her feet.
Yeah, so the women are just swimming past the first timing check, and yeah, you're spot on there, Sids. Victoria Lopez on the front, Taylor Knibb tucked in on her feet. Kirsten Casper, one of the athletes you mentioned at the top of the show, is one to watch here. Lacking experience at the 70.3 distance, but the one race she has got under her belt was a win at Indian Wells, and we just know her pedigree from her short course career. So she's up the front of the race too. Marta Sanchez, Audrey Merle in there, Grace Alexander, and our superfish, Lara Hernandez-Tomei. She's already 22 seconds back. So pool swimming is a little different to open water swimming, and she's got the pedigree in the pool. And maybe this is just a tactical move by Lara, because someone who's got a 16:58, 1500 long course PB, that's incredibly high level of swimming. So my guess is that she's just sitting in this front group and saving some energy for later in the race. But Victoria Lopez is pushing the pace, and we're already seeing a little bit of separation. We're starting to see those first four athletes open up a little bit of a gap. And then there's one athlete just trying to tack onto the back of that group, and then some more separation back to the next group. So Grace Alexander's in that group. Sif Bendix Madsen just heading up that second group. Grace Tech in there too. So very, very early days in this swim, but a little more separation in the women's race than the men at this point. And interestingly, Solveig Løvseth, 42 seconds back after only 450 metres of swimming.
Yeah, that's quite a significant gap at this early stage, given that certainly showing the pace that Victoria Lopez is doing. As we go back to our men, the men are just over 12 minutes in to Oceanside. Again, that's Mark Dubrick at the front leading the way. He's led from the start, or maybe taking it in turns, because I think we did see Jonas Schomburg. But as I said, we are underway here at the Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. The men started, they are 12 minutes into their swim. The women started 5 minutes behind, 7 minutes, coming up to 7 minutes, 45 seconds into their swim. Obviously, lots of racing to come.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Gee!
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Hoka. Hoka Fly Human Fly, and by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward.
I'm Craig Alexander with Laura Sedal, and you're watching the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN 70.3 Oceanside, race 3 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And Sids, we rejoin the race here with the women's leaders heading out to the far turn. And as you mentioned, there is a little bit of a rolling swell as they sort of just peek their noses outside the harbour walls here.
Yeah, that's right. But you can just see, the ripple on the water. But we now, what it looks like, we've got a group of, 5 women that are breaking away. So Victoria Lopez, Taylor Knibb, Kirsten Casper, Marta Sanchez, and then it looks like maybe it's Audrey Merle that has just jumped on to the back of that feet, and then there's looks to be a significant gap being created to the rest of the women. And it's kind of important to make sure you try and get that gap so you can sit on the feet, or as we can see that 5th place athlete sitting on the hip because of the drafting effect, right, Crowe? When you're on the feet of the swimmer in front, you get a pull along, which is where we see Taylor Knibb is currently sitting on Victoria Lopez. Which is better? Is it sitting on the feet or trying to sit on the hip?
Well, technically they say the hip you get a little bit more of a lift and an advantage, a drag advantage, but a lot of the athletes like to sit on the feet. They hand over navigation duties to the person on the front. Possibly don't have to side as much, although you always want to do your own siding, but I'm loving the timing data we've got this year. Every 400, 450 metres in the swim, we can really keep an eye on how the swim is unfolding. And Victoria Lopez she's no stranger to the front of races. Taylor at the moment sitting on the feet, as you mentioned, Sid's getting that really nice drafting effect, and she's in A1 position so far in this race.
Yeah, she's setting herself up perfectly for her race day, back with the men here at Oceanside. So Mark Dubrick is leading still, again 16 minutes or 17 minutes into the swim, and the men a little bit more strung out, but we've got Jonas Schomburg in there. We've also got the likes of Josh Lewis, Vladimir Solek, Brock Hall. He had a great swim here last year. I think he was 4th out the water. Ben Knut's also in there, and Jason West. Again, Mark's trying to push the pace at the front and string it out, but we've got a few more in that sort of arrowhead that are clinging on, and we're not quite seeing as many breaks. It looks like actually maybe there's a gap forming, maybe 30 athletes back or so.
Yeah, it's certainly a bigger front group than in the women's, as we just saw Josh Lewis, I think it was, lose his cap there, sitting sort of 3rd in the group. And yeah, it's a solid pace. Great tactics at the front of the race. It seems like Schomburg and Dubrick have been quite happy to swap turns, taking up the pace-making duties. Perhaps that was something they talked about at the start, or a lot of these tactics just naturally unfold as the race progresses. These athletes know each other so well. As the men are now heading back towards Ruby T1, and there is some separation there, Sids. That is a big front group and quite a substantial gap back to the second group. Looking at the timing data we're getting here, it's about 30 seconds back to that group. So maybe a 40 to 45 metre lead has opened up. Not race winning at this stage, but certainly tactically it sets up nicely for these athletes in the front group.
Yeah, and actually interesting looking at the data. So the men have just gone past that 1.4 kilometres, so only like 500 metres left to go. But actually at the back of that front group, if my eyes don't deceive me, is actually Cam Worth. He's managed to get himself on the back of that front pack, and then, as you said, a 30-second gap back to back to the next athletes as well. So the men, only 400 or so meters to go left in the pro race. The women obviously started 5 minutes behind, so they're through about 1K at the moment. As we're seeing them back on the women, we have like a lead group of 5, pretty much. Victoria Lopez, Taylor Knibb, Kirsten Casper probably are the ones that are leading this and the ones that we're interested to see. I think Taylor's just setting herself up for a fantastic day, putting herself in the best position.
Yeah, Taylor's just got so much experience, and of course, we've mentioned she's a course record holder here in the swim and also the overall course record holder, as well as the equal bike course record holder with Danny Reef. So she knows this course, and having raced Victoria so much in short course racing, she probably had it in her mind that a group like this could get away, and Victoria's always very happy to get on the front and push the pace and use her strength. And this is a big gap that's opened up. So the girls have done well here. It looks like Lara Hernandez-Tomei may have swum her way back onto the back of this group. So yeah, it's a great start to the race, and Taylor's she's just setting herself up nicely again. And I think that's one of the huge advantages of being a well-rounded athlete. You know, you've got a few different cards you can play, multiple tactics and a lot of options in the race. And Taylor's just one of those athletes who can dictate and can win a race a number of different ways. Breakaways in the swim, certainly we know her bike strength, and also one of the best runners in the field. So far, so good for Taylor Knibb. Yeah, that's right. And excited to see Kirsten Casper in there as well. Like you said, with Taylor, she's used to racing with Victoria and Taylor in the short course. Not quite as experienced over the long course, but yeah, excited to see her in that front group. As we see, our men are almost back to the swim exit, back to T2. They are through 1.6. Our swim course record, I'm not sure we're going to get that today, but that's Andy Potts, 21 minutes, 27 seconds back in 2009. So a rapid swim for Andy, and still looks like he's going to retain the swim course record as we clock over that 21 minutes. But we are still on for a very fast pace today. Yeah, well, Andy was a world-class swimmer in college. I think he had a PB of something like 4:16 or 4:17 for the 400 individual medley. So he's just a world-class, immense swimming pedigree. And it's amazing that time has stood the test of time with all the technology, with equipment and wetsuit technology, rubber technology. So yeah, Andy, what a great swim. But I'm really interested, Sids, to watch what Schomburg does here. We saw in Nice last year at the Ironman World Championships, Jonas just absolutely light up the 400-meter run from the swim exit through to Ruvi transition. And I've got a sneaking suspicion that's exactly what he's going to try and do again here today. Yeah, I think, like we said, we saw it in Nice. He kind of shot through transition at the Ironman World Championships almost before I think Sam Laidlow said he hadn't even realised that Schomburg was out on the road ahead of him. And I'm sure as the men are only moments from hitting the shore, and they'll have that run into T2 at the end of our Roka swim, the 1.9 kilometers, 1.2 miles. And that is Mark Dubrick, which hits the shore first. The shark making land first, followed by Jonas Schomburg. The first out the water, just shot off there, but it was Mark Dubrick. We'll come back and show that shortly as the athletes now got the views of the athletes coming through transition, and we are going to head down to Rinny on the ground in transition to catch all the action.
Yeah, guys, I'm down in Ruvi T. Hey guys, thank you. I'm down in Ruvi T1. The athletes are making their way into transition. It's a long run. 3,000 athletes, age group is cheering them on. The excitement is palpable down here, and the athletes are just making their round at top of transition, and we'll see them come into the pro transition momentarily here. But yes, Mark Dubrick leading at the moment. But again, a massive men's group, as we suspected. They're now just making their way back down into transition, and they'll be in here momentarily. I see them now at the top end of transition. It is a fairly long run from swim exit to transition, so they're still making their way. And we see them coming down now. I'll see who's first. But we had Mark Dubrick out of transition. Sorry, out of the swim. Schomburg up front here, charging into transition. Schomburg, yep, first into transition. He will be first out onto the bike. Dubrick third there. Quickly off with the wetsuit. It's always a bit of a struggle to get it over the timing chip. But he will be looking to get out onto the Zoot bike course as quickly as he can. And now we look for the Norwegians. I see Ben Knut. Ben Knut coming into transition here now as well. I see Dubrick out. Sam Appleton, co-commentator from last week. Rudy von Berg now in transition along with Christian Blumenfeld. Pretty much everyone. We have Lewis, we have Jason West as well rolling in. I just saw Ben Knut roll out of transition. Fast and furious. Christian Blumenfeld, bike off the rack, he's out. Sam Appleton out, Jason West. Stepniak rolling out of transition now too. And now the last couple of pros rolling out. We will wait on the next pack, or the first chase pack, but Cam Worth, a great swim from Cam Worth, the veteran, out into the bike. There we go. I see Gustav now, not his best swim. So Gustav now just rolling into transition. Notable that he's not as far up as we had expected. Andre Lopez as well in this group. Sam Long as well in this group. So Sam Long will be fast and furious onto the bike. Gustav just rolling out now. Jackson Laundry as well. Some firepower for sure on this first chase pack. Sam Long, helmet on. Oh, he took the whole rack down, but he's rolling out of transition. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to you in transition to roll up on the bike and see where they're at.
Thanks, Rini. Yeah, fast and furious through transition, certainly trying to keep track of everyone. And we have our Ruvi transition times, our three fastest men through. So Jonas Schomburg snapped through that 2:35. It is quite a long run through transition. Jonas Hoffman, 2:39. And Brock Hall in 2:44. And I do just want to recap on Mark Dubrick was first out the water, our Wahoo Element rival, first out the water in a swim time of 22 minutes and 24 seconds. So fast and furious through transition for the men. They head out onto our Zoot bike course as we're back with the women now, just in their final few 100 meters. And we see again Victoria Lopez there and Taylor Knibb up there, and it looks like Lara Hernandez Tomei might have moved into that second position as well, Crowe.
Yeah, Victoria Lopez still on the front here, and they're coming up on the back of the men's pro field. Some great swimming by these ladies. Taylor Knibb just looks really relaxed, tucked in there. Kirsten Casper in this group as well as they make the turn and come in. So they're on dry land now, and they've got this big long run, one of the longest transitions on the circuit here in Oceanside. And just another great swim by Victoria Lopez. She 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Victoria Lopez will lead a swim out at the drop of a hat. She just loves to get on the front and push the pace, and she's done it again, and it's helped a couple of the other ladies set this race up, including Taylor Knibb and Kirsten Casper in this group. Marta Sanchez as well, I believe. I think I just saw fly past.
Yep, there's Marta
Interestingly,
Sanchez.
Sid's in the, I think the notable in the men's race, Cam Worth in that front group.
Definitely.
Pro cyclist, not noted for his swimming, but that's got to be one of the best swims of his career. Already I think that we can label that as the first big surprise of this race. He set himself up beautifully as we trail the women running into Ruvi transition now. And let's see what the gap is back to that second group.
Yeah, I think Cam Worth coming in at the back of that front pack, he will be stoked to bits with that. I think he's got a race calendar this year that pretty much puts him on every start list as normal. But yeah, he'll got to be happy with that, setting himself up as one of the fastest bike riders as we are. Following the women into transition, we have our Wahoo Element rival first out the water for our female pros, which was Victoria Lopez. As Crowe said, you can pretty much bet on her that she's going to be first out the water in 23 minutes and 23 seconds, which is 2 seconds shy of Taylor Knibb's record. So yeah, just misses out on that record. And as Rinny said, a super long run through transition, and we are going to go throw down to Rinny now to catch the women running through.
Yeah, thanks, Sid. Yes, we are live in Ruvi T1, and the ladies are making their way into transition now. Taylor Knibb looks like she's charging at the front. Just a moment, she'll be in. Some of the pro men still making their way in and out of transition, and here we go. Taylor Knibb and Kirsten Casper right behind her. Victoria Lopez as well. We'll see the women here rolling down their wetsuit. Taylor Knibb first to her bike. Wetsuits off quickly. Victoria Lopez right behind her. Hernandez and Marta Sanchez as well. So a nice pack of 5, but Taylor Knibb will look to put those socks on. She likes to put the socks on early, so she doesn't have to worry about it in T2. She'll get her socks on quick and take that colourful bike, and she is out first. Taylor Knibb is out first. Marta Sanchez hot on her heels. Kirsten Casper along with those 2 women. So 3 women out now. Now we have Victoria Lopez, 4th out. Just a small gap between those 3. And then Hernandez, still in transition now, but she is getting that number belt on. Unique for this race, athletes do have to wear their number belts for the bike course because they are on Camp Pendleton. So one of the nuances of this race, they do not have to do that in other races. But here we go, Hernandez, one of the fastest swimmers in the field, now running out, and will make her way onto the Zoot bike course. So I'm standing by for that chase pack, and I believe they're coming into transition now. We have 2 more women into transition. Just Alexander, that's Grace Alexander, and Audrey Marie. Grace Alexander in front of screen here, getting that number belt on over the head, and she'll be out onto transition to Audrey here. Merle. Okay, we're going to send it to you guys. Catch them on the bike. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rinny. Yeah, so now we have our pro women and pro men out on the bike. We are just having scenes of, I think, M27, that's Casper Stornes, looking to have some issues and a mechanical or something, but he is back on the road, on course. Men are all out. We had a big chase pack, or big front pack, I said, of about 30 athletes, and then a gap to the chasers. But it was fast and furious, as it is going to be on this bike course. Obviously, the great thing about the race today, we've got the 20-meter draft zone and our race ranger, as we are with our race leader now on the bike. You can see those conditions, slight morning fog still, but good temperatures for racing. Crowe, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing this front group spread out. We saw Schomburg just, you talked about it, Sid's in the pre-game, just his aggressiveness. He's an agitator in all of these races. He doesn't hang around. We saw it at Ironman Frankfurt last year before his handlebars. He had that handlebar malfunction. We saw it in Nice. We also saw it in Challenge Roth last year. He literally stayed off the front of the race, and Sam Lalo didn't know he was off the front and first off the bike. He doesn't like to ride in a group. He doesn't hang around. And this kind of course is purpose-built for Jonas Schomburg. With a long run into transition, he can just add to his advantage. As we see Taylor coming up here, making a pass. It was interesting to note, Sid, that most of the girls had the rear hydration setups behind the seat, but as we're getting a look here at Solveig Løvseth, who's our reigning Ironman world champion.
She's
Solveig looks to be about 2 minutes down.
Yeah, 2:50 down, I think, and she was with Jackie Herring. As we see those athletes, like you said, get onto the bike, onto their bikes, and with those rear hydration systems, I had my throat in my mouth for a couple of it. It looked like those drink systems were going to get knocked off. But we have our Ruvi transition times for T1, the top 3 fastest females. So Amelie Kretz, a short course background, 3 minutes 01 as the fastest. Taylor Knibb, 3:08, and Kirsten Casper 3:08. So those short course WTCS athletes showing everyone else how transition is done as we head back out on course with Taylor Knibb in that very distinctive Trek multicolored bike and her matching suit, and she'll be pretty happy with that swim and out on the road at the front of the race already.
Yeah, she looks great, and we're just getting word that Paula Finley, our defending champion here in Oceanside, is 3 minutes 44 down. So an unusually poor swim from Paula. She's so consistent. She's usually at least in that first chase pack, if not the front group. So yeah, Paula has left herself some work to do. As we see Taylor just getting into her work here. The bike course record, of course, 2:18 that she shares with Daniela Reef. She hasn't gone for the rear hydration setup. I think 2 bottles on the front. Of course, temperature's a little cooler here in Oceanside than some of the other races on the Ironman Pro circuit. As we see Taylor heading into that sweeping right-hand turn, and we move further back in the field here. I think this course suits her strengths beautifully. A challenging swimming, colder water, and a hard, true time trial bike. Flat and fast like a drag race the first half, and then some hills in the second half. I think it's a purpose-built course for Taylor. As I think we're seeing Jackie Herring here cresting this little hill as they leave the harbour precinct and get onto that road to head north towards San Clemente.
Yeah, and look at that now. We have a great 2-box on screen. We've got our leader, Taylor Knibb, and agree totally, Crow. She is frothing over this bike course. I think it is very much suited to her. It's got the hills, but it's not particularly technical. It's got the flats. And, you know, the last time she raced here, she put 10 minutes into the rest of the field and Paula Findlay. So the fact that she's already out in front is exciting for us, maybe worrying for the rest of the field. As we see, Jackie Herring, I think, is just behind Solveig. And I'm actually interested with Solveig's racing this year, and you know, I wouldn't say this course is particularly to her biking strengths. I would say she's, you know, better on that flat, fast course. However, if you look at the 70.3 World Champs in Nice, which is a hilly course, and I think some of the races she's entered this year over the 70.3, she's picked the hillier, more challenging courses that perhaps kind of set her up for the 70.3 World Champs in Nice, and also maybe show the confidence that she's got in her bike training over the winter coming into this season.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think a lot of these athletes are very strategic with their race scheduling. Timing's important, giving themselves enough lead time into each event, but also picking courses that specifically test what they're going to face at the World Championships. And, you know, Solveig Løvseth at the moment, 2 minutes 14 down out of Ruvi Transition Zone 1. But she is a strong biker, and what will be interesting is to watch how that gap from Taylor back to Solveig just changes or stays the same as we progress through this bike course. I expect to see Solveig make her way through a lot of these athletes and get towards the front of the race. Can she close down this gap to Taylor? Well, that remains to be seen. Not many athletes do that, but she will keep herself in contention at the very least for a podium if she can just hold that gap steady. As again, we've got this beautiful split screen of Taylor Knibb on the left, sort of a side profile shot of her looking just as relaxed as ever whilst putting out immense power. And then Jackie Herring on the right. And I think what's interesting also, Sid, is just to see what little partnerships of convenience form in this race further back. It is a 20-metre draft zone, but it can be an advantage to have athletes around you of similar ability, sort of equal horsepower, so to speak, on the bike. You can really get a push for being in a group like that, even though we are more spaced out now. And, I think we've already seen the 20-metre draft zone play an interesting role in some of the races in the way they've unfolded this year. We don't see that surgy sort of concertina dynamic at the start of bike rides, and it's just more a steady state effort, as it should be, and the stronger riders sort of get to work. But as we get a close-up look of our men's lead here, Jonas Schomburg just doesn't hang around, does he? He loves to get off the front of the race. He doesn't need company, nor does he want company. He just loves to launch himself right off the front and set the pace, set the tempo, and put the others on the back foot.
He is very happy with being out of sight, out of mind, and I think a course like Oceanside, it's one lap, so there's no out and back sections. There might be one short out and back section, but not really. So the athletes don't really get a chance to see where each other are, and so for an athlete like Jonas Schomburg, that kind of just plays to how he likes to race off the front. Like you said, get through that transition, and he is just looking at that road ahead, trying to distance himself and put as much time between himself and the rest of the field. And I think, I'm really excited to watch Schomburg, obviously today, but this year. Last year was his first year racing over the middle distance, coming up from a short distance background, and he had some fantastic success over the 70.3 and the Ironman. Now I'm kind of interested, with a winter behind him, where he's at in that. And we know he's a strong swim biker, he's a very good runner, but has his run come up that he can just stay off ahead of the front of those Norwegians?
As we flash back to our women's leader, Taylor Knibb, making a pass there on one of our trailing pro men. It could be any race course, any day, and Taylor just looks the same, just smooth, just a really efficient transfer of power. As we see that pro male making a pass. She just looks great. This is not foreign territory for her by any stretch of the imagination. She's very used to being off the front of races, and let's hope that male stays out of the way here so Taylor can just do what she needs to do.
I was going to say she's very used to being off the front of the race, and she's very used to riding past male pros and making them wince and cry as she puts the power down, as we are with our third F3. That's Solveig Løvseth. So she is a little bit down. She's just under 3 minutes back from Taylor in the lead as she heads on to this short, rough bike section. I think you were talking, Crowe, about the pairings that we could have between the athletes, and I know Solveig is with Sif Bendix Madsen, who's a fantastic cyclist as well, so that could be a really powerful duo that we see moving through the field. The women are through 6K, so Taylor has, at the moment, she's got sort of a 13-second lead over Marta Sanchez in second. Kirsten Casper and Vittoria Lopez sit about 30 seconds back, and Lara Hernandez-Tomé is 1:46 back. As we said, Solveig and Sif are about 3 minutes back, and Paula Findlay, currently now, she's just gone through 3 kilometers, sitting 4 minutes back. So, not the swim and start to the race that Paula had hoped, but I did hear she wasn't feeling particularly great leading into this race as an early season race. So we'll see how the rest of the day plays out. She is one of the strongest cyclists, so maybe she's got her bike legs, as we are back with the men's race and get our first look at Sam Long on screen.
Yeah, Sam looks good. I mean, I think he had what I would consider a pass swim for him. He had some strong bikers around him, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of happens to that split to the front of the race. We saw Schomburg off the front, not messing around. He already had opened up a 15-second or so lead, as we see now a good shot from Jonas looking back to second and third on the road. Voldemir Solok from Denmark and Henry Repo. And Henry's an interesting athlete from Estonia. You know, he's finished top 5 on the T100 circuit in good company, so we know he's got some form, and also won his home race at Ironman 70.3 in Tallinn just last year, so always good to win on home soil. So this gap is just eking out second by second as these kilometres pass, and this is Jonas's strategy. We've seen him use it well. We saw him use it at the World Championships last year. He likes to push the pace and split the field up early. You know, if this was cycling, he'd have the most aggressive rider jersey. He just certainly drops a lot of power early on the bike. I think the key for Jonas today will be to you know, really back end that last 30k on the bike and finish off with a sub 110 if he wants to challenge for the win here, because we know Christian Blumenfeld, who's hovering about 25 to 30 seconds back now, looking at our timing data. So actually up to 48 seconds now as we get a look at one athlete who's had an off into the road here.
Can't quite see the number with the light. Oh, I know that is Brock Hole from Canada. He's not had much luck. Hopefully he's all right. Well, it looks like that might be it for his day. He's a great swimmer. He was 4th out the water last year, but unfortunately was a DNF. So I'm sure was hoping for a better race. So we hope Brock is okay, but looks like he might have come off the road as we're back with our leading men, Jonas Schomburg, Taylor Knibb leading the women's race. The men are through 11k. The women are Taylor's through 6k on the bike. We are well and truly underway at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. 11k's in to the bike for the men, 6k in for the women. Lots of racing still to come.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And today's coverage of the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination, experience Oman. And by Roka, find faster with Roka. I'm Laura Siddall here with Craig Alexander in studio with me, and Mirinda Carfrae is down on course to bring you all the action from the race today. We are on the bike course. The women leader, Taylor Knibb, no surprise, is 6k through. You can see the leaderboard now on screen. Taylor Knibb, as we said, no surprise to be in the lead. She has 13 seconds, slowly creeping away from Marta Sanchez, Kirsten Casper, Victoria Lopez. There was a group of 5 of them out the swim. The interesting news that Solveig Løvseth was about 3 minutes back, and Paula Findlay now 4 minutes 25 back at the early stages on the bike. And Taylor doing Taylor things, Crowe, and just, riding herself away at the front of the race.
Yeah, Taylor looks great this early stage. It was interesting to watch Løvseth go through that little technical section at the start of the bike course coming out of the harbour precinct, as we had a look here of our first look close up of Rudy von Berg, one of our top US athletes, and just an athlete who's been so consistent, Sids, for 5 or 6 years, maybe more. I mean, he's had podium finishes at 70.3 Worlds in Nice in 2019. Of course, that incredible third place finish in Kona a couple of years ago. He's won regional championships, finished second here last year, and I think Rudy will be really wanting to do more than just get on the podium. He'll want to step up to the top step. And he's currently sitting close to the front of the race. He's not too far back, about a minute back, in good company as we get another look close up of Jonas Schomburg, who's just, again, slowly easing away. Bad news for Brock, who we just saw. Looked like he had a pretty heavy crash there. He was sitting in third spot after a great swim, so not an ideal ending to his race. But Schomburg just sitting on the front here, putting the power down. He got through that technical section at the start. And it's when I say technical section, it's more technical than the rest of the course. It's not super technical, but it's still an area of this bike course that a really proficient cyclist can make up time. And we saw Taylor get through there really well. And when we flash back to Solveig, she was just pushing a bigger gear, which means you don't get on the power as quickly out of some of these corners. And we saw her deficit from the swim go from 2 to 3 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Taylor's, she's just getting off the front of the race. I mean, we're still early days, as now we get a look at one of our big favourites for today, Christian Blumenfeld, coming off that just incredible victory in Geelong. 6 days ago, Sid? 6 days ago, he ran a 66.39 and then trans-Pacific flight, and here he is.
And that was, 3 weeks or 2 weeks after Ironman New Zealand. And I know he didn't have the race he wanted in New Zealand, but he still ran the marathon and completed the whole race. So just a ridiculous athlete, Blumenfeld. He's also got Texas coming up in 3 weeks. So a crazy start to the year, and interested just to see how that travel has affected his legs. I know you do gain back some time flying this way from Australia to the US, and he was sort of trying to work out that in terms of recovery time and where his legs felt. But yeah, interesting to see Christian. I think he was only about a minute down from the lead at that point. And I mean, talking about Ironman New Zealand, which was a few weeks ago. It was the kickoff to our Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. So the Ansco Foods Ironman New Zealand is a race steeped in history, culture and raw natural beauty, where you're supported by the community of Taupo from the moment you arrive, and I can certainly vouch for that. Experience the magic of racing in Taupo, host of the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championships, and as we said, the 2026 Experience Oman Pro Series. You'll swim in the crystal clear waters of Lake Taupo, ride through the rolling green countryside and run along the lake edge with views of the mountains and the warmth of the community cheering you every step of the way. Entries for the 2027 event are open now, so enter fast to secure your place on the start line. Go to ironman.com or scan the QR code that you can see at the bottom of the screen. I love that race in New Zealand. I can definitely recommend, if you get the opportunity to get yourself down to Taupo, it really is a community that embraces the Ironman race, 70.3 and the full distance. And it is just a stunning place to race. And obviously Taylor Knibb had a great race there in 2024, winning the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. Corey, tell us a little bit, we had some fog at the start of the day. We're seeing that now starting to lift. How might that kind of change some of the racing, or what the athletes might need to think about?
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful conditions by the looks of things. I mean, even when the sun comes out here, it will get warmer in the run for these athletes. I think it's really ideal racing conditions. Now I expect really fast bike splits. There's not a lot of wind as we see them on this road heading north towards San Clemente. We're at about 40 kilometres. I'll take that right-hand turn and head east into Camp Pendleton. One of the unique aspects of this race is the athletes ride on an active military base. So very cool experience for those who have done it, as we see Solveig here, and she's hovering around 3 minutes back. You know, Taylor's just, just slowly easing away off the front of the race. Looks good. Looks really good. Looks like she's sort of not under any pressure. Just on a pacing schedule. Looks like we've got Sif Bendix Madsen here too. So that's a good little power group. They're around 3 minutes 5 to 3:08 back off Taylor. So holding for the moment. Both these athletes noted for their power on the bike and their prowess on the bike. So this is a good group. Solveig's in good company here. We saw.
Yeah, she is. It was interesting. I was talking to Sif in the week, and she had a bit of a rough year last year with injury, but she's excited for this year. We know she's great on the bike, and actually one thing she said was she knows it's probably not going to happen today, but she really hopes one day she gets to swim with Taylor Knibb, because she really wants to bike with Taylor Knibb and just to try and hang on the back and feel what it feels like to bike at Taylor's power. I know Sif, she's a strong rider, so I think she needs to give herself some credit for the power that she can put down. But I know she was excited at some point in her career to have that opportunity to ride with Taylor Knibb. As we are back to the men, that's Jason West on screen now, one of our American favorites, one of the fastest runners in the field. He is sitting a little bit further back out of the water, but looks like he's in a really good position on the bike and definitely working hard. Whereas he's about 1 minute back, just over 1 minute back off the lead as the men go through 20K. Is that what you're seeing, Crowe?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And let's go back through the field here, the men's field. We've got Jonas on the front. We've got Josh Lewis in second, Voldemir Solok in third. They're just under 30 seconds back. Ben Canute, two-time winner of this race, he's up there as well. We mentioned Cam Worth's great swim. Cam seems to have lost a little bit of time, not a lot, but he's riding. He's in that group with sort of Justin Reale, Jason West, and Rudy von Berg. So there's plenty of power back there. And I mean, Jason West is an athlete we know. He's one of the best runners in this field. Regularly runs under 110 for the half marathon off the back of a half Ironman performance. So he's definitely in a great position right now as we see that lead car needs to scoot ahead a little bit, get out of Jonas's way. And Justin Reale here on screen, he's certainly one of the athletes to watch. I think he's in a great position right now. He's about a minute back. Last year we saw him get to the front of the race and post the fastest bike split, about 40 seconds outside of Lionel Sanders' bike course record. It's very hard to compare year to year. Conditions are always changing, as we see Mark Dubrick making the pass on Justin Reale. And I think, Sid's this 20-metre draft zone will make the passing, when the pace settles 10, 15 kilometres into the race on the bike, it just makes passing a little more manageable. You don't have that really surgy effort and have to spike your power and your heart rate. And I think that the 20-metre draft zone, we saw it work well in Geelong last week. We saw Christian Blumenfeld sort of drift off the back of the lead group, but didn't get dropped by any stretch and rode to his own numbers and then unleashed one of his best ever runs. So I think one thing that's sort of been lost in this move to the 20-metre draft zone is I think we'll see good run splits. I think we'll see people riding to their own numbers, and which means we'll lead them to their best half marathon performance in these races. But time will tell. Justin Reale having a great race so far.
Crowe, just explain that a little bit more. So obviously with the 20 metres, there is, in theory, less draft effect. So the athletes are having to put out more power individually than perhaps what they were when it was the 12 metre. So hence, when they go to overtake, they're not having to spike as much to get past. Whereas in comparison to when it was 12 metres, they're probably saving some watts, but the power spike to get past and overtake was a lot more, so you're getting that variance. Is that what you kind of mean with seeing the 20-metre draft might still play into better run times?
Absolutely. As we switch back to the lead of the women's race here in Taylor Knibb, I think it'll create more separation on the bike, but it'll mean each athlete rides to their own power and their own sort of pacing strategy, which in the end will lead to better run splits. So I think it will serve its purpose. We'll get separation. The back half of the rides will see the stronger riders ride away. But any athlete who keeps that effort as steady as possible and rides right to their pacing strategy will still access their full run potential. So I think we'll see a lot of moves late in the bike, just gaps opening up a little bit, but great run splits. So I think it'll lead to exciting racing in the back end of the races. Let's see. That's my theory anyway. I think we saw it with Christian. He lost the lead last week but wasn't out of the race. As we flash back to Solveig Løvseth, who's still just really right around that 3 minute, 3:08 back. So holding strong for the minute on Taylor Knibb and still with Sif Bendix Madsen. And you talked about Sif's season last year. Was interrupted with injury, but finished well with an 11th at the World Championships in Marbella. So I think she'll be looking to use that as a platform into 2026 for much more consistent results. And interesting the difference between, when we're looking at Taylor as opposed to Solveig Løvseth, just the slight difference in cadence. And again, there's no right or wrong. Every athlete has their own sweet spot. They do their testing. They know what sort of cadence and heart rate leads to the best sort of and most efficient output of power for the longest period of time. As we get our first quad box of the day.
Look at that view of all of those. Crow, were you a high cadence rider or low cadence? What was your preference?
Yeah, I changed throughout my career. I think I started short course much lower when I stepped up to Ironman racing in the 90s, and then towards the end of my Ironman career, high 80s. So like most athletes, I played around with it as we see Sam Long. And Sam's having a great race. I mean, Sam, he's got some really good, strong bikers, but he's about 1:25 back. So he's made up a little time to the front of the race, and he's with Cam Worth, just off the back of Rudy von Berg. Jonas Hoffman's in that group as well, Jackson Laundry. So, yes, Sam's, with his bike run combination, if he's anywhere near a minute to the front of this race when they come off the bike, he's certainly an athlete we're going to keep eyes on. And he's got Justin Reali just up the road as well. And we talked about Justin a minute ago with his biking prowess, as we saw Sif Bendix Madsen there. And now we are back with Taylor as she rides back into the mist.
And I know Sam was definitely one of those athletes that was excited for the 20-meter drafting rule here in Oceanside and felt that was really going to play to his strengths as we saw him flying, overtaking and in that good group. And as you said, back with Taylor, who doesn't really need to worry about the 20-meter drafting, leading the front of the race. And I mean, you said like the Solveig, that gap is sort of hovering around that 3.5 minutes. I probably don't expect that gap to change until we hit the more significant hills and climbs at that sort of 30-mile part in the race, because I think that's when this bike course really plays into Taylor's strengths on the hills. So I think that's where we might start to see some of those gaps back to the likes of Løvseth and Sif maybe start to increase, and maybe that's when Taylor starts to make her moves.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the back half of this course, we'll see Taylor just vapor trail off into the distance. And we're getting word from the course here, Sids, that our number one bib female, Paula Findlay, has unfortunately DNF'd. So we'll look for those reports to be confirmed. That'll be terribly unfortunate. It was very un-Paula-like to be so far back out of the swim. So yeah, not the day she was hoping for.
Yeah, and I did hear, it's unfortunate, obviously we always want the athletes to have their best races, and it would have been fantastic. Paula is such a great athlete. But I did hear sort of before the race, she has had a bit of injury off the back of last year. I think she was originally planning to race Texas. I think she might have shifted that to further on in the year. So maybe she just, unfortunately with that swim wasn't feeling quite up to speed or up to herself today. And so, made the decision, unfortunately, a DNF for Paula Findlay, our 2025 champion here at Oceanside. But we hope everything is all right with Paula and she feels okay.
Yes, best wishes to Paula for the rest of her season. We got to look at Ben Canute back then, our first close-up look, a two-time champion on this course, a man who also has had 2 second-place finishes at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. And now we're back with Victoria Lopez. So back with our women's race, and Victoria is still holding strong in 5th place, in the top, losing time to Taylor, but still in the top 5. So I think the second half of this bike course in the hills will suit Victoria a little more. Yeah, Ben Canute, I saw him rocking the Top Gun jacket earlier this week, channeling his inner Maverick or Goose for, of course, a famous landmark on the run course here is the Top Gun house, for our movie aficionados out there watching about mile 2 on the run course, the famous house from the original Top Gun movie, and I think Ben Canute thinks he's Maverick.
I've been trying to work out how I could get in as many Top Gun references into the broadcast as possible, but I don't feel as confident on that. And I was wondering where the Top Gun house was, so thank you, Crow, for saying that. But yeah, Ben Canute he's very much our Top Gun guru with the jacket and all the movie lines and references. As we had those views back of Taylor Knibb leading our women's race. She's now stretched out. She's sort of 90 seconds lead over Marta Sanchez in second, Victoria Lopez, Kirsten Casper, and Aubrey Merle about 3 minutes back. That's the women on our course, and our male leader Jonas Schomburg. He has a 30 seconds or 27 seconds over Josh Lewis, and the rest of the field 45 seconds back to Ben Canute, our Top Gun Maverick. In fact, I think Jason West's new son is called Maverick. I think I read that, so I was thinking the Top Gun references are coming all the way through the program.
Yes, they're alive and well. And as we flash back to Jonas Schomburg, and he certainly feels the need for speed here today. Sorry, I apologise. No more Top Gun references. But he looks great, Jonas. But yeah, just looking back at Sam Long, inching his way up through the field, 1:05 back now with Christian and Gustav, Antonio Benito Lopez with them as well, Cam Worth, Jan Stratman, Justin Reale. That's a really powerful group. They're just slowly taking time out of the front of the race.
So we've talked a lot about Jonas Schomburg at the front of the race, and we have our Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration, which is our race week series taking you behind the scenes with the Top Gun pros. And we caught up with Jonas earlier this week to talk about his racing and what it means when he races from the front. So let's see what Jonas had to say.
I think I'm going to go. I'm always racing from the front. I love racing from the front, and then I have my best races. So I think I'm going to stick to the plan. Probably not a surprise to the Norwegians, but this is how I race, and I think it's going to work out tomorrow.
Okay, yep, just that soundbite from Jonas, very confident with his racing from the front, and hopefully, being the one to upset the Norwegians, Crowy.
Yeah, well, it's a good tactic for him. He's racing to his strengths. He's known as a swim biker, but when we pigeonhole an athlete like that, let's not neglect his run. I mean, he did finish in 6th place in Nice last year at the Ironman World Championships, and in 4th place at the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Marbella. So, and like you mentioned, the off season's the time that these athletes work on little aspects of their racing, and I'm sure Jonas had a bit of a run focus in his off season. As we look at the poetry in motion of Taylor Knibb on a bicycle, just looking calm, relaxed, powerful. It's almost a paradox, so much power, but relaxed at speed. And, we're getting word again from some of our timing data gurus that she's tracking about 48 seconds behind her bike course record, which was a 2:18, and a record that she shares with Danny Reef. So we'll keep an eye on that. Very still early stages in this race, very early in the race. So, but yeah, the way these gaps are growing back to Marta Sanchez now 1:46 back, Audrey Merle 3:03, Victoria Lopez 3:10, Kirsten Casper 3:12. It's a pattern that we've seen before, Sids. And I mean, it's still early in the race, and we're not going to put the cue in the rack just yet, but it's a pattern that we've seen unfold, and it's got a bit of a sense of deja vu about it.
I'm going to throw it out to Rini, who already put it out there that she thinks Taylor's going to win this by a mile, and you know, we did see back in the last time Taylor raced, she did put sort of 10 minutes into the field, and then was able to have that buffer on the run. I think Taylor is such a student of the sport, and she knows everything about the other athletes, everything about her performance. She'll be very aware, I think, of that bike course record that she holds with Daniela Ryf, that 2:18, and so she probably knows that she might be a few seconds behind. But we have a soundbite from Taylor about the bike, so let's have a look at that now.
I don't know what it takes to do well here, but I'm very excited about the bike course. It's really challenging. The bike course record is 2:18 flat. I tied Daniela Ryf's bike course in 2024 record. So hopefully that's definitely in the back of my mind. I don't know how I'm going to do it exactly though. So like it's really cold coming out of the water, which I don't know if we'll have this year. So you're like really cold heading onto the bike, and I feel like that just like I generate more power just to like try to get warm. And then it really sneaks up on you, like from my recollection, the last like 10 to 20K is really hard because you kind of like, you climb a lot, it's really hard, you descend, and then you come back and it's like straight into this headwind off the ocean, and so you just like are ready to get off your bike. I remember just being ready to get off my bike, and it's still a long way, so.
I love what Taylor has to say whenever she speaks about her race, and I just also love, and it came across in the press conference pre-race, just her joy and passion and excitement for racing. She just loves to race, and she's picking races throughout the year that excite her, that inspire her. They're in interesting locations, obviously going to the Gold Coast last weekend. Now this is a race that she loves to race. I know she's spoken about this course and how tough it is for an early season course, and that she sort of deems it as good a course as a 70.3 World Championships, and that she'd love to see it at the back end of the year. And I think we got there sort of her talking about the difficult or how hard the bike course is and when you are in that early season. But I mean, she's just, yeah, I just love watching her. She looks, as you said, sort of looks so good on the bike, so in control, so smooth, and she's putting down a ridiculous amount of power and making it look easy. So we have our leader, Taylor Knibb. As always, we see her chatting to the camera. She's in the lead as the women are through 21 kilometers on the bike course, our Zoot bike course here in Oceanside. And she has extending her lead 1 minute 46 so far over the rest of the pro women's field.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And by Zoot. Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed and performance since 1983.
I'm Craig Alexander with Laura Sedal, and you're watching a live broadcast of the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN 70.3 Oceanside. It's race number 3 of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, and Sids, we rejoin the race with our women's leader, Taylor Knibb, as we see her ride through all the great volunteers out on course, one of the many aid stations, and she doesn't want a bar of what they're handing out on course. I think she's obviously early in the race, she's got all her own nutrition on board, the carbohydrates and the electrolytes that she trains with. I'm sure that's what she's carrying in her bottles. So most of these athletes have their own preference with their nutrition, and Taylor, yeah, she didn't waste any time. She just got through that aid station pretty quickly and straight back to work.
Yeah, that's right. I think she used that opportunity going through the aid station to make sure, to remind herself that she needs to eat and drink while she didn't take anything from the volunteers. But yeah, a good reminder that whilst the conditions look cooler and fast for racing, there's a lot of humidity about that. And as soon as that sun burns through the fog, it's going to be pretty hot out there. As we see Sam Long on screen, that impressive bike and kit of his, the Zoot kit, and he has come to make a statement here. This is a race that has got away from him in the past. He's been on the podium, but he is very determined to be at the front of the race today. And he has currently, I believe, moved up to 3rd place, and now sitting 59 seconds behind Jonas Schomburg. As we are also going to look at, sorry, Pro, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but we also have on screen our AG1 supplemental stat of Sam Long. So he's currently going at 27.55 miles per hour. That's the average speed at the last split. You can see the bar along the bottom of the screen. This is at 19.2 kilometers, and 1 hour 22:56 is the current split. So that's our AG1 supplemental stat. Sorry, Crow, to cut you off then.
No, it's all good. Actually, I should apologize. I think I cut you off. But yes, Sam Long on an absolute heater here today. He's the big mover on course. He's come through, had a great swim, was in that first chase pack, has made his way through into a clear 3rd spot. He can see 2nd up the road, and then there's only one man ahead, and that's the man to the left of the screen, Jonas Schomburg, who's pretty much led from the first pedal stroke and was 1st or 2nd the whole swim. So Jonas has been at the front of this race pretty much since the gun went off. As we see Sam, he looked a little distracted back there, Sam. We see him looking back a lot. He was sort of making some sort of hand gestures to the tech official or the cameraman following him on the bike. And yeah, he seems to be looking back, possibly seeing if he's been able to unhinge himself from that group that contains, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, Casper Stornes is in that group as well, Antonio Benito Lopez, Justin Rielli. He's just ridden through that group, and now he's off the front of it and charging hard towards the front of this race.
Yeah, that's right. And this time we do have a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. So as I said, this is our Race Week series, which takes us behind the scenes to chat with the pros. Sam Long being one of those pros that we caught up with earlier this week. So let's have a look and hear from Sam about his expectations of the race.
I think it's going to take more to win this time. I think it's probably going to take setting the course record, I'm thinking, to win.
Welcome to Oceanside.
It's great. We made it. I think it's probably the most competitive field we've seen at Oceanside. I mean, we got 3 of the top 4 from 70.3 Worlds here, plus a whole host of other guys, plus the whole, North American contingent.
Nice.
Good, and you?
Yeah, good.
I'm fired up to try and win this one. And Oceanside's one that's always gotten away from me. And I do think 20 meters is going to help, because 2 times I raced, the 12-meter draft rule was tricky, very tricky on this course, the 12-meter draft rule. And 20 meters might change it. But yeah, it's going to be a fast and furious race, and I'm just, I don't know, exploding with energy, I guess, at the opportunity to come after it, We'll make an attempt at the Pro Series. Yep, it'll be my first year making an attempt at the Pro Series. I've got 5 races lined up, plus I'll probably do just one other non-Pro Series race. I have a tentative schedule, but I also know you have to be flexible when going after it. I will still say with the Pro Series, like my more important thing is to go after wins. Like I'd rather get wins and be, say, 4th in the Pro Series than win the Pro Series, but get all 4th places, hypothetically, say, all year. So the most important to me is to go after wins and to set up a good Kona. My Pro Series schedule is this, and things will change based off what happens here at Oceanside, and then Texas. So those 2 are for sure, and then the plan is to go to Happy Valley, the new North American champs, and then Lake Placid, and then Kona. So, and I've already got Kona qualified, so that one, yeah, it's a good schedule, and then I'll probably do 70.3 Chattanooga as well, just for good vibes. I already ran with Solveig. You guys are the late crew, sleeping in.
And thank you to Sam Long and the fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. If you want to watch more of the AFC episodes on Instagram or at Ironman Tri, and also on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And I think it's interesting for Sam Long this year that it's the first year he's really focused on the Ironman Pro Series. He's already got his slot for Kona for the Ironman World Championships. He's actually turned down his slot for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. So that is not on his agenda for this year's race. He's all about that Pro Series and getting to Kona and hoping that perhaps Oceanside and I think Happy Valley, he mentioned the other 70.3 races, are going to add to that total and give him a fighting chance at the Pro Series title. As we are back with Jonas Schomburg in the lead, that fog hanging around a little bit. We can see that Jonas still in the lead. He's got 30 seconds. Josh Lewis is in second, that 30 seconds. But Sam Long is the one making a move now, 42 seconds back in 3rd place. You can see, as I said, the fog still hanging around for these athletes, but that makes it good conditions for racing and some fast times.
Yeah, I think the fog hanging around is indicative of not a lot of wind. So cooler temperatures, not a lot of wind equals fast biking. As we see Taylor Knibb here, she's still heading north up towards San Clemente at about the 25-mile mark or the 40K mark of this bike course, this Zoot bike course. They take a right-hand turn and head east onto Camp Pendleton, and that's really when the hill starts shortly after that. So it really will be the back half of this course, I think, that suits Taylor. As we look at the splits, it's 2:18 back to Marta Sanchez in second. Andre Merle having a great race, 3:24 back in third. Sif Bendix Madsen, 3:52 back. And Solveig Løvseth, our reigning Ironman world champion, running up the top 5, just under 4 minutes back. So yeah, Taylor's still eking out this lead, and yeah, I definitely just think there's more time in Taylor's legs the back half of this course. She a great climber. She's just a great all-round cyclist, any terrain. Great time trialist on the flat, great climber. So this course really suits her, and we're seeing that here.
Yeah, and she just loves riding a bike. I mean, she just loves everything about this sport. That's why she does it. But she definitely loves riding a bike. And I'm really fascinated. We saw the shots just a minute ago of Jonas Schomburg in the lead of the men's race in that fog, and then the women a little bit further back on the bike course in this beautiful blue sunshine, as we sit with Marta Sanchez, who is second at the moment in the race. Losing, obviously, like we said, that time to Taylor Knibb, but still having a strong race. And Marta Sanchez is one of, again, a strong cyclist in that very distinctive giraffe painted a bike and race kit. She had some of the fastest bike splits, I think, at Ironman Lake Placid last year. Slightly disappointed year. She ended up with some injuries at the back of last year, but hopefully this year is in a good position, currently sitting in second. And as I said that, with the blue sky, now Taylor is reaching the same stage as the men and heading back into that fog.
Yeah, still a little bit of fog on the course, but I think it's going to burn off. I think it's going to be quite warm by the time they get to the run course here today, as we get that nice split screen. Our women's leader, Taylor Knibb, on the left, and the woman in second place on the road from Spain, Marta Sanchez, looking great.
It almost looks like two different races. It's because Taylor's in a place where it's quite grey with the fog, and Marta's got sort of blue sky and sunshine, and yet they're only, 2.5 minutes apart. But yeah, it's really great to get the split box views of our racing today.
Yeah, Marta's having a great race. As you said, she's a noted cyclist on the Ironman Pro Series. She's had some great bike splits. As we're getting our splits up on the screen here for the men's race and the women's race, Taylor just looks comfortable. She's 2:36 up the road, which is the best part of a kilometre or maybe half a mile ahead of Marta on the road. So slightly different environmental conditions, no sunlight for Taylor, but I think we're just going to see this sort of fog hanging around the bike course until it heats up a bit later in the day. What kind of lead at this stage, Sids? I'll pose the question.
I know what you're going to do.
It's hovering around 2:36. What kind of lead do you think Taylor might have coming off the bike today? What should we be looking for?
Well, if I'm saying it's a 2:36 now at about a third of the way through the bike, so I'm going to say it's going to be plus 7 minutes at least, and I reckon it's going to be near to that 10. However, having said that, as we saw, Solveig and Sith are moving through, but they are like 4 minutes back. So yeah, I'm gonna stick to that plus 7 minutes, maybe nearing that 10 minutes again. What about you, Crowe? What's your thoughts? I'll throw it back on you.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be around that mark. I think the back half of this course suits her, so it might even be larger than that, as we can see our men's race up on screen now. Now we're getting word from out on the course that Justin Rielli has had a bike crash and he's out of the race. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's never good to hear, never good news. The man who had set the quickest bike split here last year and let off the bike. So we'll keep you updated on that. And just some stats on Sam. His average deficit coming out of the swim in 70.3s is 2 minutes 59 seconds. Today he was 2 minutes back, so a minute improvement. And that's just a better platform or a better launching pad for Sam's racing with his bike run strength. As we see him moving up towards second place here, Josh Lewis, he really is on a heater today, Sam. I know he's just come off a training camp with Team Zoot in Kona. He was doing a bit of course reconnaissance for the Ironman World Championships later in the year. And the word on the street is that the man knows his way around a breakfast buffet. He was polishing off 6 to 12 donuts every breakfast sitting, so maybe that's what's powering his ride today.
Did you happen to be there as well, Crowe? Is that the word on the street? Is it an eyewitness view? Was that? Or were you alongside him by the donuts?
You know me, Sids, I don't mind a breakfast buffet myself, but I'm going to throw Sam right under the bus here. He was on another level as we see him coming right up on Josh Lewis. And Josh Lewis is having a great race. I mean, it's so good to see athletes who we've seen in the results just really get to the front of races, and particularly races that have world champion podium finishes. And I mean, this is a very high level of racing here, and Josh Lewis has embedded himself. You know, we're almost halfway into the bike, and he's still holding down second spot behind this man, Jonas Schomburg, who continues to lead, but we see that lead slowly being eroded by Sam Long, who seems to have successfully got through that group, the Ben Canute, Gustav Eden, Cam Worth group. Casper Stornes is in there as well, and Christian Blumenfeld sort of drifting back to about 1:30, which was a deficit we saw him have coming off the bike last week at Ironman 70.3 Geelong. So there'll certainly be no panic stations for Christian. He'll be just riding to his numbers. But yeah, great to see Sam Long up the front mixing it up.
So I'm going to throw this one back to you now then. So we talked about what lead Taylor might have. How much lead do you think Schomburg or Sam Long will want over the likes of a Christian Blumenfeld?
I'm almost scared to say. Look, Christian ran a 1:07.19 here last year, which is the current course record. As we get another look at Taylor Knibb, still at 2:36 up on Marta Sanchez. We saw he's in 106 shape. He ran a 106.36 last week on a course that is not flat by any stretch. So I think Sam can run a 108 to 109 though. So he may need a minute. He may need a minute if Christian brings those running chops to the race today.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Crowe. And on screen now, along the bottom of the screen, we have our AG1 supplemental stats for our female pro. So this is at 19.2 kilometers or 11.9 miles on the bike. Taylor Knibb, bib number 2, and she is currently, or the average speed at the last split was 24.9 miles per hour, and 1 hour 28.23 is the estimated clock at the next split. So that's our AG1 supplemental stats for the bike for Taylor Knibb, as she's out in the lead again, sort of 2.5 minutes. I think that gap might have grown when we go over the next tracker. We get our split box again to Marta Sanchez, who is in second, 2:36 down, just as they navigate this tricky narrow bike path section. Taylor now out of that onto the road. It's, as you said, it's not a hugely technical course, but there are certain segments like that that just need your wits about you to some extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with Taylor's cadence, she's able to get up to speed and power quickly. Not a highly technical course, but some corners, as you'd expect. And she's made that right-hand turn at San Clemente now at about the 40-kilometre mark, and she's heading east onto Camp Pendleton. And we see Marta Sanchez on the right, still heading north. So she's probably 2 to 2.5 minutes away from making that turn. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, look, we talked about Taylor Knibb wondering if she knew the bike course record. Well, of course she did, and she's probably been dreaming about it for a week now and visualising every segment of this course, because she's meticulous in her preparation, attention to detail off the charts, and I'm sure she's got an idea of like the pacing and the different segments of this bike course where she really wants to go after that record.
Yeah, she'll, I know Taylor and her team, obviously her main coach is Dan Lorang, and like you said, Taylor is so detailed in her analysis for the race, her own performance. I'm sure she'll know she'll have studied this bike course she's raced it twice before, so she knows it from that perspective, but she'll have studied it as well to know exactly where she needs to put down power. But interested, and we'll come back to it because we're now back on the men, but I will talk about at some point, we've got Solveig Løvseth, Sif Bendix Magnussen. They're almost caught up to third place, which is the French athlete Audrey Merle, who is quite an interesting athlete to talk about, so hopefully we'll see them later on. But we are back with Jonas Schomburg. Looks like he's grinding up one of those hills now into the fog, or still in the fog in Camp Pendleton. And there we are, Josh in second place still, I think.
Yeah, Josh Lewis, very interesting. He's slid under the radar a little bit, but does have a 5th place finish at the World Championships to his credit from 2023 in Lahti, Finland. So, yeah, he's having a great race as they hit this first climb of note on the course at about 50 kilometres. It's about an 8.5% gradient, as we see both men here in this split screen, Schomburg on the left and Lewis on the right, out of the saddle, almost muscling up this climb. It'd be interesting to contrast this to Taylor. I'm sure she'll take these in the saddle with a slightly higher cadence, but we'll keep an eye on that as we watch. Jonas he's just a powerful man on the bike, and he's getting up this climb. It's about a 1K climb, so he's almost going to crest it shortly. And no doubt at some point he'll have a little sneak peek back, and you'll see very closely coming up, looming large in his rearview mirror, Sam Long and Josh Lewis.
That's right, yeah. And like I said, it's only a short climb this, but at that 8%, it's a pretty significant. There we go. As we get a view back on the other screen, that was Josh Lewis, who is in third, but we can see queuing up behind him the likes of Gusten Even, Ben Knut, Cameron Worth, Henry Rappo as well. So they are queuing up now, those male pros having caught up with Josh Lewis. And like you said, Josh, he has had that 5th place finish, but he's sort of struggled the last couple of years with finding that form again. and a little bit of injury. He started the year strong in Dallas with a strong swim and bike. Run wasn't quite there, but I mean, great to see him still at the front of the bike. But I think probably going to get swallowed up now into this chase pack of men.
Yeah, interesting. Cam Worth, he's having a great race, Cam. This was the point in the race last year, you might remember, where his aero bar came loose.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And then shortly after that, he had more misadventure because there used to be a speed limited section on the course, which has now been removed. It's still a no pass zone, but it's been repaved and rerouted, so much safer for the athletes. As we see KB zoom past, still tucked nicely into this group. But yeah, Cam Worth fell foul of the speed trap last year, but having a great race this year, tucked in nicely with Ben Canute, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, Henry Rappo, Casper Stornes still in there as well. So this is really a powerful group. Jackson Laundrie in that group, Mark DeBrick still in there, Sam Appleton, just sort of still in the race off the back of this main chase group. So yeah, still not a lot of separation in the men's race here, Sids. That's a big group that's still very, very close to the front of this race.
That's it. We've got sort of positions from 3rd to 18th, I think, in this chase group, with Rudy Romberg and Jason West at the back as well. So yeah, some definite firepower and running legs in that chase pack. As we go back to our 3rd and 4th placed females, so Solveig Løvseth, our Ironman world champion from 2025, and sitting at that 20 meters behind her, Sif Bendix Madsen. So they're still sitting about just under 4 minutes back from Taylor. So she's not getting huge amounts away from them, but just slowly chipping away a few seconds each time. But these two make a good pairing on the bike, and they are moving themselves through the field now, sitting in 3rd and 4th. And we can see they just passed Audrey Merle, the French athlete coming up from ITU. You can just see her right at the back of that screen behind Sif. So yeah, these girls are pushing hard, but not making huge indents into Taylor's lead at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like most of the other women are losing time to Taylor, but Solveig and Sif are holding strong somewhere in that range of 3:45 back to 4 minutes. So I mean, Solveig's noted for her cycling. We saw her in the 70.3 race in Gisolo last year. We saw her bike strength as that mist descends again onto the race course. And also in Kona, her ride last year at the World Championships was just incredible. I mean, she biked through and off the front of the main chase group, chasing this woman on screen and Lucy Charles Barclay, who were up the road in Kona last year. But Solveig timed her run to perfection and really set up her race win there on the bike.
Yeah, that's right. And I was just looking further down the field as well to see where the likes of sort of Kirsten Casper sitting about 5 minutes back, and Jackie Herring at 6:30, and Amelie Kretz 6:31, and Grace Tech, who had that fantastic race in Geelong last week, is 8 minutes back currently from Taylor. And just thinking about it from the Ironman Pro Series, where we know that every second matters, and that, you know, 1 second is 1 point that's knocked off the time from when Taylor, let's say, or the winner crosses. And, you know, Geelong, we had quite a close race in the end, Grace finishing just 30 seconds behind Kat Matthews. But here, potentially, if Taylor does go on to have quite a significant lead off the bike and then run, really doesn't do any favors to the rest of the women who are trying to get valuable points to the Pro Series, right, Crowe?
Yeah, well, that's the game now. You know, with the Ironman Pro Series, it's a race within a race. Every second matters. 2,500 points on the line for the male and female winners today, and then every second you are behind the winner, that's 1 point deducted from that $2,500 total. So this gap's holding strong, and we know Solveig is, I think she can hold Taylor on the run too. So this gap's at around 4 minutes. Let's keep an eye on it, but I think Solveig would be, I'm not going to say happy, but she would be content with where she is right now, and we know she's got her run, which is one of her strengths still to come.
Yeah, they are quite similar on paper, so it'll be interesting to see how they pair up when they get onto the run. And we have one again, our AF A Fighting Chance, presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration, caught up with Solveig Løvseth early in the week, our Ironman 2025 world champion. She's been hanging out with the other Norwegians, so let's find out what Solveig had to say.
Do I watch Friends?
Yeah, have you watched Friends?
I've watched Friends, yes.
Because I've gotten some comments that I run like Phoebe, and I thought that was really fun.
Who said that?
Just people on Instagram, you know.
The internet.
It's fun to read comments. Yeah, it's still weird to hear people say world champion, but it's been a really good off-season. Just at home, I feel like when you travel so much the rest of the year, it's actually nice to just have some downtime at home where you can just actually prioritize more being with friends and family and not just always have the training as well. So I just felt like that was what I needed after a quite busy and crazy year, to just have some time home. My biggest takeaway from last year was just that, first of all, I really like long distance. I really like racing Ironman races, and second of all, just that I feel like for my performances it's actually nice when I don't stress that much about them, and I wasn't stressed all year. I feel like I was just enjoying it a lot, and that's what I'm trying to do this year as well. So now I'm just really excited to be back at the race and just really enjoying being here.
You've raced long course in the U.S. 3 times and won all 3.
Yes, I have.
You ready to win this weekend?
I mean, it would be a shame to lose the streak, so of course I'm going to try to win, but I would definitely say Taylor Knibb is the big favorite for this race. We raced against each other a couple of times in the 70.3s, and I've always been really far behind her. So, I mean, also I'm of course trying to do well in the Pro Series this year, so even if I'm not winning, I hope to not be that far behind. Then I will also be happy with my day, and it's the first race of the year, and I feel like it's a bit hard to know where I'm at, but I'm feeling good in training, and I hope to have a good race. So we'll do everything I can to keep the streak.
What would it take to beat Taylor?
Have a good swim, have a good bike, and have a good run.
Wow.
Oh, media trained, media trained.
At least, I mean, is the correct answer?
At least she has a fighting chance.
Thank you to Solveig. You can always count on the Norwegians to pull out the one-liners. And Solveig is coached by Mikael Eden, but does do a lot of her training with Christian, Casper and Gustav. And I'm really interested, Crowe, to wait for this run now, because I'm not sure where these people think that she runs like Phoebe from Friends, because I've never seen that with Solveig. So I'm interested to watch now. But I do love Solveig, again, similar to Taylor, her energy, she's just loving the sport. She had a fantastic year last year, and she's just coming off that, trying to embrace it still. And I do think, you know, a happy athlete is a fast athlete.
As we flash back up the road to the front of the men's race, we just saw Schomburg on screen there. Sam Long now about 30 seconds behind the lead, and having a good race. That front group is still shaking out around a minute back. Gustav Eden now up into third, Henry Rappo into fourth, Antonio Benito Lopez, the Spanish athlete who we saw have an amazing race in Ironman Texas last year with a second place. He's up the front of the race too. And yeah, no, I mean, what's the saying? Yeah, a happy athlete is a fast athlete. Solveig looks happy. Those Norwegians, man, they just look like they have some fun traveling the world together. It's like they're on a Kentucky World Tour and just breaking it up, breaking their holiday up with a few triathlons here and there.
It does, doesn't it? I thought about that Kentucky World Tour. They do look like they have a lot of fun. There's a lot of, obviously, respect between them. And I always find it interesting, you know, after the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year, where it didn't necessarily come out in Christian's favour, but obviously Casper and Gustav did have great races, and there's that sort of underlying tension and frustration from their own races, but at the same time, so supportive of each other. And if anyone's going to be on the podium, they just want it to be one of them. And maybe we see another clean sweep of the Norwegians today. I'm sure Sam Long, Jonas Schomburg and some of the guys we have on screen now, the likes of Sam Appo we saw, and Ben Canute, and Cam Worth, and Antonio Benito Lopez. I'm sure they'll be having something to say about that as well.
Yeah, as we're getting a great shot panning forward here, we just went past Gustav Eden, who noticeably didn't have sunglasses or a visor on. He was in the lineup behind Casper Stornes, our reigning Ironman world champion. He's looking good in the field too. Those two boys coming off injury, so under a little bit of an injury cloud. I was I'm always taken aback by the honesty of the Norwegians in their interviews as we get up towards the front of this bike group now, as we see Cam Worth. He slowly made his way to the front of this group, and he's having a great race, Cam. He's up there, had a great, probably the best swim of his career. I'm going to call it now. That was the best swim of Cam's career, I think, to be in this company only a minute behind the likes of Schomburg out of the water. That's a great swim for Cam Worth, and faring much better than he did last year. As we see Ben Canute, Ben, if you've watched Ben race over the last 5 years or so, he's having a little chat to the cameraman here. He always positions himself well up the front of the group. He can see what's happening, anyone trying to get off the front. It gives you, it's a good position to be in. It gives you options. So he's sitting second now behind Christian, who for the first time has got on the front of this first chase group. And just so much power, so much firepower in this group. And Sam Long really just went through one at a time and then rode slowly off the front towards the front of the race. It's impressive riding by Sam Long. But yeah, we still are, it's 2/3 of the way, coming up to maybe 3/4 distance of the bike, and such a long way to race. But Sam's having a heater for sure. And he would, if you'd offered him this opportunity to be this close to the front of the race at this point in the bike, I'm sure he would have taken it.
Yeah, I think so. And we're seeing sort of that. We're back with the leader, Jonas Schomburg, also on a flyer at the front of the race. He's got about that 30-second lead at the moment over Sam Long there through 56 kilometres of this bike course. Sorry, apologies to the Americans of the kilometres there. And they've got that 30 seconds gap to that huge chase pack. I feel when we went past Ben Canute and he was having a chat, he was probably just spouting off lines from Top Gun as he sported his moustache and going through the Camp Pendleton. But this guy on screen now, Jonas Schomburg, certainly having a fantastic race. I guess starting the 2026 season in similar fashion to how he raced last year. Very strong swim, flying through T1 and putting himself out in front ahead of the rest on T2. On the bike.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to tease the run course a little bit, the Hoka run course, which is not too far away, probably only 40 minutes away from hitting the run course, I think, Jonas typically runs 110 to 112, depending on the course, as does this man on screen who's in second, Sam Long. And I think both those gentlemen will need to run under 110 today, given who's in the group, about 60 seconds behind Jonas and 30 seconds behind Sam. We've got athletes KB for a start, he's coming off the back of 3 consecutive 107s and then a 106.39. So given he may have a little fatigue in his legs, but what we've seen with KB is that he can shake that off and still deliver his best performances. So the two gentlemen on the front will need to find a couple of minutes, a 90-second to 2-minute PB, I think, if they want to win, and maybe even extend this bike course as we flash back to the women's race here, Sids, and they're making their way up this 8.5% climb. Looks like fun.
Yeah, and this is now all change. In these minor positions. So obviously we know Taylor Knibb is out in front through 45 kilometres, so halfway on the bike course, and she's got a 4-minute lead over the chasers, which now have, I was going to say formed a group of 4, but I think it's more that Sif Bendix Madsen and Solveig Løvseth are actually moving through the field, have just gone past Marta Sanchez, who's been sitting in second up until now, and Audrey Merle, the French athlete, is just sitting on the back. So actually this group of 4, if they join together, could be a pretty powerful group. I'm not sure they're going to take time out of Taylor, but they could certainly distance themselves from the rest of the pro women's field behind them. They've currently got about a minute 20 over the chasers, and that's Grace Alexander, and then further back, Victoria Lopez, Kirsten Casper, Amelie Kretz, and Jackie Herring, which is our top 10. As once again, we get this fantastic split screen with Taylor Knibb, our female leader, on the left, and the chasers on the right-hand side.
Yeah, this is a really critical part of the course. All the climbing, the 4 significant climbs, come between the 50-kilometre mark to the 70-kilometre mark, and it was great that we were able to capture the pass of Solveig Løvseth coming through and overtaking Marta Sanchez to get into second position on the road. And no, I agree, Sids. I think this group now has formed on the road, and whilst they are 20 metres, sitting at 20 metres with the new draft zone, I think it's a good group. They have a chance to distance the athletes behind, as we see Sif, Bendix, Madsen really grinding up over the crest of this hill, out of the saddle there. Extremely low cadence. But each athlete has their own sweet spot with climbing, with time trialing, with the cadence range. There's been trial and error in training, looking at what's the best and most efficient force production. And Sif now on the front of this group, and sitting about 4 minutes back to Taylor.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see out of that group if they stay as a 4. You've got Sif, Bendix, Madsen, Solveig Løvseth, Marta Sanchez, and Audrey Mill. Now, we know Sif's had some problems with her running over the last few years and some injuries. Hopefully she is back on track and has had some consistency when she says. But out of the rest, sort of Audrey, Marta, and Solveig, really interested to see who will come out of that pack as the main runner behind Taylor.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, the third race in the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. I'm Laura Siddall in studio here with Craig Alexander. We have Mirinda Carfrey down on course, bringing you all the action on from today's race. We are currently on screen with our male leader. He has led pretty much from the water, Jonas Schomburg. He's currently got, look at that amazing view as he descends down over the Californian hills. He's got a 30-second lead over Sam Long in second, and then we have a big chase group that sits another 30 seconds back, so a minute off the lead, with the likes of Christian Blumenfeld, Ben Canute, Jonas Hoffman, Cam Worth, who had a fantastic swim, making it into this group, Antonio Benito, Jackson Laundry, Gustav Eden, Casper Stornes, Mark Drubeck, Josh Lewis, Sam Appleton, Jason West, some really big hitters in that group.
Yeah, Jason West is an interesting one, isn't he? He is one of the athletes who regularly runs a sub 110 for the 21.1 kilometres, as we're getting a good little speed check on our leader here, 52, 53 kilometres an hour. That's moving in anyone's language. So for those in the US, it's about 34 miles an hour. That's incredible riding by Schomburg off the front here. And we just got word that, never good news, we mentioned earlier that Justin Rielli had a crash. For all the Justin Rielli fans out there, and we know there's a lot of you, just give you a little update. Apparently he's got a broken collarbone. So, but he's getting the medical attention that he needs right now. So bad news for Justin, who had an incredible race here last year and had the quickest bike split, but not such a happy ending today. So
and
we wish
also
all the best to Justin.
Yeah, also Crowe for Justin. He actually finished his full-time job last week to be a full-time professional. So he's in week 1 of full-time professional athlete. So to have that bike crash now is really, really upsetting and disappointing for him. So we wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Professional sport can be brutal, but beautiful in the same breath. So all the best to Justin as we see Schomburg here. And it looks like that's the big unit. Sam Long, just on the long shot as we pan back, hasn't been able to shut down this last couple of 100 metres up to Schomburg yet. But yeah, he's got the front of the race in sight, Sam Long, so he's in a great position. But yeah, we've got a lot of hungry chasers in that group and a lot of men who have sub 110 half marathons to their credit. I mean, Casper Stornes has a 106.02. That's his fastest. And I mean, records are hard, courses are different. And it's hard to, I guess, normalise run performances, but a 106.02 is incredibly fast. Of course, Christian's got that 106.39 from last year, so and Gustav's well under 110 as well. And again, the Smoky who you mentioned, and not really a Smoky, Jason West, one of the best runners in this field. So this is setting up beautifully for a nice little battle along the Strand in Oceanside.
Yeah, that's right. I'm super excited to wait for that run, but I'm also pretty intrigued to see Sam Long in the background now, just behind Jonas Schomburg, just 5 seconds back. And I do wonder if Jonas knows that Sam's been gaining, if he's been getting any time splits or any information out on course, or whether it's sort of like eyes forward and not too interested in behind, and so whether we'll get a shock or a fright when Sam overtakes him, whether the two are gonna pair up or have a word between the two, or if Sam is just gonna again try and put the hammer down and ride off from Jonas Schomburg as well, like he has on the rest of the athletes.
Yeah, it looks like he's making a big push now. He's shut that gap down from 29 seconds to the last timing data point. He's now only 4 to 5 seconds back. So he's got Schomburg in his sights. Interestingly, you talked about it, Sids. He doesn't look back, Jonas, and I kind of like that. I mean, I think he knows what his race plan is, and he's going to execute his plan regardless of what's going on around him. That probably gives him the best chance of the kind of performance he wants to deliver here today, and he's sticking to his guns out front there. So no doubt he'll see Sam will make that pass shortly. Or maybe he will just sit 20 metres back, who knows? But it looks like they've opened up a slight, well, it's still a minute back, and KB is still the one on the front of that main chase group, that first chase group. He's the one. Perhaps the rest of the boys in that group have looked at him and said, hey, buddy, you're the guy with a 106.39 on the board this year. You get to the front and do some work.
Yeah, I think that's quite a good call by the other guys, because I know Christian won't want to be sitting around and hanging back. So I think for the rest of the guys to go, yep, you go to the front and you can drive the pace, as we see. And it's interesting, Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg. I always remember my athletics coach, so running track days, was always like adamant, you never look over your shoulder, you never look behind you. And again, in triathlon as well, on the run, like, don't look behind you, and they always used to say, only be interested in what is from your ears forward, because that's all you can see and control. And the people who are behind you, they can do whatever they like. Once they pass you, then you can start being interested and paying attention to them. So I have a feeling, Jonas Schomburg is eyes forward until Sam Long makes that move. But he might, as you said, he might just take it. He's made up quite a bit of ground quickly, Sam Long, in coming through the field and closing down that gap to Jonas. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes a minute or two to sit, now they've crested that hill, just to sit behind, get some fuel, get some hydration, just gather himself again before he then potentially goes to make that pass on Jonas, the other athlete on screen, who will have no interest in what's going on behind her either, and she'll be only eyes forward on either the bike course record or T2 or just her qualification for Ironman 70.3 World Championships, is Taylor Knibb, looking as fantastic as ever. I love her bike, I love her kit, she stands out, and she certainly rides that way as well by putting down the power.
Yeah, we're getting some word in from the spotters on the course that Taylor's on track for a 2:21 bike split, so a little outside that course record of 2:18. And shout out to Daniela Reif, 2:18. What was that, 2018? Bike tech's come a long way, so a 2:18 flat nearly 10 years ago. Big shout out to one of the GOATs, Daniela Reif. That's an incredible bike split. So, but yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Taylor's not interested in what's going on around her. She's in her own zone, looks completely relaxed. As we come up to our men's second place biker on the road, Sam Long. Now we're panning back to Christian, making a pass. So this is our first chase group. They're about a minute down. Cam Worth there. Looked like he took his turn on the front. Now Ben Canute coming past. So much power in this group, Sids. Some incredible bike riders. And you mentioned before about, Sam Long coming through this group and then pushing up to Schomburg. I mean, Schomburg's putting out massive power. So maybe Sam will be content just to sit at that 20 metres for a while. And if he's got any juice left in the legs, he'll know he needs a sub-10 run, though, Sam Long. So I think that'll be in the back of his mind too as we see Gustav Eden. He's been to the Ben Canute school of facial hair grooming. They're rocking the mo. Maybe that's another reference to Top Gun. Goose always had a mo, so maybe that's why Gustav's had a mo for a long time. So I don't know if that's a fashion statement. This group still hanging in there.
A Norwegian fashion statement, baby.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe they're after a Razor sponsorship, who knows. But this second group on the road, KB, Worth, Eden, Benito Lopez, Canute, Sam Appleton, who's no stranger to winning races. He's won 20 70.3s in his career. He's in the group. Casper Stornes, Jackson Laundry, the course record holder here, Jackson in that group. Jonas Hoffmann, a great runner from Germany, in that group. Jan Stratman, third place at the 70.3 Worlds in Lahti, Finland 3 years ago. He's in the group. Mark de Brick's still in there. Josh Lewis. So that's a big group. Henry Repo also in that group, but we got word that he's got a drafting penalty to serve at the next penalty tent. So that'll add 2 minutes onto his time. But yeah, this front chase group, it's sort of held solid around 10 to 12 athletes.
Yeah, as we're just getting a quick view of one of our pros pulled off to the side, but it looks like maybe just a quick mechanical, and he's back up and running as we go past Sam Appo. I was interesting you said as well, like Daniela Reif's record of 2 hours 18 back from 2019, but the bike course record, if I'm right, is Lionel Sanders, which is 2:04:46, and that was back from 2015. So over 11 years ago. So like you said, with the riders we have and the technology and the improvement in the aerodynamics of the bikes, I mean, we know Lionel was and is still a fantastic rider, but that was an impressive bike split from him back in 2015.
Yeah, and what a show he put on for us last year at this race. There was some fireworks in the run, and yeah, shout out to the Lion, who may or may not be watching, but yeah, a bike split from 2015 on the bike tech back then. It just shows the raw power of Lionel and the level that he's had for a decade or more now. I mean, incredible longevity. As we get a look back to the women's first chase pack, and we see Sif Bendix Madsen. Looks like she's at the front of this second group. Yeah, so 4:12 down at the last timing split. So, yeah, I mean, they're not losing too much time to Taylor here, Sids. I mean, Sif Bendix Madsen 4:12, down. Looks like they're coming up potentially on some male pros there. Still with Solveig Løvseth. We've also got Marta Sanchez and Audrey Merle still in that group. So that group of 4 holding strong, sticking together in the second half of this bike course.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see out of that 4. I think probably Taylor and Solveig are pretty similar running-wise on paper from, we look at races last year. I'd say Sif, coming off a running injury, I know her running's not quite where she wants it to be yet, but she is in a better place, having had a consistent block of training. But interested to see where the French athlete Merle is going to be. She's come up from the short course racing. She actually had a child last year in 2025, so coming back to racing and long course from that. But she could be a runner that might push these other three when they get to the run.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming from that sort of short course background, and she's having a great race, Audrey Merle. So she's definitely right in the mix. But I agree. I think on paper, and it's a loosely used term, but on paper, Solveig Løvseth, who we're getting a nice side-on view of now, has a similar sort of run pedigree or run form, recent run form to this other woman on the left of screen now, Taylor Knibb, our women's leader. So, yeah, it looks like Taylor's she still looks so relaxed, Sids. I mean, to be honest, she never really looks in too much distress on the bike. Her face is always relaxed. Her upper body, a little bit of movement there, not too much. Just looks really aero, really efficient, and probably getting some feedback on course about what that split is, and it's holding strong at around 4 minutes to 4 minutes 15 seconds now. So we've got our women's leader, Taylor Knibb, on the left, and let's contrast that to our second place on the road, Solveig Løvseth, our reigning Ironman world champion. Of course, a race that Taylor was leading until 2 miles to go, and had that famous meltdown on the Queen K. Right at the bottom of the hill, it goes up to Polani, the top of Polani, and then, I mean, you're literally you can sniff the finish. But that's racing in Kona for you, and Solveig timed it perfectly as we see a male pro making a pass, or someone, maybe it's an age group, one of the leading age group males making their way through the course. But Solveig she's in her rhythm. She looks good, looks like she did. She pushes that slightly bigger gear than Taylor does, lower cadence, and probably only lost 2 minutes to Taylor so far out on the road. It was about a 2 minute deficit out of Ruvi T1, and it's about 4 minutes 12 now. So about a 2 minute loss of time for Solveig on the road to Taylor.
Yeah, and interested in you saying, like, they are pretty similar in terms of paper, and I'm looking very cautiously, again, we say it, on averages of these two, using the PTN website, which does a comparison, which is fantastic, and I can see that Taylor's average over 70.3s is about 1 hour 19, and Solveig is 1 hour 20:21. There's about a 50 seconds difference, so very, very similar, and obviously that's over previous years, and we don't know what form they're in this year. So interesting to see who's got the legs, and we, like you said, that race in Kona was truly epic and heartbreaking, obviously, for Lucy Charles Barkley and then Taylor Knibb, but fantastic result for Solveig, who timed it to perfection, taking that lead. What was it, sort of like 3Ks to go to take that world title. As we head back to the men, heading back into the fog again. So Sam Long still just sitting behind Schomburg, so perhaps he is just taking his time before he makes a pass and getting his breath back before he makes his move into T2.
Yeah, huge ride for Sam Long today so far. 2 minutes down out of the swim, and he's bridged out to the front of the race. He's now second on the road, 25 metres behind Jonas Schomburg, who's been our leader pretty much all day. But yeah, great ride by Sam. As we flash back through the field, we're getting word from out on course that it was Antonio Benito Lopez who had that little mechanical, had some sort of issue, and he had to hop off his bike. As we look at Mark Dubrick here, tucked into this first men's chase pack on the road. and they've looked strong and solid together. Nobody's looked like breaking away. Great side-on shot of Sam Appleton there, who Mr. Versatile, commentary box 1 week, race course the next. Just a prolific 70.3 winner. And here we go, Sids, here we go. We've got Sam Long down in aero position, making the pass on Schomburg, who just took a little break from his aero position. And yes, Jonas, you have company.
Yeah, I think it was fascinating to watch that then. You could clearly see Sam was timing it, and at that opportune moment when Jonas just sat up a bit, took a bit of a break, Sam went down on his aero bars, moved out and put the power down to move past him, and has what looks like now disappearing very quickly into the fog ahead.
Yeah, it was great racecraft and experience by Sam there. Obviously saw Jonas break the aero position and saw that as a good opportunity to make the pass for the lowest energy expenditure possible. So great move by him, as we're back now with, again, the first men's chase pack. And they're out to 1:30 now, Sids. So, you know, the front of the group, the front of the race, Schomburg and Long, 1:30 up over the likes of this man on screen, Ben Canute.
Yeah, and I think it's great that now we have Jonas Schomburg and Sam Long, who potentially can work together and put even more time and distance into this chase pack that now sit 90 seconds back. And like you said, include the likes of Ben Canute, Christian Blumenfeld, Cam Worth is in there, Gustav Eden, Casper Stornes, all the main players, Sam Appleton, Mark Dubick, Jackson Laundry in there. He's got the course record so far. And the guys are through 73 kilometres, so just under 20 kilometres left until they get to T2.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Today's coverage of 70.3 Oceanside is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi. Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience.
I'm Craig Alexander with Laura Sedal, and you're watching the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN 70.3 Oceanside. Race number 3 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And Sids, we're back here with a familiar sight, Taylor Knibb leading a 70.3 race, navigating one of these climbs as they come to the end of their time on Camp Pendleton. She'll be exiting the base probably another 5 to 10 kilometres, but looks like she's extended her lead out to close to 5 minutes now.
Yeah, that's right. So the women are through the 56, or Taylor's just gone through actually 62 kilometres, but at the 56k split, she was 4:46 now extended her lead over that chase group of 4, which includes our 2025 Ironman World Champion Solveig Løvseth, Sif Bendix-Madsen, Audrey Merle, and also Marta Sanchez. And they have a 2-minute gap over Grace Alexander, and further the rest of the field 8 further minutes back, as we get now on screen both our pro leaders in the race. On the left of screen, Sam Long has just moved into the lead, overtaken the long-time leader Jonas Schomburg, and now sits heading up the race. And obviously on the right, as we just said, Taylor Knibb. And again, the contrast of the weather today with the fog, and it looks like we could be looking at 2 completely different races, with grey and fog and cloud on the left, and sunshine and blue skies with Taylor on the right.
Yeah, very interesting contrast. Great conditions for racing. I think very low wind, nice temperatures, and Sam Long, boy, what a ride. What a ride. He talked about in his A Fighting Chance video, potentially the 20-metre draft zone helping him. I'm not sure if that's what's helped him today, but he's bringing great bite legs into this race. And he's in A1 position right now, but he wouldn't be breathing easy just yet, Sids. He's got some of the best triathletes in the history of our sport on the men's side of racing. 1 minute 30 back in that first chase group.
Yeah, that's right. And as we did comparison with Taylor and Solveig on the run, looking at a comparison between Jonas and Sam Long, like, again, very similar on paper on the run, a sort of 1:12.14 average for Jonas and a 1:11.59 for Sam. So Sam just slightly with the edge, but they'll both be very aware of that firepower in the run, the likes of Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Iden, Casper Stornes, and the rest, Jason West, Ben Canute in that pack behind, as we get good views on Solveig Løvseth currently sitting in second, third place, riding with Sif Bendix-Madsen and Audrey Merle, French athlete coming up from ITU, and Marta Sanchez as well. So a little bit of separation actually coming now between that 4 in that chase. We're just seeing those splits slightly stretch out as we go back on to the men's race, and you can see that gap with Sam Long in the lead and Jonas Schomburg in second, and then that gap of 90 seconds back to the chasers.
Great side-on shot there of Casper Stornes, sitting behind his countryman Gustav Iden. They look comfortable. There's a lot of run.
Sorry, do you think that's a choice? Do you think Gustav has lost his visor or glasses, or do you think with the fog and the weather he made a choice not to wear anything?
Yeah, it's a great question. To be honest, I can't remember getting a good visual on him riding out of T1, to see whether he had it on or not. But a lot of the athletes sometimes, because of the visibility and the mist and those sort of aerodynamic visors fogging up, choose to ride without them at this race and in these types of conditions, as we see Gustav really ducking his head low in behind his hands there to maximise his aero on this faster section. Of course, the faster the average speeds, the more aerodynamics becomes important. Casper looks great, looks comfortable, sort of easing off the pedals there a little bit to make sure he doesn't ride into that 20 metres draft zone. They're on a flat, fast section of this course, and big question marks over these two gentlemen, though, Sids, both coming off injury clouds. Casper talked about the Achilles injury he had in January and really only logging 6 hard run sessions. And Gustav had an ankle injury, rolled his ankle. So maybe there's some question marks over there. Their run form at the moment, their run fitness, but we know their pedigree and we know what they're capable of. So certainly not riding them off, as we see Schomburg here content to sit behind Sam and let Sam do all the pace making on the front of the race.
Yeah, and Gustav was chatting pre-race and talking about his ankle injury, and I'm not saying this is a recommended approach to take to anyone listening, but he has taken a fairly aggressive recovery or rehab in terms of starting back running probably earlier than giving his ankle the full chance to heal. So it means he can get run sessions in, but it means the length of time for his ankle injury to recover is going to be longer compared to perhaps if you take more rest, wait for the ankle injury to to rehab and get better itself and then start running, but then you've lacked, or you're further behind on lacking some of those run sessions. So a really interesting approach, whether you take that aggressive approach running when it's not 100%, but then it prolongs the pain or prolongs the recovery from it, or whether you wait, but then you miss out maybe on those run sessions. So Gustav has decided he's taking a slightly more aggressive approach to returning to running, but yeah, like you said, still huge question marks over the run form of Gustav Iden and Casper Stornes. And we are going to look now at one of our races coming up later in the year in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, but also for our age groupers as well and pros. So step into the spirit of the Adirondacks at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Returning July the 19th, set within the iconic Olympic community and framed by the stunning Adirondacks, this athlete favourite course claimed the #1 ranking in the 2025 Athlete's Choice and most recommended Ironman in North America. It was definitely one that was on my bucket list when I was racing, but never got a chance to do. So again, as an Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series stop, you can expect next level excitement and an elite professional field. Registration is moving fast though, so reserve your place on the start line now. Visit ironman.com or scan the QR code on screen. Chloe, did you ever race Placid? I probably should know this.
No, I never did. Never got up there, unfortunately. It looks like an amazing course. As we zoom back to the front of the race here, and Schomburg sitting about 25 metres back of Sam Long. Sam Long is on an absolute heater today. His predicted bike split on this Zoot bike course is a staggering 2:02. 2 hours and 2 minutes is his predicted finish time right now. So that's a good 2 minutes under the existing bike course record held by Lionel Sanders, which you mentioned was set back in 2015. So we have Sam Long, the Zoot sponsored athlete, currently tearing up the Zoot bike course here on Camp Pendleton. A 2:02 on this course is absolutely smoking. And you know what? We got a good side-on view of Jan Stratman just a minute ago, Sids, and he's an athlete who's a little bit under the radar. Of course, he had a bronze medal finish at the 70.3 Worlds in Finland and also a second place finish in Challenge Roth last year. So certainly an athlete who maybe hasn't got the best, most recent form, but an athlete we know can find his way onto the podium.
Yeah, that's right. And so it's really exciting looking at that now, the athletes in that chase pack. And just we're back on Taylor Knibb, but just before going back to Sam, I think, you know, the fact that Lionel Sanders has that course record, and I know Sam and Long and Lionel Sanders have had plenty of battle in the past, so I'm sure Sam Long will be quite happy if he could take down a Lionel Sanders record, as well as obviously he wants to take the win here at Oceanside. Taylor Knibb, we had word that she's just off actually the bike course record that she holds with Daniela Ryf, so a 2:18 dead that was. So I think the current or the latest prediction a couple of minutes ago was that she's about 3 minutes off that course. But having said that, she is still very much in control of this race. She's out in the front. She's led from T1, so she came out of the swim on the feet of Victoria Lopez, who led, so she was in second, but she was out onto the Zoot bike course through the Ruby transition fast, out onto the Zoot bike course in first place, and has never really looked back, now sitting over 5 minutes ahead of the rest of the field as they head through 67 kilometres.
Taylor Knibb still looking amazing. Going through that aid stage, and let's see if she grabs anything, or no, she's still sticking to her own preferred nutrition, which she's carrying with her. So good discipline there. Solveig Løvseth on the right. So we've got first and second here on the road, separated by about 5 minutes. So still a strong ride by Solveig. I mean, I think we would expect, and most astute watchers of the sport would expect Taylor to take time out of everybody on this course. And she's doing that today. So you know, current predicted finish times for the men's and women's, we got a 3:40.14 currently for Sam Long and a 4:09.49 for Taylor Knibb. So it looks like the men could be on pace to tickle that course record held by Jackson Laundry. And at this stage, Taylor, with still some racing to do, is about 3 minutes off her own course record here.
Yeah, and I guess as our pro men and pro women are very close now coming into T2, the men just 6 or 7 kilometers to go. The women, Taylor's through 73 kilometers, so just under 20 kilometers to T2. But interesting to see, we're still seeing a very dominant performance by Taylor, but I do wonder, having raced in the Gold Coast and then that cross world travel last week, and also maybe the fact that she has that 5-minute lead, whether it's just taking the edge off her racing. Having said that as well, it's early season. She doesn't need to be in the best shape now. For her, today is all about qualification for the 70.3 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships. As we said, the men now, Sam Long, Jonas Schomburg sticking to him, sitting behind, are in the final 10 minutes or probably less than that before they come into Ruvi transition and T2.
Yeah, season management, I think, is what you're alluding to. It's very important. I mean, some of these athletes are building up to Ironman Texas, the next round of the Ironman Pro Series, that's in 3 weeks. And Taylor, as you mentioned, did have an incredible race on the Gold Coast down in Australia at the T100 event last week. So as we're here with our men's lead, we've just got Sam Long on the front, Jonas Schomburg second. They've left Camp Pendleton now, the military base. They're on their way back to the Oceanside Harbour Precinct, not far to go. We're only minutes away from them hitting Ruvi T2, and it looks like they've eked that lead out to 2 minutes. 2:04 back to Cam Worth in third, 2:06 to Jan Stratman, Christian Blumenfeld at 2:09, Jackson Laundry 2:10, Ben Canute 2:13, and then the rest of our contenders, Eden Stornes, Jonas Hoffman, Lewis Appleton, in that group as well, although it looks like Lewis and Appleton have slipped maybe 5 to 10 seconds off the back of the group. So, yeah, Sam Long, he's certainly checked one box, job done on the bike today. He's got to the front of the race and created a little bit of separation to some of our faster runners in this field. And, we always talk about predicted times and times on paper. For both these gentlemen, there's no time like the present to set a new half marathon PB. I think the conditions are good. The feelings, the vibe will be good. They're off the front. It's always good emotions, good adrenaline when you're leading a race. And, I think Sam in particular will be desperate to put this title on his resume. And let's see if he's got a 108 or a 109 today.
That's it. And also, these two athletes, they're actually, if you look at them, we've said they're very similar pace-wise on paper. They're actually both probably two of the tallest athletes in the field. They are both very tall triathletes. So running side by side next to each other with a similar, like we said on paper, a best time, it could be really fascinating, and they could really push each other to their own, like I said, their own PBs. They've got that buffer just over 2 minutes to the rest of the field. They're potentially going to need that over the likes of Christian. However, I do think these two can run really well, as long as they almost use each other together over the first half of the race or the early part of the run course, and then when they get to a certain point, sort of say every man for himself, rather than trying to destroy each other early on in the run and not either of them sort of stand a chance. So yeah, really exciting to see as our pro men are very, very close to transition. And our pro women, we have that split screen, Taylor Knibb leading on the right-hand side. And she is almost close as well, probably about just under 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers towards before she gets back to T2.
Yeah, Taylor, just comfortable in familiar territory for her off the front of the race, 5-minute plus buffer. As we see Long and Schomburg navigate these last few little corners before they hit the Harbour Precinct, and we'll see them in Ruvi transition in the not too distant future. And I mean, maths is currently not my strong point, but if Blumenfeld's got good legs and he's on a streak of 107s, then with a 2-minute and 5-second lead, one of these men need to run around 109 or better to hold him off. And I mean, given his most recent form was a 66.39, I know it was only 6 days ago and it was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, but I've made the mistake of riding Christian Blumenfeld off. I did it last week. I thought he would get second or third halfway into the bike. And
I think we
he
all
ended
did.
up just blasting out a PB. Yeah, well, he never ceases to amaze with his race scheduling, with his ability to bounce between distances, with his powers of recovery. He's just setting benchmarks year on year, KB. So, yeah, I think we're going to get some fireworks out on this Hoka run course.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I'm super excited now seeing how the race has developed with these two, our leading men, coming into transition, but also knowing the likes of Christian Blumenfeld sitting at that 2 minutes or just over 2 minutes behind as we get those great aerial shots. And I know, Crowe, you said your maths isn't very good. My maths is hopeless today. I'm struggling to keep up with just the action and where everyone is with this fast racing. But what views down there. The sun is out, the palm trees are there, the beach is there, the California sun as our men's leaders, Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg, navigate round the palm trees, through the long lead-in to transition, where they will rack their bikes and head out on the Hoka run course. So any moment now, a few more zigzags around before they get to that dismount line. And we will know as well whether that run course record has been broken.
Getting some word from out on course, Sids, that Antonio Benito Lopez has been assessed a drafting penalty, so he'll have to serve his 2 minutes in T2 as we see Sam Long, first off the bike, charging into Ruvi T2. What a bike ride, Sam. Great work. Came from 2 minutes down on the leaders out of the swim, and has now has a 2 minute lead over the men's chase group. So incredible riding by Sam, and he's got Jonas Schomburg in tow here.
Yeah, and we can see the Wahoo Element bolt for that first off the bike was Sam Long, and it was 2:02:04. So that's a huge, over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 42 off the previous course record, which was set by Lionel Sanders back in 2015. So Sam Long on an absolute tear today. He had a great swim. He rode through the field, got to the front with about 10 kilometers to go. Caught up with Jonas Schomburg, who had been there. And we are going to go down on the ground to Rinny, who is in transition, to give us the action from transition.
All right, I'm down in transition. Sam Long is out. He was quick through transition. Jonas Schomburg still struggling with sock number 2. He will get that sock on quickly, throw that shoe on, and he'll be out. But Sam Long was super fast through transition. He rolled out Schomburg, probably about 15 seconds behind Sam Long, and I see the rest of the pro men, that pack, 2 minutes back from Sam and Jonas. They are rolling through transition now. They'll dismount at the far end of transition and make their way back in. But we're looking at a 2 minute gap right now from Sam and Jonas to Camworth, Blumenfeld, Stornes, Jackson Laundry, Gustav Eden, Ben Knut. This is a very fast run group. So Sam Long and Jonas out on course, out on the Hoka run course now. And we have that second pack running through now. They have dismounted their bikes at the top end of transition. And they are making their way now to Ruvi T2. We'll see who is quickest on foot at the start of this transition area. It looks like Camworth in the lead here. But we have a big group of men rolling into Ruvi T2 right now. We have Ben Knut first into T2, Jackson Laundry right behind him. We have Camworth with them. Christian Blumenfeld as well into transition now. We have Gustav Eden as well, rolling into transition. Casper Stornes as well. Ben Knut's out Out of transition now. We have the Norwegians front and center here. Shoes on, socks on, not in that order. See Sam Appleton rolling in. Jackson Laundry now, fourth out of transition. Camworth. We have Christian's out as well. Rudy von Berg now rolling into transition. Gustav out as well. And Casper Stornes rolling out of transition. Lewis as well, out on to the Hoka run course. Sam Appleton now. And we have Mark Dubrick and Rudy von Berg. That is the chase pack completed, out onto the Hoka run course. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Rinny. Yeah, thanks for keeping track of all that chaos as it came through that huge chase pack. And what I think was interesting as well was, whilst Sam Long had a 2-minute lead with Jonas Schomburg over the rest of the chase pack, because transition is so long, actually, as Sam Long ran out of transition, he could see the chasers coming in. So he would have got that first look on where they were and how far. Maybe skewed the time a little bit, because he probably wouldn't have registered that it's still 2 minutes. It's quite a long gap as they had to go all the way around transition. But the chasers would have seen Sam and Jonas and where they were. Sam and Jonas got good eyes on that chase pack as we get these amazing views from the drone as all of that run firepower heads out onto our Hoka run course. And Crowy, I've got a question for you. We saw that Jonas lost a few seconds to Sam in transition, struggling to put his socks on. We know that Taylor Knibb is notorious for taking the time in transition 1 to put her socks on. For me, doing a half distance, I wouldn't even bother with socks, and I would also, if I was with someone like Jonas was with Sam, who just want to get out there as quick as possible, put the shoes on. Obviously, it's personal preference. We've got athletes with races coming up. We've had athletes races last weekend or the weekend before that pulled out through blisters. What was your preference on socks, no socks over the half distance, and how you would play it tactically if you were in a tight race?
Yeah, I think it's personal preferences, where I think we're looking at Ben Canute here moving along. It's personal preference. No, that's Jackson Laundry, yeah. Sorry, now that we can see his head. So Jackson Laundry, our current course record holder at 3:44, having a great race. I mean, Jackson's known for his bike strength and his run, so he's close enough to the front to do some damage today. I think the sock question, Sid's, is personal preference. I mean, as we saw when Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg came into transition, Sam had the calf sleeves, but it looks like he opted for the no socks, and he got a 15-second head start. And I think you see the importance of good transitions, you know, when they're running at these speeds, averaging 3:10 per kilometre. I mean, a 3:10 per kilometre is like a 66:30. So at those speeds, making up 10 or 15 seconds is challenging. But the other side of the coin is, yeah, you mentioned Ari Clow a couple of weeks ago at the 70.3 event in Dallas, was about to take the lead and suffered from blisters. So I think first and foremost, you've got to make sure you're comfortable. As we see Christian, he looks, oh my God, he looks as fresh as, I mean, it's incredible to think that he's come off an Ironman and then a 70.3 in quick succession on the other side of the world. And here he is, and he looks amazing. He looks incredible. So let's keep an eye on the early splits here. But this man looks to be the fastest on course early. Can I just say?
Yeah, sorry, go on.
As we see Jason West here, I just want to shout out to Sam Long. Stop it, 2:02.02 on this course. I mean, that speaks to great conditions, but that speaks to phenomenal bike riding as well. So hats off to you, Sam Long.
Yeah, and I think it looked like Christian Blumenfeld, like he did in Geelong, he was running 400-meter reps as he headed out onto the run. As we have our Ruvi T2 transition times, the top 3 fastest men, Ben Canute, 1:37, Henry Rappo, 1:47, and Jason West, 1:49. And actually, having said that Jonas lost a bit of time in Ruvi transition T2, to Sam Long, he's actually taken the lead and now is running back at the head of the race, just a couple of seconds ahead of Sam Long. We have Ben Canute leading the chasers, looked like he was running super well. Christian Blumenfeld, like you said, Crowe, on an absolute tear, looking like he hadn't raced 2 races and travelled across the world. Jason West looked like he was running well, as again, some of our fastest runners in the field.
Yeah, well, Ben Canute with that great transition time has cut the deficit to under 2 minutes, and he's sitting in third. And yeah, Schomburg looks great as he makes that right-hand turn and this little sharp descent down to the beach level and the Strand, where they'll turn left and run along up towards Oceanside Pier. And
Look
he
at those
looks great,
views.
Schomburg. And we sat here and debated the sock gate, but Jonas he hasn't listened to us. He's thrown the socks on and he's still got the lead of this race. So yeah, doing well, Jonas Schomburg, and it's what we expected. Perhaps not at the start of the run, but we know he's an agitator and he's a big disruptor in these races, and he's back into the lead now.
Yeah, that's right, as we get these, and I think the Ironman 7.3 Oceanside course, especially this section where you get the runners on the road, you can see the palm trees, you can see the ocean, you can see the lifeguard towers. It's just iconic California, and we certainly have a run race on our hand with Jonas Schomburg currently leading now, probably about 10 seconds, just over 10 seconds ahead of Sam Long in second, who, like you said, Crowe, a ridiculously fast bike course record, taking down Lionel Sanders' record from 2015. And Ben Canute currently sitting in third with Christian Blumenfeld just behind, and those guys about 2 minutes back. But I'm sure that the time gap is going to come down. But this guy on screen, looking really good at the start of the run, I think is definitely out to prove a point as well today and show that he's got the full package, the swim, bike, and the run, and can take out the win.
Yeah, he looks great, doesn't he? And I mean, again, we pigeonhole athletes. He's always been the full package, but I guess we're splitting hairs when we compare to his run splits to the Christian Blumenfelds and the Casper Stornes of the world, who have run low 106s. And but yeah, Jonas has a great opportunity today. He's off the front of the race. He's 2 minutes to the good over Christian. He's going to be getting splits out on course, and of our 2 early leaders, he certainly looks like he's freed up those hips the quickest, and he's into he seems to have packed his running legs, and he looks good. Sam Long looked good initially, but that last long shot we saw, he looked like his turnover wasn't quite matching that of Schomburg. And of course, again, it really only matters what pace you hold. We slice and dice athletes' technique, and we look at, stride length and cadence and all of those things, but ultimately it's about pace, best sustainable pace, and that's what we'll be looking at as we run past these timing splits.
That's right, as we head back out to the women, so they are still obviously on our Zoot bike course. Taylor Knibb, probably about 6 kilometers to go, just over 3 miles, and she's currently still in the lead. But interestingly, actually, the gap has come down a little bit to Solveig Løvseth and Sif Bendix Madsen, who are sitting in second and third. They were over 5 minutes behind. It was almost 5 minutes 30, but now we see that gap down to under 5 minutes. Still a significant lead, or a decent lead, but definitely they've gained back a little bit of time in the last 10 kilometers or so in the race.
Yeah, no, I think that's significant. Solveig's a great bike rider, and she's shown that typically she gets stronger towards the back end of the 70.3 races that she's raced in. And we have a small sample size. I mean, it was her first season racing the middle distance and longer distance last year. But what we saw of her was she just comes on strong towards the back end of both her 70.3 and her Ironman races. And another great contrasting shot here. Our men's leader, Jonas Schomburg, on the left, and our women's leader, Taylor Knibb, on the right. She's getting close to the harbour precinct, so no doubt we'll be throwing down to Rinny shortly to get a good look and some insights on how Taylor's looking. You mentioned before, Sids, that she had that race in the T100 event last week, so there would be some fatigue in her legs, and athletes are at different trajectories in their season. She's got Ironman Texas in 3 weeks, so no doubt there's been some big miles logged recently, but so far so good for Taylor. She looks great.
That's right. As we are going to have on screen shortly, we're going to look at our Morton Momentum Index for our pro women. And this is the women that have moved up the most number of places through the race. So we can see we've got 3 women on there for the Morton Momentum Index. So Solveig Løvseth, Danielle Lewis and Grace Tech. So Solveig and Danielle Lewis moved up 8 places through the bike, and then Grace Tech moved up 7 places. And we still remember Grace had that great race in Geelong last weekend, so again has done the travel across to this side of the world and actually splits her time between Melbourne in Australia and LA in California, so considers both of these races hometown races. But that was our pro women who have made the biggest number of moves in position up during the bike leg.
Yeah, and if we look, you know, Grace Tech's currently sitting 11.25 back in 8th spot, and Danielle Lewis 12.09 back in 12th spot. So while those deficits look large, I mean, we're looking at a generational talent in Taylor Knibb. And, you know, when the likes of Taylor and Lucy Charles-Barclay, Solveig Løvseth, Kat Matthews, when they race, we see this. We see this big gaps back to, you know, even the top 10. So, you know, Grace and Danielle are having strong, steady days on the bike coming through the field. And we know Grace and Danielle are both great runners. Danielle, I think, had the second quickest run here last year and finished 3rd. So, yeah, I'm sure they're going to make their way even further towards the front of the race once they hit the half marathon, as we see the quad box. And we've got top left, Jonas Schomburg. Bottom left, it looks like Taylor Knibb. Bottom right, it looks like it's Solveig Løvseth or maybe Sif Bendix Madsen. And we're looking at Cam Worth, top right. And Cam, I mean, again, the Renaissance man, rode at the Olympic Games for Australia in Athens, you know, rides on the Pro Tour for Ineos. He's got to be one of the best all-round endurance athletes ever to ascend to the levels of, I mean, I know they're all endurance sports, but, and just as we speak, Jason West makes mockery of what I'm saying because he just flies past. And I mean, you mentioned before, he's one of the best runners in the field. So he's one guy we've certainly got to watch as we see Christian now coming up on the shoulder of Ben Canute to make that pass. And tactically, though, Sid, you talked about transition times. Well, you know, Ben, what great racing and course management by him. Fast transition, gets out quick and gets to settle into his rhythm. And now has the opportunity, if he's good enough and fresh enough, to sit on the shoulder of possibly the best runner we've ever seen at 70.3 racing in Christian Blumenfeld.
Yeah, and I think you could see that when Christian went past, Ben kind of like picked himself up and tried to go with Christian. I think, you know, as well, Ben had a great race at Dallas 70.3 a couple of weeks ago. He loves coming to Oceanside. We've said that already, so he'll be really excited with where he is off the bike and on the run, and hopefully can use Christian going past him and tag along, and puts him in a good position given Christian's run form. As we get that aerial view now of Taylor Knibb coming into Ruby T2. She is completed, or almost completed, our Zoot bike course. Obviously, like we saw with the men, it's a fairly long transition as they navigate towards the harbour and then all the way around T2. But she's definitely given herself a lead. It has come down a little bit in the last part of the bike, so just over 4.5 minutes to Solveig, and actually Sif Madsen's just dropped off a further 10 seconds, so about 4:53 back. And that was the latest splits when they had sort of 3 or 4 Ks to go, as we see Taylor navigating probably the most technical part of the bike course for Taylor this round the curves in T2, getting into T2 and the dismount line.
Look at that water in the background. It's not a ripple on the surface. I think that's a good little window into what the conditions have been like and are like at the moment. And I mean, you talked about these pictures, Sid. I mean, California, baby. They write songs about this place. It's turning it on today, and looks great, but more importantly for the athletes, great racing conditions as we see Taylor dismount her bike now and hit Ruby T2.
And that Wahoo Element Bolt fastest first off the bike, by Taylor Knibb is 2 hours, 15 minutes and 27 seconds. So, and we are going to go back down to Rinny once again in Rear VT2 to call all our pro women through.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sid. I'm down in Rear VT2 and I see Taylor. She is making her way into transition as we speak. She's about to take that tight right-hand turn and a left-hand turn, and she'll roll into transition. She already has her socks on, as you remember from T1. She likes to put her socks on before the bike, so she'll throw those shoes on and she'll be in and out for a couple of hot laps of Oceanside on the Hoka run course. She has a nice lead today. Over 4 minutes lead. She's gonna throw those running shoes on. She's struggling. I think she's going to take the calf sleeves off as well. She has time, so may as well get comfortable for the run. And a little grin, a little sneaky grin from Taylor Knibb as she throws her Hoka shoes on and rolls out onto the Hoka run course. Couple of laps of the run course and we'll see you at the finish line. And some good cheers from the people here, some good spectators here in transition, but we've got a few minutes to wait for the next ladies to come into T2, so I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now, and then you can come back down when we have Solveig and Sif Bendix Madsen come into T2.
Yeah, thanks, Rinny, and just to confirm, because it passed me by as I read out the bike time of Taylor. So she did actually break that course record. So she wasn't on track earlier on in the race and looked like she was going to be a couple of minutes off that record she shares with Daniela Rief of 2:18. But in fact, she did break it and made up a huge amount of time in the second half of the bike, coming in like 2 hours 15. So takes a huge 2 minutes 33 off, according to what we've got noted down. So a fantastic ride by Taylor. A huge amount of time taken off from that race course. Like Sam Long as well, he got the bike course record today. So very fast riding. We know there's been some new paved roads on the downhill. Also, of course, and I don't think it would have made a huge amount of time, but we did have the speed limit zone had been removed this year from the race, which probably is worth a couple of seconds as well. But yeah, fantastic riding from the two athletes we have on screen currently. Sam Long setting the bike course record and Taylor Knibb setting the bike course record for the women.
Yeah, great riding by both these athletes as we see Sam Long make the turn at the far end of the course. It looks like he's closing down a little bit on Schomburg here. He's got the gap back down to single figures, 6 seconds. So as we see our next female athlete, Solveig Løvseth, coming in, she's going to be hitting transition soon. Yeah, just great riding. I mean, I don't know if that speaks to Taylor having a better pacing strategy today, or perhaps maybe a little fatigue in the legs early from the T100 event on the Gold Coast, which obviously she's definitely shook off the rust and got into her work the second half of the course. But she looks good. She looks good in the early miles of the run course too. We see her heading over towards the Strand and Oceanside Pier, and early signs are good for Taylor Knibb. She's leading everyone else on a merry dance here. She just, I'm not going to say there's distress on her face, but she certainly doesn't look as comfortable facially as she did on the bike. But we are now 3 hours into the race, so she's got a sizable lead. I'm always amazed with her housekeeping in transition, Sids. Talk to us about that. Socks on, socks off. I know those calf sleeves are aerodynamic and make a difference, but yeah, there's a little bit of time. I guess it's on a race like today, it's not crucial, but we have seen in other races when Lucy Charles-Barkley's racing, Kat Matthews, those seconds, you know, they count. Everything counts.
Yeah, it's so true. Like, you know, the racing we're having these days, prime example of the close racing as Sam Long is right back up on Jonas Schomburg's shoulder and looks like he might make a pass again. But the standard of racing these days is so tight and races are won by seconds and sprint finishes, and so anywhere you can gain a second, as in like in transition, is vital. And so I think, you know, athletes really need to sort of start paying attention. I know Taylor, again, very disciplined. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's very structured. Like we said, she puts her socks on in T1 before she gets on the bike. She knows that when she's coming into T2, she knows exactly what she's doing in terms of getting ready for the run. And I think I agree with you. She didn't look completely comfortable on that run. She didn't look totally in distress. I think she looked focused, and I think she looked like she was concentrating and trying to sort of, settle herself into that Hoka run course. Again, we've got that split screen of now we see Solveig Løvseth, who has come into T2, Ruby T2 in second place. Again, we'll get the exact time behind, and we can see as well as the camera pans that Sif Bendik Madsen also sitting now in third as Solveig heads out onto the Hoka run course, and we have a foot battle on the men's race, Crowe.
Yeah, good to see Sam Long bridge up. He looks better than he did, I guess, 10 minutes ago, but both guys look good. And you talked about both being taller, on the taller end of the spectrum as far as triathletes go, and they're going stride for stride here, and both men look relatively comfortable and still holding strong. Last split, KB's is a minute 48 back, so he's taken a little time out of them, but these two men looking good early and not quite shoulder to shoulder. Sam Long just sitting back there in the shadow of Schomburg, and we're in for a treat here. I think we've certainly got some movement to come from behind with KB back there, Jason West. KB seems to be the big mover early, as we see Sam just walk. Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it? A little bit of a conversation, and is it a little early for fist pumping? I'm not sure. Maybe it was just good ride. Thanks for the company, and let's continue our work together. But Sam Long's he's an interesting personality. I mean, I love him on the race course and off the race course. I think he's a triplet. He's got a really happy-go-lucky view on his racing. He's a family man, and he's just an easy guy to like, to be honest.
And I think he's really, it's going to sound really bad, like matured over the last few years in his racing. Like he did, 4 or 5 years ago, he was this young gun. He had a lot of energy, a lot of things to say. And I think we've seen over the years as he's developed and progressed in the sport. And I think even potentially that before he's now got his 2 kids and he's a father, he has changed and he's developed into this athlete that is a character. Everyone loves him on the race course. He stands out. He's a personality, and we need athletes like that. And he's a ridiculously good athlete. And I think he's sort of grown into the athlete he was saying he was, and now is that athlete in terms of race performance, if you know what I mean. And I think now look at these two, both with the long legs that they've got with their height, still with good leg speed. We contrast that over in the quad box. We've got Ben Canute on the right-hand side that just looks a little bit laboured in his run. And again, we are being super sort of finicky here and picky. And we look to the bottom two, Solveig and Sif. I can definitely say I don't think Solveig looks like she runs like Phoebe from Friends. Now I'm watching her. We'll leave that to the viewers to think of their opinion as we go back to another runner of Christian Blumenfeld, who is in third place and is chipping away at that lead and looks, just determined as ever, like he did in Geelong, to chase down those guys up the road.
Yeah, he just looks free and easy, doesn't he, going down this little decline, and got that leg turnover that he's become famous for. It was great to watch him last week. I mean, he was chasing down, two of the best runners in the sport, particularly over the 70.3 distance in Hayden Wild and Jelle Geens, and made it look easy in the end. It's not easy, but we got a good shot of Ben Canute. He's moving well and having a great race. He's such an interesting athlete. He always lifts, and he talks about this a lot. He lifts. Racing the best athletes brings the best out of him, and I think it does. He always lifts when he's in good company, and he's showing that again today. He's always near the front of the race, great swimmer, super strong on the bike, And he did look a little late, but I'll agree with you, Sids, but he was moving across the ground really well. So his pace was up there. As we get a good look now at Solveig Løvseth in second place. And the long shot before, we saw Sif Bendix Madsen in the background when the quad box was up. And so she's probably, I want to say 30 seconds to 45 seconds back of Solveig, Sif is. And yeah, Solveig's looking quite relaxed and good too. So we'll get some early splits to her and Taylor. It's hovering at around 4:42. Well, that's what it was at 600 meters into the run. The next timing mat is at 2K. Taylor's already crossed that mat. Solveig will cross it shortly. So we'll get an updated split at that point. But it looks like we've got our top three women on the run course now. And Taylor Knibb still out around that 5-minute lead back to our defending Ironman world champion, Solveig Løvseth from Norway. She's in second, and Sif Bendix Madsen currently in third on the road and having another great race. You mentioned her layoff last year, and she had that 11th place at the World Championships, and looks like she's used that result to springboard into this season as we get the quad box again. Top left, our two men's leaders. Sam Long has now sort of dropped back onto the shoulder, or Schomburg's wanted to push the pace, so he's gone onto the front. We've got Taylor Knibb bottom left, KB top right, and Sif Bendix Madsen bottom right. So all on different parts of the course. And it's I guess you would classify it as a flattish course, Sids, but there are some steeper sections when you go from the beach level up to the street level, and also a couple of twists and turns, some corners. So probably not a drag strip, but a faster course. We can expect to see some fast times, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it is, talk about fast times, it is flat, apart from there are those kind of pretty steep, decent gradients. They're not very long, but it is a pinch as you go, like you said, from the beach to the street level. But I just wonder if these two boys up ahead, Schomburg and Long, got word on the street, because from our guys on the ground, we're getting information that through 7.5 kilometers, Christian has run 50 seconds into Sam Long, and that Christian is on pace again for a 1:06, and compared to Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg, who aren't hanging around and are shifting as well. They're currently on pace for a 1:08. So some fast racing. I wonder if, somebody just gave word to these two that Christian is coming and they need to get a move on, as we see. Maybe they're taking it turns. Maybe that was a bit of conversation they had between the two, as we got a good passing of Taylor Knibb going in the opposite direction. And also just word that Jason West, we know is running just slightly faster than Christian, but he's, a little bit further down, but potentially could move up through the field into fourth. And if we just look back at the other Norwegians who we weren't quite sure how they would fare coming off injury. So Gustav does seem to be a little bit further down. He's now back at 4 minutes down. So maybe that ankle injury not quite giving him enough run form as he needed to hang with the front guys. And Casper Stornes is 2:40 down, sitting in sixth. So at the moment in the lead of our men's race, we've got Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg side by side. Christian Blumingfelt is hunting them down in third, and Ben Knut, as you said, just raises his game and in Oceanside, and also when he gets to race against the best guys in the world.
It's great to watch these two. No doubt they are communicating, and they would have seen Christian at the far turnaround. They would know exactly what the deficit is, and these little partnerships of convenience form all the time in races. So it looks like they've had a little word to each other, and they're going to swap the lead here, and at some point the gloves will come off though, and they'll be racing. But at the moment, for the next 10 or 12 kilometers at least, it's in their interest to work together and hold off the wolves that are coming from behind, as we see Taylor Knibb on the right here. And Taylor still just looking relaxed, I'm not going to say she looks like she's out on a Sunday run, but this is the form that we're accustomed to seeing with her. I think she looks good, and she's holding that lead. It's holding it around 4:45. So to the second best runner, or the equal best runner on paper in the field, Solveig Løvseth there, that gap back is holding firm around 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm sure Taylor, when she gets sights on the other women, she'll be doing the maths calculations in her head, because I know that's, again, the sort of person Taylor is. As we have on screen now our precision fuel and hydration record times. So our current course record is 3:44.59 for the men. That was set by Jackson Laundry, who was racing today in 2022, and obviously Taylor Knibb in 2022 as well has that course record of 4:06.31. Currently, we have Sam Long on pace for a 3:40 record, or breaking the record, and Taylor just off her course record at 4:09. However, we did see that she was off the bike course record early on in the bike and did come back to pretty much smash that, the record that she had with Daniela Ryf for doing a 2:15 over a 2:18. So that's our precision fuel and hydration predicted course course times compared to the current course records. And so we have another battle on screen now, Crowe.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we just saw Jonas Hoffman sort of come up onto the shoulder of Ben and now go past. And again, Ben lifts his pace. He's a fighter, this man. He, just like we've seen with KB and so many other great athletes, one of the great traits of top class endurance athletes is they can hurt themselves and they actually don't mind doing it. And Ben certainly fits that mold. So yeah, he's sort of lifted his rating a little bit here to get on Jonas's shoulder. And Jonas he's known for his running. He's comes from a running background, has great personal best times, run pedigree, and still does some open races back home in Germany. So, it's, I think, credit to him that he's hung in there with this high-level bike group. Last year in some of the Ironman Pro Series races, we saw him tail off a little bit in the bike rides towards the end of the bike, I guess, segment of the race, but not today. He's up the front. He's got Ben Canute for company, and they're sitting in 4th and 5th place. So moving along well as they come back towards Oceanside Pier, which we can see over in the distance there on the left, and they'll be making the turn not far from there to start their second lap. And Ben's holding strong, his Sids. He's like we saw him with KB earlier. He was able to lift his pace, lift his cadence a little bit, and get on the shoulder and use the other athletes in the field to help project himself as we see. Well, wow, Jason West. He just came blasting onto the screen, and he is someone, Sids, who we've seen just lay down incredible run splits.
Yeah, he's really moving and has caught up onto the shoulder of those three in rapid time. And we are, whilst we're watching this men's run play out, we've still got another lap or so to go, but we're going to head back down to Rinny, who's on course, so she can catch us up with all the action from race side.
Yeah, thanks, Sid. Thanks, Crowe. Yeah, I'm down at the turnaround on the run course, so a little past 10K. The athletes are making their way towards me now, and then they'll head out on that last lap. But Christian Blumenfeld, again, a man on a mission, just 1 week, less than 1 week after his dominating performance in Geelong, Australia, flew over to California, and we are waiting to see what he has in his arsenal for today. But Jonas Schomburg and Sam Long running very well, shoulder to shoulder at the moment. I can't see them yet on the bridge, but yeah, they'll be here momentarily. And going back just a moment for the women's race and Taylor Knibb breaking that bike course record, I was just chatting to one of my colleagues, and we have to remember that there was no, sorry, too many voices in my ear. There was no speed limit this year. So in all past years here in Camp Pendleton, there was a section of the course that there was a speed limit, and the athletes had to abide by that. We remember famously Cam Worth last year got that penalty from exceeding the speed limit on that section. That has been removed, so that's been repaved and a little safer. So I don't know if that's worth 2 minutes, but something to consider when thinking about that new bike course record that Taylor Knibb was able to ride today. But again, we are still awaiting the first pro man, Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg, and then Christian Blumenfeld. But interestingly, I think Ben Canute having a phenomenal day as well out there. We have an 1:11, so at this time, Christian Blumenfeld's 1:11 down, so just taking seconds away. At this rate, it does look like he will be able to make it to the lead, but again, what does he have left? What does he have left in the tank after racing just last weekend, and then Ironman New Zealand only 3 weeks ago, so a big month for KB, and then he turns around after this, he's going to do Ironman Texas, so a big schedule for Christian Blumenfeld, and this just the third stop on his Ironman Pro Series and season attack. So waiting for the men to come onto the bridge now.
Only about a minute.
They're probably around a minute from crossing my path, but we have all the pro women still rolling in and age groupers now starting their run. So we're going to toss it back to you, and then we'll come back when the pro men hit the bridge.
Yeah, thanks, Rennie. You're totally right with that, the bike course, and I don't think it would have made up 2 minutes, but certainly something to consider having that speed limit zone removed, but fantastic riding. And I think we saw, just as we came back on to this shot, that actually Casper Stornes had also joined that run pack. And now up on screen, we have our Athletic Brewing Podium predictor for our male pros. So we have that Jonas Schomburg, Sam Long, and Christian Blumenfeld. So that's their current order, and then the predictor on the right-hand side where you can see the medals. So it has at the moment that Christian Blumenfeld will potentially win, with Sam Long finishing in second and Jonas Schomburg in third. And as we said, we have on screen that now group of 4. Jonas Hoffman, Casper Stornes has now bridged up to join them, Ben Canute and Jason West. That is a dangerous group of 4 men running together, Crowe.
It's a high quality group. I think, Casper Stornes has a 106.02 to his credit, as we get a good look at Christian again. Just got the hat backwards. Does that mean he means business? I guess it does. I'm not sure, but he just looks... He looks amazing, and he just defies all the rules, doesn't he? I mean, but that's what the great athletes do. They don't follow the rule book. They write their own rule book in terms of race scheduling. He's a pioneer. He always has been in terms of his race scheduling, his willingness to push the envelope for performance gains. And it's beautiful. I mean, look at him. He just looks great, Sids. He looks, every time he hits a slight downhill, it's like he almost jump starts himself like I was going to say like an old car, but he's certainly not like an old car. He just kickstarts that leg turnover on every little downhill. He looks great. But you're absolutely right about that group. As we see the quad box again, Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg still together, getting close to the end of their first lap. Taylor Knibb, bottom left, just going about her work, holding strong out the front. Solveig Løvseth looking good, running well, running away from Sif Bendix Madsen, and holding strong in second place. And KB up the top, who's running away from the cameraman, believe it or not. But it's just, I mean, his race scheduling, his willingness to try different formats on short notice, short turnarounds, it's something we've never seen in the sport. So, people have the GOAT talk conversation all the time, and, we'll probably never get a definitive answer. Everyone's got their own opinion, and there's some great opinions out there and their own criteria, but this man has to be in the conversation. I've never seen someone so versatile and change distances up and down so regularly throughout the course of a single season, as we see now Casper Stornes and Jason West pulling away. And I guess on paper, these two have the best run pedigree. Jason West ran a 107.40 here last year, and Casper Stornes ran a couple of 107s last year. The Aix-en-Provence 70.3 race, where he went toe-to-toe with Christian Blumenfeld later in the Ironman Pro Series, and also the Precision Fuel and Hydration 70.3 World Championships. So we're in for a real treat watching these two go blow for blow, and Christian up the road. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens if Jonas and Sam can, at this 10.5K turnaround, take stock and maybe lift for this second lap. As again, we go back to the women's race and we see momentarily Taylor Knibb and now Solveig Løvseth again. And Solveig looks good, Sid. She looks like she's doing what she needs to do.
Yeah, she does. I don't think she looks as comfortable as maybe she would like. She looked a little, but I think we caught her as she was going up a slight incline. But she's, doing what she needs to. She's in control. She doesn't need to panic or anything now at the moment, as we see on screen in our third place pro female. So it's Audrey Merle from France. She's about 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes back off Solveig Løvseth, but she's moved up into third, so she passed Sif Madsen and is running well in third. I think, Taylor still sitting at sort of 5 minutes in lead, or just under 5 minutes, looking fairly controlled as well. Super good running. She looks really controlled as well. Merle that we've seen on screen, quite a compact athlete, but a nice turnover, nice drive. Looks pretty comfortable. It's the first time I've seen this athlete running, so I'm excited to see how this develops over the rest of the Hoka run course, if she can maybe close some time back to Løvseth as we go back to Taylor Knibb on screen. Looking like at the moment she's on track to take another win here at Oceanside. So she won in 2022, 2024. It's now 2026. She only races on even years here in Oceanside. And let's hear from Taylor for her thoughts on the run.
Okay, the run course bites, I would say, because you think it's like, oh, this flat and fast course. First of all, it's on concrete for a lot of it, so that just like rips your body to shreds. And then second of all, they're like these little punches because you come down from the pier level or like you come up, like, and so you have like all these little, like, they're really short and tiny, but they just like, that's why I say that it bites and it like catches up to you. But at the same time, it's also, there are a ton of like fans out there and there's a ton of like support on the run course. So while you're like all alone on the bike course, you are very much in good company on the run course. And then it's like, it's also really nice because you start at like 6:40 or 6:45 a.m. per men, per women respectively, and then you're done hopefully early. And you get to enjoy a day in California. And maybe the sun will come out.
The sun is certainly out now. Taylor Knibb, you might be regretting that, as I'm sure this run course is heating up quite a lot on the concrete. And I think she's right. Obviously, she knows, again, she does her research, but this, we said it is a flat course and it is fast, but she correctly points out a lot of it is on concrete and it does have those pitches, so it does sting the legs a little bit. And especially, you know, she's probably conscious of the travel coming over, but also she's got Ironman Texas in 3 weeks' time. Again, goal there to qualify for Kona, as we get this great, again, split screen of the two athletes. And I know it's the camera angle, but that camera angle makes Taylor's stride look so long and powerful. And I know we've got Solveig on a front-on angle, so it's not the same, but it's just a shorter stride length that she looks to have. Whereas we get Taylor powering up along with that long stride and driving away. But it is, it's not a easy bike course. It is pretty tough, but I think we are going to see some fast times still. And hopefully the way Taylor is running, she is going to be done pretty quickly, as are all the women and all the men, and they can all enjoy the sunshine in California for the rest of the day and cheer on those 3,000 age group athletes who are making their way round this course as well.
I love that course description from Taylor. It was typically detailed down to the smallest. So she's, you can see just the attention to detail and the process-driven brain, and that's why she's such a great athlete. I love this split screen. I actually think Solveig looks better now than she did at the start of the run. Some of these little false flat uphills and downhills, I agree with you, they are deceptive, so it's hard to get a snapshot, and it's a small sample size, as we see Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg run through the aid station there, grab what they need. Sun's out now, so temperature's going up a little bit. I still think it's really nice conditions. And, you know, so at the front of this men's race, we've got Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg together, shoulder to shoulder, but they're being hunted down quite quickly by Christian Blumenfeld and then another elite little group of Jason West, Casper Stornes, Ben Knut, and Jonas Hoffman, although I think Jason and Casper have broken away now. So let's see what happens as this run continues to unfold here in Oceanside.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Today's coverage of the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. I'm Laura Siddall here with Craig Alexander, and we are on the Hoka Run course, just under the first lap for the men for the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside race. It's the third race of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, and we have a run battle on our hands for the men race. Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg battling it out. At the front of the race, Christian Blumenfeld charging hard and running them down only 35 seconds behind. Taylor Knibb leading our women's race. She's got a 5 minutes lead over Solveig Løvseth. On screen at the moment we have Danielle Lewis, who is 13 minutes down but back in 11th place, but is one of our fastest runners on the course and has been known to run herself up onto the podium as she did last year in this race. Jason West currently sitting in 4th position. We had a group of 4 men together, so Jason West, Casper Stornes, Jonas Hoffman and Ben Knut had all collected together and were running, and then Jason West has just before the break broken away and is now in 4th, trying to chase up and catch up to that podium. As we said, Sam Long, Jonas Schomburg at the lead, Christian Blumenfeld charging hard in 3rd, but Jason West is in 4th, and let's hear some words from Jason this week.
It's pretty simple, really. You're just trying to run as fast as you can for as long as you can. Let's try not to overthink it. Just go out there and run. But it's a fun course. There's tons of spectators along the strand and everything like that. And yeah, so I think the vibes are really fun, and so it's a cool one. It's a little bit of a tricky. Sometimes you'd think it would be a really fast course, but it's actually a little bit more challenging than you would think, because some of those steep kickers are really, really difficult, and then going down it is not easy either because they're just so steep and they have like turns at the bottom, and then on the far side there's a couple tough rollers, so it is a little bit challenging, but yeah, you just try to take advantage of the fast parts and then get up those hills as quick as you can. Yeah, I know it really well. I've done it a bunch of times. I'd say probably not in the best run fitness of my life, but yeah, I think it should be fun. Hopefully I can get up there and battle with the top guys.
And that was, yeah, Jason West talking about his run today. So Jason, again, is one of the fastest runners on the screen as we have our quad box for the viewers. This is his 7th time racing Oceanside, so he definitely knows this course. And it's really great to see Jason back kind of at the front or near the front of the race, because I feel he really struggled in 2025 in just finding his rhythm, finding the races that fitted, and couldn't really kind of, get the results that he's had in the past. And I think sort of speaking and listening to him before the race, it sounded like he had the attitude and the confidence back from the Jason West from 2023, when he had a fantastic year. He had a breakthrough year, winning some big races, some 70.3s and a podium, and also when he ran incredibly well here. So it's nice. I'm hoping we're seeing, the Jason West in 2026 is the 2023 and better, as just looking up on screen, it looks like Crowe Jonas Schomburg is just starting to perhaps break away from Sam Long on the left-hand, top left. Christian Blumenfeld still charging in 3rd, and our leading women, Taylor Knibb and chaser Solveig Løvseth in 2nd on the bottom. But yeah, Jonas Schomburg perhaps making his move. And I think, so as we said, we might have just lost Crowe momentarily. But okay, I think we've got it back. Crowe, are your sound still working now?
I hope so. Yeah, no, it was an interesting. It was. That's good to know. Otherwise, I'd just be talking to myself here. But yeah, no, it was like, I think you called it spot on. That side-on shot showed them both really trying to lift the pace and the tempo on a slight downhill. And Jonas was just able to keep that momentum going along the flat and up the next little rise. So he seems to have opened up a little gap. But I think the big mover is Christian in the right top of that quad box we just saw on our screen. He will have those guys in sight now. He's 20 seconds down and doesn't seem to be easing off his pace at all. I think both these gentlemen on the front, Sam Long and Jonas Schomburg, their pace has slowed a little. Christian's holding pace. He's still holding that lightning pace that he started out with. So as we see the timing splits up on the screen here, Sam Long has drifted to about 2 seconds back, maybe 5 or 8 metres back, possibly 10 metres back of Schomburg, and Blumenfeld in third, 20 seconds back. And, our timer up on the screen is still showing Casper Stornes in fourth spot. But I completely agree with your sentiments about Jason West. I think there was that PTO race in Milwaukee a few years ago where he finished second and really should have won the race. He had that handlebar malfunction, which really prevented him from winning the race. And that was a race. And even with that, he still beat Christian in that race. So it looks like he's getting back to his best form as we see a head-on shot here. And it looks like the rubber band has finally broken about 3/4 of the way into this run. 15.9 kilometres was our last timing split. And Jonas is starting to run away now, starting to run away from Sam Long, and he's going to need to continue to do that because not far behind Sam, it looked like that was the ominous shadow of Christian Blumenfeld looming up.
That's right. So our men have just 5 kilometres to go now. So they're just coming up to the far end turnaround, and they'll turn from there and head back towards the pier. But that shot there, you can just see the distance that Christian has taken out of these guys in the last few kilometres. That is ridiculous. You've got the shot there. Christian, Sam Long, who's going to get eaten up and passed very, very shortly, and Jonas Schomburg just ahead. So we had some predictions coming through that Christian was going to take the win by 2 seconds and then it was going to 10 seconds. Well, I think with 5K to go, given that as long as nothing happens to any of them, I think Christian will be well and truly in front, maybe even before we get to this turnaround. What an impressive race by Christian again. What an impressive run. He's, just on a charge at the moment. His whole race, but his run form is particularly on fire as, momentarily he is going to overtake Sam Long and move into second and have his eyes firmly locked on Jonas Schomburg.
Yeah, he's going to be in the lead of this race very, very soon as they make this left-hand turn at the far end of the course. Then they'll make another left, and it's a short little stretch to the turnaround, and that's when Christian will see exactly where he is in the race as we see him coming up to make the pass on Sam Long. Now, he's just in career best run form. I don't think that's overstating it. I mean, that 106.39 6 days ago on the other side of the world was outrageous. This is equally as outrageous. He's on a real heater. His form is great. It's early in the season. I remember interviewing him in Marbella last year, just after the 70.3 Worlds, and he was a little disappointed. It was a second place at the World Championships, but he was a little disappointed that Jelle Giense got the best of him. And it was literally 3 minutes after the race had finished, and he was already talking about the Ironman Pro Series this year and his intentions. And he already had his schedule set. He told me exactly what races he was doing, and that was last November. So yeah, that's the focus that this man has. He lives and breathes triathlon. He's obsessed with continuous improvement, and he continues to do it. He raises the bar each year, and it's his bar. I mean, he's the defending Ironman Pro Series champion. And we see him coming up now, Jonas Schomburg right there, coming out of the turn, and Christian about to go into it. So it's down to 5 or 8 seconds now, and there's probably not a lot. Well, there is nothing that Sam Long can do to keep pace, and it'll be a similar story for Jonas Schomburg very shortly.
Yeah, I think like what's impressive about Christian is, we saw he didn't have a great race, or he didn't have the race he wanted in New Zealand at the start of the series. He then came back absolutely firing and determined in Geelong. And I almost feel like those races, like you mentioned, at the back end of the year last year, I think he kind of felt he was the better runner out of sort of the Norwegians, perhaps, when we came to the Ironman World Championships in Nice and the 70.3 World Championships as well, and kind of didn't get the result he wanted. And he was the one that didn't get the win. And he, like you said, Jelle Gaines overtook him or won the sprint with Christian, and Casper and Gustav got the better of him on the run. And I feel because of the type of athlete he is, that has just fueled him over the winter to make sure that that run is never an issue ever again, and that he's going to be the one causing the hurt on the others. And he just seems to set off at this pace, like he's doing a 400 reps of that 10K, and he doesn't slow down this year. I mean, it is interesting. He did, like last year, 2025, he did, apart from, again, Oceanside last year, he had the mechanical, but he came out firing. Texas, Frankfurt were outstanding performances, and then didn't quite have that same result by the end of the year at the World Championship. So he does come out with early season form, or I think actually maybe he just comes out with that form and he maintains it over the year, but everyone else maybe starts slower and they ramp towards the end of the year. But again, I think he's the type of athlete, he'll have probably learnt from that. He'll be very aware he's not going to make that same mistake again. But yeah, his running is just next level. And I think you guys were talking about it last week in Geelong, or someone was talking about which of the athletes can put themselves in that hurt locker. I think Lionel Sanders is one of those athletes, and I think Christian Blumenfeld is one of those athletes. He just doesn't know how to not punish himself, or not punish himself, but push himself to his very limit. And like you said, raising the bar and raising his bar every time. And it's just incredible to watch. It's kind of an honor to get to witness it and to be able to, watch a race like this and watch a performance in Geelong as well. And what an athlete we have in this generation at the moment.
As we get the split screen again, Christian on the left, Taylor on the right. Taylor coming to the end of her first lap. And I guess you mentioned it there, Sids. It'll be interesting to see what lessons have been learnt from last year. It's great to have early season form, and this is some of the best form we've seen him in. But if there's any criticism of his season last year, it was that he won those early season races and maybe held form and wasn't quite able to elevate for the championship races. And each athlete's different. It depends what he places a high premium on. Is it winning the series overall, or does he want the individual world championship wins? As we see Taylor on the right there making the turn. And yeah, but Christian's, his form early is crazy. And if he's in 106, mid 106 form for the half marathon, that's 3:10 per kilometre pace for those at home. Go to your local gym and hop on your treadmill at 19 kilometres an hour, and that's the pace that this man is holding. Is there any room to improve later in the season? As we look at the splits here, we've got Jonas Schomburg still hanging on to the lead for probably only seconds, as we see Christian come up onto his shoulder now. What another brave and valiant race by Jonas. Big step forward for him, holding the lead much later into the race, and he certainly made this race today with his aggressive, combative style of racing, going hard off the front and forcing the others to chase, and chase they have. Now Christian comes up. Sam Long now 25 seconds behind in third spot. We've still got Casper Stornes, Jason West back there, about 2 minutes back. It looks like Casper's retaken Jason West to go into fourth spot, as we see all eyes on the front of the race though. Christian getting into the lead for the first time today, and Jonas responding. So let's see what happens. Can Jonas lift his pace to match Christian's pace? That's what needs to unfold here, and that's what we need to see.
Yeah, I was going to say Jonas is going with him, and I guess we saw this last weekend when Christian overtook Hayden Wild, and Hayden went with him, but Christian just continued to turn the screw. And as I say that as well, I was hoping Jonas might have just sort of conserved a little bit, knowing that Christian was gaining so that he could go with him as well. But I think we've just seen that, like you said, the elastic band snap, but an incredible race by Jonas as well. And I totally agree, like a step up from last year. I think he is going to be one to watch this year in the races and in the Pro Series, both the 70.3 and the Ironman, as Christian just charges up that little riser like it's not even there and it's flat. He's gritting his teeth. He's definitely working hard. There is no let up for this guy. Possibly has his own run course from last year on his mind. Again, we get that split screen. We get Solveig Løvseth on the right-hand side of the screen. She is currently in second place. We've now panned back to a couple of the other women. That is Jackie Herring there, and I think Kirsten Casper. So the first time we've seen these two women on screen on course. So they are currently sitting in 6th and 7th, about 13:45 back from Taylor, and that was around the 8 kilometer mark, as we have our fantastic quad box again with our leader. Christian Blumenfeld now has taken the lead. Sam Long on the right, top right, I think he's sitting in 3rd. Jonas Schomburg in 2nd, and Taylor Knibb currently still leading 12 kilometers into the run. Solveig Løvseth, 4 minutes. She has gained a little bit of time, actually, looking at the splits. She's now, it's just over 4 minutes back from Taylor, so gaining a little bit of time. I'm not sure whether she's going to have enough, but we'll see how we'll get a good look at the athletes. And then Audrey Mill is in 3rd. Marta Sanchez in 4th. Grace Theck has moved up into 5th place. And then, as we just previously saw, Kirsten Casper and Jackie Herring sitting in 6th and 7th. The men, not long to go now. Just actually only, a couple of Ks actually, Crowe, to the finish for Christian.
Yeah, he's looking great. He's done it again. Just incredible to think of the racing schedule and 3rd race in 4 weeks, 4 different countries. It looks great, and I agree with you. I think he's thinking either just post a really good run split, or he's thinking Ironman Pro Series points here. He obviously dropped a few points in New Zealand, so now he wants to put as much distance between him and everyone else as possible to minimise everybody else's sort of points balance that they get from the race today. And yeah, so his brain's still working well in terms of just the tactics within this race, but how it looks in terms of the whole season landscape. And interestingly, I read that he's also racing Challenge Roth this year. So, I mean, that is a monumental schedule for anyone. Of course, the Ironman Pro Series requires 5 great point scores. 3 of them have to be Ironman races, 2 of them Ironman 70.3 races, and ideally, you want to score points in both the World Championships because they carry extra points. And Christian's just gone and added another Ironman distance race to his schedule, and that won't be an easy race. That's always a good field in Challenge Roth. So again, he writes his own rules, this man. He looks good, checking the watch, checking the pace, checking the splits, and cap turned around, another job done, or almost done. He's just composed, was 90 seconds back last week, was able to get to the finish line first and get the job done, close it out with a great run. As we see him coming up to this little sharp left hand, as he takes a quick peek back, having a look where Jonas is in this little short, sharp downhill that Jason West and Taylor Knibb were both talking about. Bit of a quad buster before they get back on the beach level, and his final run into the finish. And then on the right, we see Taylor Knibb, who, Taylor looks like she definitely doesn't look like she looked half an hour ago. I think the efforts of last week on the Gold Coast and a good bike ride are maybe catching up with her a little bit, and possibly also some long distance training. She's got Ironman Texas coming up, but she's still got over 4 minutes on Solveig Løvseth. And Solveig's having a great race. You called that before, Sid. I agree. I think she's just sort of separated herself from the other women, and the other notable mention, Audrey Mill. What a great race. I mean, she's only done 170.3, but has that short course background and history that you talked about. And in her only 70.3 appearance, she ran a 118. So that's world class in anyone's books. And she's got herself firmly in a podium position here today, as well. As we pan back to Christian, and we see him running back towards Oceanside Pier. He'll know exactly where this finish is. We saw that a fighting chance video where he and his countrymen, Casper and Gustav, as well as Solveig Løvseth, they were doing their 20 by 400s or 20 by 1 minute efforts along the strand here. So he's only been here a week, but I'm guessing he knows every inch of this course.
Yeah, that's it. They were doing 1 minute on, 1 minute off. The Team Norway, or the Norwegians, is one of their training runs in the weeks, or in the days, I should say, leading up to this race. And I mean, I was quite surprised he looked back over his shoulder, especially as he came down that descent, because I thought that was quite treacherous. I'd have gone flat on my face. But I guess he was just checking to see that Jonas wasn't right behind him and he had dropped him. And I guess the interesting thing now, he doesn't seem to be letting up. And that's, I know, again, Jonas isn't that far behind. There isn't that long to go to the finish, just about a kilometre to go. But I think maybe now he is just looking and going, okay, I can just back off because I have got Ironman Texas in 3 weeks' time. And whilst he will want to, obviously, like you said, get those points on the board and get as many points as he can, or limit the number of points everyone else gets when he gets the full 2,500, he'll want to make sure he has that good performance into Texas as well. And we saw Casper Stornes there as well. But we are very close to the finish now. There you go, Crowe. Cap is back forward. What does that mean for him now?
Takes another quick peek back. Yeah, let's keep an eye on Casper Stornes. He looks like he's closing the gap back to Sam Long for that final podium position. It's about 20 seconds with about a kilometre to run. So it's going to have to be a big effort by Casper Stornes to make up that 20 seconds as we see Christian again. Just acknowledging the crowd, punching the air. We can see Jonas Schomburg over his shoulder. And again, another race, another continent, another win for this man.
That's it. Christian Blumenfeld on the red carpet, taking in the applaud of the crowd. A fantastic performance in Geelong last week, and now does the same again with an incredible run to take the win at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. That meant a lot to him. You could see the emotion in that last 100, 200 meters. He was checking over his shoulder, he was fist pumping, he always acknowledges the crowd. He is a true professional and performer, and a fantastic win. Another win, his 7th in his career actually for Christian Blumenfeld. As we span back, the racing is certainly not over. We have Casper Stornes chasing and about to overtake Sam Long for that final podium spot. Sam Long, unfortunately, doesn't look like he's got anything left in his legs as Casper actually accelerates away and overtakes Sam Long and is sprinting, putting distance. Poor old Sam Long. He had an incredible bike ride, set the bike course record, and just has no response as Casper Stornes is running his way to 3rd place in the 70.3 Oceanside.
Yeah, another beautifully paced race by Casper. We see him do this. He lets people run away from him in the middle of the run, but he holds his pace and stays true to his own numbers and his own effort level. And phenomenal race for him to get up onto this podium and set up his Ironman Pro Series for the year, as we see Jonas Schomburg and Christian embracing at the finish. And what a great race. And we just see Casper pointing to his head there. Yes, you used your head, Casper. You paced it beautifully. All three of these men well under the existing course record of Jackson Landry's 3:44. The level of racing, Sids, just keeps going up and up. And you know, Sam Long, what a gutsy, courageous race by him. He tried to make this race. He took it up the road on the bike, broke the bike course record, and really suffered those last few K. But what a courageous race. You know, he wants to win. He said that in his little soundbite. It's about trying to win races, and it looks like he's happy, and I hope he is, because that's a hell of a race from Sam Long. All these men well under the previous course record of Jackson Landry, which was a 3:44, and I think it speaks to the conditions today, but it also speaks to the evolution of this racing and how it just keeps improving and progressing year on year.
Yeah, we had what a fantastic finish. Obviously, we had Christian Blumenfeld taking the win. We missed our second place finisher because we were so caught up in watching Casper Stornes overtake Sam Long. But a massive congratulations. A fantastic race. He led from out the water for a long, long time on the bike. He paced it well on the run and managed to take that second place. And then obviously we saw Casper Stornes overtaking Sam Long to finish third. So Sam Long in fourth, Jason West crossing the line in fifth. Also still under that course record as we have a great shot of our men's podium. And there we have it, our Wahoo Element rival, our run course 1:07.01 by our male pro champion, Christian Blumenfeld. So a couple of seconds slower than last week, I think, in Geelong, but not a bad double as we see Jonas Hoffmann crossing the line as well. Also still under the old course record. So some incredible racing by our male pros today. Obviously our women still out there, but Crowe, go on, what do you think of that top five there for the men?
That was incredible racing, and let's just call that run split what it was. That was a 1:06. He celebrated like he did last week down the finish chute and high-fived the whole length of the straight. So, but a 1:07.01, again, just a perfectly paced race by Christian. We saw him do a lot of the work in that main chase group as well. He knew what sort of deficit he thought he could run down, and as is usually the case, he paces it really well. He knows how much real estate he can reel the leaders out and still reel them in. As we see Taylor Knibb still leading this race, still with a sizable gap. It is now under 4 minutes. So Solveig Løvseth has run a minute out of Taylor, and that's great running by Solveig Løvseth. We said she was a good runner, and on paper probably equal the best runner in this field with Taylor Knibb. And I'm not sure if this is Taylor just slowing down because of what's ahead, or slowing down because of what's in the rearview mirror with the recent racing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think when we had her on screen before, we definitely had her going up a riser and one of those going from the beach to the street. So it did look like she was labouring and slowing, combined with that time from the time gap coming down from Solveig. She looks a lot better now and for back in her stride. I think, she's still, 3.5 minutes ahead. I think for Taylor, she needs to get to this turnaround and then she can see Solveig and come back to the finish. On screen now, we have our Morton Momentum Index for our females on the run. And this is which athlete has moved up the most number of places during the run. So at 15.9 kilometers, so far, we have Kirsten Casper has moved up 3 spots. Grace Tech also 3. And Amy Sullivan has moved up 2. So that is our Morton Momentum Index of our fastest movers on course. And talking about chasing down and moving, this is Solveig Løvseth in second, 3.5 minutes down from Taylor. There we go, Grace Tech on screen. We mentioned her just then as moving up through the field. She had the fastest run at Geelong 70.3 last weekend. A couple of seconds off her course record in Geelong, but on a much tougher course. And she is has moved her way up actually into 5th place. Still sitting 14 minutes down, but a great back-to-back week for Grace Tech as well.
Yeah, her record in Geelong is phenomenal. 9 appearances for 9 podiums, including a win. And she had a great race last week. She got down to 35 seconds in the end behind Kat Matthews. I think it's fair to say that Kat was feeling the effects of Ironman New Zealand, especially in the second half of that run. But let's take nothing away from this woman. She is just growing in consistency year on year, and her ability to push into the top 8 and top 5 of big races. So she comes from a running background, was on a running scholarship in college in the US, and like a lot of runners, got into triathlon through injury and cross training. So we see her take a little peek back over her shoulder, looking back for Jackie Herring, who's only about 5 seconds back. And Yeah, it's a great dynamic at the front of this race. Taylor she gave herself the luxury of having such a big lead, so she can basically pace this any way she wants. Solveig Løvseth has just run a really strong half marathon to this point, and we saw her do it last year. I mean, I think it's fair to say that she is more known of her Ironman distance races last year. She won Lake Placid with a 2:46 run. She won Kona, obviously, and took the world title. She also had that amazing debut at Ironman Hamburg, that historic race where she rode with Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews and then ran a 2:42 marathon. Or was it? I'm sorry, it was a 2:46. Off the back of that, when Laura and Kat ran those historic run times, I think Laura was a 2:38 and Kat a 2:40. So known for the Ironman distance, but still very, very solid at this distance.
Yeah, and I wonder with Solveig if it's just we know her for that full distance. Okay, we're just going to head down now on course to Rinny, who's down in the hyper ice recovery zone for our interviews with our podium.
Yes, I'm down in the high price recovery zone with today's champion, the Athletic Brewing 70.3 Ironman Oceanside champ, going back to back, Mr. Christian Blumenfeld. Christian, another phenomenal performance, and you pulled out all the stops on the run again. What are these, made of steel, these legs?
I don't know, but yeah, I really had to work with it today. I felt super good on the run, but still 2 minutes to Jonas and Sam Long. I didn't really see where Sam Long came from. Like, I thought he was behind me on the bike. And when I realized I had to close down 2 minutes on him, then I thought, this could be quite tight. And yeah, I think I passed Jonas with like 2.5K to go. And yeah, barely made it. So super stoked to be back to back.
Barely made it in a 1:07. Don't worry, guys. He's got more up his sleeve. 3 more weeks we get to see this man in Texas. Texas, and then what?
Texas, and I don't know, like if it goes well in Texas, I might have to put in another Ironman. If it goes south, then I will skip it and just focus on Kona and sort of leave it the World Series, the Ironman Pro Series to it.
Absolutely. So already thinking about tactics for next year. We're going to roll on with Jonas Schomburg, who was second place here today, leading for much of the race. Jonas, congratulations on a phenomenal performance today.
Thank you. Thank you.
How did it feel out there?
It was a great day, actually. First time here, and I think got all the experience. I wanted to make the race as fast as possible, the hardest possible. Quick transition, and then worked on the bike pretty hard the first half an hour to open the gap, and then eventually Sam caught me, and then we had like a 2-minute gap, and then on the run I actually felt I felt a bit overbiked. Didn't have the speed, and Christian was closing and closing. I knew he's coming, and then it's a shame. But I can't be happy. I have to be happy with the second. Yeah.
Yeah, very close second place today, Jonas. I think a bright future for you. And what's next for you this year?
I'm on a big US trip here actually, and I'm going to Boulder now for a little short altitude camp, and then Texas, and then double with a T100 Singapore 1 week after.
All right, so we're looking forward to seeing you again in 3 weeks in Texas as well. Good luck with your recovery, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Sure, thank you,
Jonas. And we have Casper Stornes, our Ironman world champion from 2025, rolling up onto third place today. How was your day today, Casper?
I felt quite good today. So, yeah, I've been dealing with an injury before this competition. Like, I've only had 4 weeks with proper running. And, yeah, I really wanted to come back and did a proper work, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And so, Casper, what's on the schedule next? You're heading to Texas?
Yes, I'm heading to Texas, and then Aix-en-Provence, Frankfurt, and then Nice and Kona.
So a big year ahead for Casper. Congratulations on third place today. Phenomenal day of racing, and we look forward to seeing more from you throughout 2026. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go back to you guys in the studio. Here's a great day of racing here in Oceanside.
Thanks, Rinny. Fantastic to hear the words from the guys of the podium. Fantastic racing by Christian, Jonas and Casper Stornes. as we are back on our women's racing. We've still got a fair bit of racing to go with our professional women, still about 4 kilometres from the finish. Taylor Knibb in the lead. Her lead has been cut. Solveig Løvseth is in second place and started the run over 5 minutes back and is now just taken to under 3 minutes with, like I said, about 4.5K to go. So for someone doing the maths can see how close Solveig may get. Audrey Merle is in third, and Grace Tech we have on screen currently in fifth, but running super well after her race in Geelong, and considers both Geelong and Oceanside home races. But this woman on screen currently, Taylor Knibb, has put on a fantastic display of racing. Great in the swim, came out second after Victoria Lopez, and was straight out of the review transition onto our Zoot bike course and never really looked back. She set a blistering pace, setting the bike course record, and is now coming to the end, just the final few kilometres. I think she's definitely hurting though now, Crowe. She's definitely having to work for this last. I think she's going around the final turn in this last section back to the pier and the finish line.
Yeah, I think she's got enough time in hand, but yeah, she certainly doesn't look like she looked at the start of the run, particularly on the slight little uphills. When she crests these hills and gets on the downhills, she seems to get the legs turning over again, and just incredible schedules that these athletes operate with. You know, the Ironman Pro Series requires a lot of racing, and then there's a lot of other races to choose from. Some of these athletes, we heard Jonas Schomburg talk about he's going back to a T100 event after Ironman Texas. So they're going to carry some fatigue into these races, especially with so much travel. So Taylor's just travelled home from Australia. I know that trip really well, and it's as we see Solveig Løvseth making the turn at the far end. So the good thing about this course is the turnarounds at each end. Solveig and Taylor know exactly where each other are on course. And, you know, if Taylor is hurting a little bit more than she'd like, she can at least monitor and gauge her effort. She knows how many kilometres or miles she's got left to run, and she sort of knows what pace she needs to hold. As we look back to, for me, the revelation of the day in the women's racing, Audrey Merle in her second 70.3 race, she looks great still, and she's holding strong in that third position. And what a fantastic Ironman Pro Series debut this would be to get on the podium first time out.
Yeah, that's right. An incredible race. Like you said, coming from the short course, she was the under-23 world champion, but back in 2015, and she did race at the Rio Olympics. But yeah, has really only kind of just stepped up to that middle distance and debuting, and after the birth of her first child in 2025. So racing for all the mums out there, but a big step up for her in this race with this field, and I think a name to watch over the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome performance. And, you know, I've always felt that this middle distance or 70.3 distance suits athletes coming up from short course really well. It's all about threshold and then fueling and pacing your effort, which are things that every athlete can work on and fine tune in their training and their preparation. As we get another side on shot of Taylor, she's probably got another, I want to say, half a mile, 800 metres before she'll get to the end of this street level road and make that left turn. And she looks like she's counting every metre at the moment, Sids. I think definitely the efforts of last week and maybe an early season training block, that sort of fatigue and combined with the travel. It's a challenge. The travel as well absolutely hampers recovery and your ability to get back to your best quickly. And, you know, Solveig Løvseth on the right there, she looks great. She looks like she looked, I want to say, a little stiff coming out of T2 after a big bike effort, but she loosened up and got into her run really quickly and just has looked good the whole time.
Yeah, I think Taylor's doing the maths. I think she's seen Solveig at the turnaround and she's working how far she's got to go, how fast Solveig's running, and trying to focus on that as that distraction. I think for Solveig, it's really interesting, like we were saying just before we went down to Rinny in the hyper ice recovery zone. We know her as I guess, more established over that full distance, the full Ironman distance. But that's because she had those 3 incredible races in Hamburg, and then obviously winning in Placid as well, and then in winning the World Championships in Kona. And she didn't maybe has as notable performances over the 70.3, although she was 6th, I think, at the 70.3 World Champs in Nice, albeit off the back of Kona. So I think we have to sort of bear that in mind. But I do wonder if she's then gone away over winter and had a good winter of long distance training behind her again, but also gone, okay, I've done this at the long distance. Now I need to establish myself and get a few of those big wins over the 70.3 distance as well. Obviously put herself in position for the Pro Series again, defending Kona, but maybe she's wanting to challenge for those 70.3 wins this year and prove that she has got, she can win at that over that distance as well. So it's going to be super interesting to watch. And the other thing you were saying about recovery and talk about Grace Tech, and she was saying that actually, like, this week in between the 2 races, she did very little, and it was all about recovery, because she is hoping that after Oceanside she can get back into training pretty quickly, given she's got Texas coming up. And so it's interesting how the athletes manage those weeks in between the racing and the travel, as to go, okay, she's prioritized the recovery last week, hoping she races well, and so that she doesn't need huge recovery to get back into training, given that she's got Texas. And so it'd be interesting to talk then, Taylor and Christian, like how they manage this week. As we have on screen here, our 4th place athlete, Marta Sanchez, who is about 30 minutes down and is, I think, being hunted down by Grace Tech, who may catch her before the finish line. They have got about 7 Ks left of the race to go, whereas Taylor is at sort of 18.5 kilometers, so just under 3 kilometers to go for Taylor. The gap now, it is coming down still. The gap to Solveig is back down to 2 minutes 41. I think it's going to be interesting. I think there might be enough real estate, but what do you think, Crowe?
Yeah, there's definitely enough real estate. And as we see Marta Sanchez here, and she's got a fight on her hands to hold down 4th spot, because as you mentioned, Grace Tech and Jackie Herring are within a minute, about 45 and 50 seconds respectively, with still some running to go. And on current pace, it looks like they may catch Marta Sanchez. So she's fighting for her spot and for her Ironman Pro Series points right now. As we look again at Solveig Løvseth, and she's having a great race. I think, to your point, to really compete at the top level of the 70.3 distance, when the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kat Matthews are also in the race, the area she probably needs to minimise is the deficits coming out of the swim. I feel bike and run, Solveig can match most athletes. So yeah, that's the area that probably needs a little bit of focus if she wants to really step up the 70.3 game.
Yeah, that's right. And we have a soundbite on with Solveig from in the week, where she talks about the level of women's racing.
Yeah, it's a really good feel here. I don't really feel that changed anything for me, to be honest, racing-wise or how I approach racing. I feel like the whole last year I went into all races like quite low pressure, just excited to be there, and wasn't really that nervous before the races, which was really nice, I think. And I feel like I'm going into this season with the same approach, and just here to have fun. And of course I want to do well, but why stress about it?
Why stress exactly when you're the Ironman world champion? What a fantastic approach, Crowe, to have, though, just that very relaxed. But how much of that do you think is truth? Like, how much do you think she isn't going in with any stress and she's just here to enjoy it? And how much of that do you think is the press, the response to the media and the audience watching and her competitors?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both. I think when you first win those big races, it is fun, and it's a little bit life-changing. Certainly your professional life changes, and if she keeps winning, it might come with a little more responsibility and time commitments. And but at the moment, she looks like she's loving life. I'm going to be really interested to see what her run split is here. She looks like she's going to maybe a 1:17 or 1:18, which in the context of the race today, I think will be lightning quick. Might even be quicker than that. So let's see. I know Tamara Jewett's run course record it's otherworldly, 1:12.59. But as we talked about earlier, every day is different as we see Taylor Knibb make her way down from the street onto the strand for her final stretch into the finish. And now we look back to Solveig, and yeah, she just looks better and better as this run goes along. I don't know who's comparing her to Phoebe from Friends. Phoebe must have been quite a runner, because this lady is absolutely lighting it up today. And the longer this half marathon has gone on, the better she has looked. She just looks fantastic. So a great race from her. Swim is what it is, but she biked her way to the front, or close to the front, second place, and then hasn't overbiked, has closed it out with this brilliant half marathon. So, I think she is loving life, Sids. I think she's enjoying the spoils of victory. Finished second in the Ironman Pro Series last year. Of course, won the Ironman World Championship title in her debut appearance there. So, if you can't enjoy that a little bit, when can you enjoy it? I think perhaps that interview might be different 5 years from now if she wins 5 straight and the media are hounding her like paparazzi. But right now she's loving life and striding towards the finish line here in Oceanside.
And she is literally striding. She is absolutely flying. I mean, like you said, I can't fault her form, really. Like, that side-on view looked magnificent, almost. Like, she's got that lovely long stride, but she's got power there. She really looks like she's sort of, she's got the bit between the teeth and she's chasing down. And I do wonder, like, her loving life, she obviously trains a lot, and she's with Christian, Casper and Gustav, and they have this very fun attitude. Yes, they train hard, they're very serious in their racing, but they do enjoy it at the same time. And they've also been there and done it. And I feel that she's sort of feeding off that and almost taken under their wing in some respects, and can learn from them to have this. Like, it can be fun, it can enjoyable, and you can be the best at the business. As we see Taylor Knibb, who is definitely as well one of the best in the business, looking also very good in her running form. I know she's worked a lot on her running. I think she's got a kilometre to go, or just under a kilometre to go now. Solveig is about 2 minutes behind, I think, was that just said. Still, I think, plenty of time for Taylor to appreciate the impressive performance that she's had. But yeah, Solveig's still charging. She wants to take out. I guess the Pro Series, every second matters, and she's wanting every second gained behind Taylor, who will get those maximum points. As you said, that impressive third place as well by Merle, the breakout performance from her. But Taylor, on course to, I think, smash her own course record.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like it's going to be very, very close. In fact, it looks like she will be a couple of minutes under, maybe more. So she's all class, this woman. She very rarely loses over this distance. I think her first ever 70.3 in Boulder, she didn't win that one, and she's had a second and a third at 70.3 Worlds. But apart from that, her resume at this distance is faultless. It's the envy of a lot of athletes. She just keeps getting the job done, whatever the race situation, whatever the season situation, as we see her coming up to the line now. And you're right, Sid, she is going to absolutely decimate her course record. So again, I think it speaks to the conditions here as we see Taylor Knibb. What a performance. Congratulations to Taylor Knibb from the US, taking the tape, taking her third title here in Oceanside, and setting up her Ironman Pro Series really, really well.
Yeah, what an amazing result. And we can see our Wahoo Element rival run split for our female pro champion, Taylor Knibb, a 1:17.28. But as you said, that finish time, 4:01.39, a huge 5 minutes off her own course record, which was back in 2022. So the very first time she raced this. But yeah, 3 wins from 3 outings for Taylor Knibb. Another Ironman 70.3 win to her resume. She is just she gets better and better to me. She's like Christian, she pushes herself, she wants to improve, and just a impressive performance once again by Taylor Knibb. Yeah, Crowy.
Incredible performance and a 1:17. So that's a great run by Taylor. I think it speaks to the split we're about to see for this woman closing in on the finish line, Solveig Løvseth, who's just eaten consistently into that lead. Well, it held strong for a little bit, but the second half of this run, she's just eaten into the lead, and has looked better and better. And what a great race by two of the best female triathletes in the world, and what a privilege to see them here racing at the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN 70.3 in Oceanside. Maybe a little look into the future of what some of the bigger races later in the season might look like, Sids.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch these two, and obviously the other pro women we have, but these two battle it out over the 70.3 distance and the Ironman distance as we watch Solveig Løvseth come over the line in the second place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. A smile, a hug, embrace. I think these two are going to have some battles this year and are going to push themselves and push each other to some remarkable performances, and I'm super excited to watch.
Yeah, definitely a great battle here today for early season as we look back at Audrey Merle holding strong. And what a great performance by her as well. Probably a step up in terms of class of field and depth of racing to what she's faced in her previous 70.3 race. But yeah, she's been holding strong close to the front of this race as well. Great swim, rode in that first chase pack, and now she's running a really, really good 21.1 kilometres to close out this race. And, you know, the racing here in Oceanside absolutely never disappoints. We get world-class athletes, we get world-class racing. I know it's early in the season, and it signals the start of the North American season, but we've been treated to just some incredible performances, and it whets the appetite for what's to come.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready. And every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
I'm Craig Alexander with Laura Sedal, and you're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, Race 3 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And Sids, we're here with Audrey Merle. She's now down on the strand. It looks like the distance of this event is finally catching up with her. This is possibly the worst she's looked in the run today, but job's almost done for Audrey. She can see the pier, and no doubt she knows exactly how far it is to the finish line from here.
Yeah, I think it's those last few kilometres. You can see the pier, but it still seems such a long way away. And I feel she knows she's sort of in that no man's land. She's safe in third. Obviously, we've had our first and second across the line, and she's got a significant gap over Grace Tech, who is in fourth place now. So actually, Grace Tech and Jackie Herring have moved past Marta Sanchez. So Grace backing up a fantastic race last weekend in Geelong, where she was second, to now be in fourth place, or currently in fourth place. Jackie Herring not too far behind. But yeah, Audrey Mill just getting the job done now, one foot in front of the other, trying to will that finish line to come as quickly as possible. But an impressive day for this French woman.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredibly impressive Ironman Pro Series debut, and she's going to lock up the third spot of the podium today. And Grace Tech also, great start to her Ironman Pro Series campaign, you know, banking some good points early, and now she'll turn her attention forward 3 weeks to Ironman Texas and her debut at the distance. But so far, all signs are good for Grace Tech. Early season form looks right on point.
Yeah, and I'm excited to watch Grace this year because it's just been fantastic. She's just, I mean, I remember when she first got into the sport, but she's just progressed year on year, and she's been super patient with it. I know she's had a lot of struggles with running in the past, so she would have a fantastic run and then find herself injured and not being able to run. And I know that with her new coach Chris Hanrahan, they've really worked on trying to get that consistency and to be injury free. So I know Grace, I think she kind of runs 4 runs a week. Only one of those is intervals, one is easy off the bike, and very much sort of has worked on just being able to back up on consistent running, but at that sort of probably lower level to what most pros would race at. And yeah, she had a great year last year. I don't think it was, I think she struggled with the racing format last year, and hence why she's fully focused on the Ironman Pro Series for 2026. And like you said, going to Texas and having her Ironman debut there, and looking towards the rest of the year. I know for Grace as well, though, she really wants to get to Kona, so that is her focus for this year, is to try and get that Kona qualification slot. If the Pro Series comes out with that as well, she's obviously going to focus on that. But I know that elusive Kona dream has been the pull for Grace Tech this year. But Grace is in fourth, and we have now third place, Audrey Merle from France, coming down the finish line, about to enter that red carpet, coming up from short distance racing, only done one other middle distance race, and in her Ironman 70.3 debut is going to run herself on to the podium. Just been super solid all day. Good swim, kept herself in there on the bike, and has ran herself on the podium to finish in third place today.
Yeah, great race, Audrey Merle. What an impressive debut in the Ironman Pro Series. She looks equally exhausted and happy. I hope she's happy. That's a great race. She came up against 2 of the titans of the sport today, and I'm sure she'll be really, really happy with that race. Just solid across all 3 disciplines, and the times today, Sid's amazing. I mean, I think it speaks to the conditions, but more so it speaks to the level of competition and just the progression in our sport year on year that we're seeing. There was a long period there where course records would stand for a while, and even the course records on this course, particularly the bike record that we talked about, Lionel Sanders earlier, that stood for a long time. But it just feels like every race we're turning up to now, records are falling, and the women are just pushing the boundaries. It's great racing. I know it's early season. I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves and put the cart in front of the horse, but for a March race, look at the winning time. Taylor Knibb, 4 hours. That is super, super impressive racing. And Solveig Løvseth not far behind. I mean, they've brought September, October form to March, and it's been fun to watch.
And just going back, like Solveig's run time, a 1:14:49. So our course record is Tamara Jewett, who we know is one of the fastest runners in the sport, which is a 1:12:59. And Solveig's just smashed her 70.3 best run. I mean, I think actually both Taylor and Solveig have done 70.3 run best, but yeah, Solveig's a 1:14.49 is just incredible, and it's just inspiring to watch. Like, the sport is just gaining more momentum, and these women and the men are just raising the bar. You know, we've had generational athletes come through. Daniela Reef, you know, raised the bar, and everyone else was made to step up. And, you know, we're seeing a Taylor Knibb, and then you have the likes of a Kat Matthews and Solveig and Laura Phillips. And the women, you know, and the men, they're just all pushing each other to the next level and to new heights. And it's really awesome to watch.
As we see Grace Tech making her way towards the pier and the finish line, and again, another solid performance by Grace, just consistent, getting the job done, getting Ironman Pro Series points. So propping her tally up early with her big Ironman race in 3 weeks. And yeah, you're right on the money there, Sids. I mean, we may have sold Taylor a little short because she's run a great run too. It just looked like that the way that time gap was coming down, particularly the last 6 or 7 kilometres, that maybe she was easing up for Texas or... but what was happening was Solveig Løvseth was just on a heater running a 1:14, which is a time we rarely see on this course. You mentioned and alluded to Tamara Jewett's 1:12.59, so say a 1:13 for all intents and purposes. But that 1:14.49 by Løvseth is truly world class.
Yeah, it's super impressive. I'm kind of like just running out of words and explanations and things as we're still watching Grace Tech, who's going to be our 4th place finisher. We have our 3 podium finishers for our professional women, obviously the men as well, but we had Taylor Knibb, Solveig Løvseth and Audrey Merle, and we will be heading down shortly to get those interviews with those our female pro finishers. But we're just watching Grace, who certainly looks to be working hard, although I think that's also a little bit of her style. She always is. She's super fast and efficient, but it always looks quite hard work, but it certainly gets the job done. And she's doing a great job here, coming down by the beach, by the ocean, all the crowds, all the fans out here supporting our pro men, pro women, and the 3,000 age group athletes who are still out on course, battling the course here, the swim, bike, run here in Oceanside, as Grace, I think, has headed down the finish chute, and she'll be coming over the line for that 4th place finish.
Great little stat today, Sids. All 3 men and all 3 women on the podium are Olympians. So I'm not sure if that's the first time that's ever happened in an Ironman Pro Series race, as we see Grace Tech come up. Congratulations, Grace. What a race. Backing it up 6 days after Ironman 70.3 Geelong. And yeah, she just keeps getting it done, Grace. Very consistent, the quiet achiever, and moving on to bigger things in Texas in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, excited to watch her race in Texas. And we've got a ridiculous number of professionals who race today that are heading to Texas. I think 9 or so of the pro women, something like 20 odd or more than that of the pro men who raced in Oceanside today are heading to Ironman Texas, the Memorial Herman Ironman Texas, in 3 weeks' time, as we get those fantastic views of Oceanside finish line. And we are going to head down to the finish line and to the hyper ice recovery zone and catch up with Rinny, who has all of our pro women podium finishers.
We are back down at the hyper ice recovery zone with 2026 Athletic Brewing 70.3 Oceanside champion Taylor Knibb. Taylor, you led from wire to wire today. A new run course, a new personal best for you, but a new overall course record by 5 minutes. Taylor, take us through your day.
Well, I did not lead wire to wire. Victoria kindly led the swim. And then someone came up on the inside, like with 200 meters to go. I was like, ooh, that's not really a nice move, but you do you. And then I actually felt, I was out first from transition transition. I was shocked. Sorry. That's kind of, I would just like take your time, but I messed something up with my helmet, so I was like, it was kind of just like sitting on my nose and like blocking me the whole time, so things to work on. It was great out there. It got a little foggy at times, so I took my visor off. I don't know what to say, it's a fun race. Except for remind myself, like, it's a little bumpy.
It's a fun race when you win, I tell you that much.
Every race is fun when you win.
True, when you cross that finish line. Taylor, you set a new bike course record today.
Yay!
So I know that will be something you'll check off the list of things you wanted to do today. But did you plan to put the pedal to metal straight away, get away from the other women, or were you just racing your own race?
Well, I told my coach my ambitious plan that I really wanted to set a really good 60-minute and 90-minute bike power, because I feel like this is a great course you can do it on because it really like flows. And then I wanted to average 340 per K on the run, which I was doing that for about the first 16K, but not the last part. I kind of wheels went off. But sometimes you have to just like go out and try. And he's like, physiologically, I think you can do it, but we just have to see on the day because I raced last week and we're preparing for Texas. So thank you, Dan, for being patient with my ideas. But sometimes you just have to try it. And if you blow, you blow.
Well, I don't think you blew, but maybe didn't quite
feel
hold
like
on
it.
to
Felt like it. Tell me when it's like 2K to go. I was like, oh, and there's a headwind, and we were going uphill. Oh my God.
All right. Well, I'll
Maybe
let you
not
go
uphill.
rest. I know you have Ironman Texas coming up. Good luck to you for Ironman Texas, and we look forward to seeing you again out there. Good luck for the rest of the season too, Taylor.
Thank you.
You're champion for today. And we have Solveig Løvseth in second place here today, our Ironman World Champion from 2025. Solveig, 1:14 run. You said you felt good today.
Yeah, I felt good the whole day, so that's always a nice way to start a season.
And so just tell me a little bit about how the race played out. Were you sort of surprised to see that gap coming off the bike or even into transition one?
No, not really. My swim was like expected, I would say, and I'm not surprised that I lost some time to Taylor on the bike either, to be honest. She's just super strong. But I felt pretty good on the bike myself. I hadn't ridden the course in forehand, so I feel like I'm always playing maybe a bit too safe in some of the technical sections when I haven't tried the course. But luckily this course isn't too technical, so it was really fun to ride it, I think. What actually surprised me a little bit was when I started to run, because I felt really good, but I still lost time to Taylor in the beginning, and then I was just like, wow, Taylor is just really a beast out there right now. But during the run I actually just felt better and better, and usually the run gets really hard towards the end, but like today I just felt good the whole run, so that was really nice, and I actually started to gain some time towards the end of the run, and I'm really happy that I just continued to push the whole run, because I feel like I'm usually more position driven. I don't really care that much about the times, so when I didn't really feel like I could catch Taylor, and I also felt like I had control on third place, so then I often feel like I ease off a little bit towards the end of the run, but I tried to get in my Pro Series mode and was like every second count, so yeah, it was a fun race.
Well, I think you should do that every single time. You have Texas coming up in a few weeks. Are you targeting the Pro Series this year?
Yes, definitely. I feel like for me the World Championships will always be the main goals, but the Pro Series is definitely also a really cool challenge, and yeah, I just want to try to put together a strong overall season, so really happy with the start here.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing you do battle in 3 weeks in Ironman Texas. Congrats on today.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your recovery.
Thank you.
And in third place today we have Audrey Mueller.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the third place today. This is your first 70.3 event. How did you like it?
It was so impressive for me because it was a really strong field, and I don't know how I can do, so I just try to focus on myself and see the results, so I'm really happy to do a podium.
And so being that you haven't done many non-drafting races before, do you think the bike is where you can improve most, or is that where you'll be focusing on? You had a great run, great swim, just lost a little time on the bike.
I think the power is not really a problem for me, but I have to improve technical and aerodynamism because it's so different than the short distance. And also to be more useful, I don't know, but with the race rangers, it's so new for me, so it was hard to take the good distance, and I was a little bit scary on the descent, so I lost some precious seconds, but it's okay.
Well, congratulations on this performance today behind two legends of the sport already. We look forward to seeing you more racing this distance. Go enjoy the spoils and enjoy that podium.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thanks, you guys. That's all from me from the High Price Recovery Zone. We'll send it back to the studio.
Thanks, Rini. Again, great to hear the words and thoughts post-race of our professional women's podium here. That was Taylor Knibb taking an impressive win, Solveig Løvseth equally impressive in third, and Audrey Mill in third in a breakout race for her. We have our podium presentations coming up for both our professional men and professional women, so still lots more happening down here at Oceanside.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing at my set?
Get a plan for your next race at prfnh.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision. Chee-hoo.
And welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We have had two ridiculously impressive races by our professional men and professional women today. Course records were smashed all over the place. The conditions were great. The sun is shining on California. Look at that screenshot. We are going to have the podium presentation shortly, but Crowe, take a breath and give me your thoughts on what we've witnessed today and the races and the performances.
Yeah, just more of what we've seen probably the last 12 months. KB doing incredible things, defying logic, race scheduling all over the shop for the mere mortal, but something that he continues to just pioneer and keeps living up to expectation. Great racing by Jonas Schomburg as well. I think a big step up for him, and Casper Stornes, a really well-paced race, and I'm sure he'll be stoked with his opening after coming off a bit of an Achilles injury. And for the women, yeah, similar to the men, we saw the big favourite do a 5-minute course record, a PB on the run, and I don't want to say that Solveig's a rookie. She's not a rookie, but she just continues to improve her game as well. And Audrey Mill, what a great debut on the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, yeah, you say she's not a rookie, but it's only really her second year racing over the longer distance, having moved up from that short course. And I think an impressive stat you said earlier with the podiums all being prior Olympians, possibly their first time. I can see a familiar face on screen watching on and the finish line just there. But we are waiting now. Any minute now, we're going to head down back on course for our podium presentations. We'll have the professional men and then the professional women. But yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, she's for Solveig. We know Taylor's been mixing the middle distance, the short course for a couple of years now. Incredibly experienced, incredibly knowledgeable athlete. And here we go down for our men's podium.
Congratulations, Casper. Absolutely incredible run performance to get himself on the podium today. A little bit of athletic brew for you as well. In second place, he is brand new to Oceanside, swimming a 22.26, a bike course record of 2:04.12, a run of 1:09.38 for a 3:40.32. From Germany, Jonas Schomburg. Incredible for his debut here in Oceanside. We hope to see him back again in Southern California, and I think you keep your eyes on Jonas. And a little athletic brew for the celebration as well. And your champion, he has been dominating this Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series since last year. Today, coming off just 6 days ago, another 70.3 win in the Gold Coast. He swam a 22.49. He biked a 2:05.41, ran a record-breaking 1:07.01 to break the course record for 3:40.08 from Norway. Your Oceanside champion, Christian Blumenfeld. The best of the best right here in Oceanside. And just so you know, all three of these gentlemen broke the course record. The prior course record held by Jackson Laundry at 3:44.59. All three of them breaking that course record. Let's celebrate with some athletic brew. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Enjoy it. Oh, we're going to share the top spot. That's our favorite. That's our favorite. Thank you, gentlemen. Careful on your way down. You can come right this direction. Thank you, guys. Give it one more round of applause. Moving on to our women's field. In third place, she is a newcomer to the 70.3 distance, swam at 24.43, biked a 2:21.03 with a 1:19.21 run for a 4:10.33 total. Audrey Merle of France. And like I said, this was her very first 70.3. So she is a newcomer at this distance and clearly making waves here in Southern California. Congratulations, Andre. Next up, she is from Norway and your reigning Ironman World Champion, swimming a 26.13, biking a 2:17.12, running a 1:14.49 for a 4:03.34. Solveig Løvseth. Congratulations, Solveig, that fastest run on the day today. Congratulations. And giving these ladies their athletic brew as well. She is now the three-time champion here in Oceanside. Keep your eye on her. She is a dominator and fun to watch with a 23:29 swim, a course record-breaking 2:15:27 on the bike, a run of 1:17:27 for a new course record, shattering her own at 4:01:39. From Boulder, Colorado, Taylor Knibb. Both Taylor and Solveig breaking the course record, the previous course record, 4:06:31. It has been a day, a record-shattering day. Your ladies of this Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 here in Oceanside. Give it up! Out of the splash zone, Scott and Taylor go. Enjoy it, ladies.
And fantastic images from down on course, our podium presentations for our professional men and professional women. Some fantastic performances again, Crowe. Is there anything again that sticks out for you, or what you're excited to see over the rest of the year?
Oh, we had the best seats in the house to another great show. I'm always amazed at the level that these athletes bring to the start of the season, start of a long series, and it was just a joy to watch. As we move to the men's leaderboard in the Ironman Pro Series standings, so on top of the standings for the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, I beg your pardon, the race results for today. On top of the podium, we had Christian Blumenfelt from Norway, second place Jonas Schomburg, and third place Casper Stornes, as we just saw on our men's podium. And rounding out the rest of the top 10 was Sam Long with a great race, Jason West, also from the US, Jonas Hoffman from Germany, Jackson Laundry from Canada, Ben Canute in 8th, Mark Dubrick in 9th, our early swim leader, and Australian Sam Appleton, rounding out our top 10 today at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
And our top 10 for our professional women, Taylor Knibb with that impressive performance, a course record 4:01:39 in first. Solveig Løvseth, again, equally impressive, a fantastic run in second, and a breakout performance for Audrey Merle in third. Rounding out our top 10, Grace Tech in fourth, Jackie Herring, another great performance in fifth, Marta Sanchez in sixth, Kirsten Casper, seventh, Amelie Kretz in eighth, Danielle Lewis and Grace Alexander rounding out the top 10.
And now we move on to our Ironman Pro Series standings for the men. Christian Blumenfelt in a position he's very accustomed to. He's leading the series right now. He's, of course, logged the 3 races, today being race number 3. Trevor Foley from the US in second spot after his win at Ironman New Zealand. Pierre Lacour in third. Jack Sosinski from Australia in fourth. And rounding out the rest of the top 10, Matthew Hansen, Jack Moody, Matt Kerr, Mike Phillips, Jan Yaharij and Sam Osborne.
And onto our Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series standing. Well, no change at the top. Kat Matthews still sits there, full points from New Zealand and Geelong. And Tamara Dewitt holds steady in second, but lots of movers further down. So Danielle Lewis has now moved up to third, dropping Gabrielle Lumkes and Hannah Berry, Lotte Wilms down. Grace Tech, after her fourth place here in Oceanside, jumps up to seventh. Reagan Hollyoak, Fenella Langridge and Alexi Bailey round out our top 10. Thank you for watching the 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We had 2 absolutely incredible races by our professional men and women, and you can catch on-demand replays of today's race and all the Ironman Pro Series broadcasts globally. You can watch proseries.ironman.com or the Ironman Try YouTube channel or any of our global media partners. We will see you on April the 18th for the 4th stop of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, the Memorial Herman Ironman Texas in the Woodlands. Stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race build-up. The start list for Texas is epic and you do not want to miss it. Until then, I'm Laura Siddall, and on behalf of Marinda Carfrae and Craig Alexander, thank you for joining us for today's coverage of the 2026 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We will see you in Texas.
World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.